Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let me turn that down a little bit. Hold up. I was doing some recording earlier for something, so my gain was all the way up. Well, not all the way up, pretty high. Hold up. Now, before anybody says it, you don't need to say it. I'm aware I need a haircut. It's bad, man. It's getting bad. We have a stream today. We have either one or multiple topics, depending on how this goes. There is a 4 fucking hour video that got uploaded by Kyloonics about EHD. And I have to say, I was originally not going to watch the full thing on stream. I was going to watch some of it because I think it's, I want to promote the video. But also, it looks pretty fucking good. It looks pretty good. I might watch the full thing depending on how it is. We're definitely going to check out the beginning. And I have some segments noted that are must watches. But it's like 4 hours long. Hold on. You need to shave bald. Yeah, good one, buddy. You're trying to looksman me so you have less competition. Think I'm stupid or something? Don't answer that. Okay. So, I guess we do. I said don't answer that. Of course you wouldn't answer that. We do? What was that supposed to mean? We have some quick filler topics, I guess, to get us started here in the intro. I was browsing Reddit, which is not something I normally do, but, content is dry. And I was looking through Reddit, and I found this. Hold on. This clip, which looks like it could be interesting. Browsing Reddit. I don't really use Reddit. I use it for IRL stuff. Like if I'm like if I like need like recommendations for like where to go in a city or something. I think going on like local city Reddits can be pretty helpful to figure out where to go. But hold on, so this clip got posted on r/cringe. So that's like a throwback for me. What? Stop playing. Okay, this clip got posted on r/cringe, and it is titled "Twitch streamer very frustrated." Okay, wrong. Brave tab. And it is titled Twitch streamer very frustrated at Kingdom Hearts and rages at a viewer because they asked break time. Let's take a look.
Break time? Do not ever fucking suggest a break to me. Okay?
Wait, let's see how it starts.
Break time? Do not ever fucking suggest a break to me. Okay? It's like telling an angry woman to calm down. That is exactly what you're doing. I'll take a break when I want to take a break. Do not say break time. That's the most condescending. Break time and that I'm just gonna fucking end streaming. Say that again, dude. Don't say that. Are you insane? It's not a normal thing to tell somebody. Oh, Yeti, that's something else, dude. Thank God for Mickey Mouse.
I mean, to be fair to her, I don't think this is like excessive. I think that this is like a super big overreaction and like weird. Like you shouldn't. I mean, especially if you're like there's a time and place for one guying, and especially in commentary, a lot of people watch for the sake of watching people crash out. So sometimes it's appropriate to get one guide per se. But when you're like a gaming streamer, it's a little bit less expected, but also in her case, I doubt it's on purpose. And I will say that I don't really know enough about her off this clip. Like, I could totally see, like, a otherwise chill person having, like, a really fucking shitty day or week or month or whatever the fuck, and, like, kind of, like, getting, like, tilted like this when it might not necessarily be appropriate. Pretty underwhelming, as freakouts go, but yeah, I mean, that's still, like, treating it like they just said something insane because they said break time is obviously gonna make for, like, a cringe-ass clip. In other news, real quick, we have we have this. For those of you that don't remember, on January 6th, 2021, there was a peaceful protest at the Capitol. And a lot of people got charged over this peaceful protest by the Joe Biden gazpacho police, as Marjorie Taylor Greene puts it. But when Trump got into office for his second term, he issued, I think, like a unilateral pardon to the J6ers. And many of the J6ers ended up making headlines again for committing more crimes outside of J6, including this guy who, this is a weird one, I gotta be honest with you.
This is the guy who was touching hair on the metro!
I'm facing 6 months. 6 months.
A former January 6th defendant, also charged with touching women's hair on the metro, is now behind bars for another incident.
Police arrested
people with a hair thing are so I mean, it's touching someone at all is creepy. But, like, people with, like, a hair thing, they always, like, I get, like, big, like, serial killer vibes off of them. You know what I mean?
Brian Bentonker last night. He's accused of stalking a journalist at an event in Northwest D.C. The new allegations came while he was out on bond for those alleged assaults on Metro.
I want to bring in News 4's Drew Wilder. Drew, we understand that you're at the court following the latest developments in this case. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, so Brian Bentonker is in custody right now. He's waiting to be arraigned on this stalking charge. And even though he hasn't been called yet, we have had a look at the charging documents. And we know that the government is going to ask the magistrate judge to hold Bentonker in custody.
Touching someone at all is, of course, Dust Bunny, the guy that got caught sending bulge in the J-Stock Goon server, doesn't think this is creepy.
Without bond on this case, claiming that he's a threat to the public. The man accused of touching women's hair on metro trains was arrested again.
And he filmed himself doing it?
Arrest in just over a month. This time, he's facing a new stalking charge. According to court filings, the alleged stalking incident was caught on video and previously reported by News 4.
This is the guy who was touching hair on the metro!
The video was recorded
How old is this?
Journalist Amanda Moore in March. She says Brian Bentonker has stalked and harassed her for years. She says she's notified police several times, but has not.
Yeah, it's actually insane, like, how little can get done about stalking until they actually just go and kill you. It's crazy. Like, if you watch any TV shows about, like, real life stalking cases, like, how far it was able to get before, like, law enforcement stepped in is just, like, insane. Like, you could have a guy that's, like, trying to sniff your hair and, like, he'll still, like, be out on the street. Like, I don't get it, man.
Filed a restraining order. Moore says last month she was covering the opening of the new Poly Market pop-up bar in Northwest when this video was taken. Charge. Those reasons include...
Well, I guess he's sniffing hair for Hitler. Cool stuff, man. All right, let's just get into the fucking Kylo video. What do I have? I mean, what fucking, what are we doing here? We're just stalling. Then we're gonna have no viewership today, man. It's so bad. Nobody is saying Kyla. An independent production.
All right, so if you've used the internet at any point in the last few years, it means at one time or another, you've probably heard the name Hassan Piker. Hassan, who also goes by Hassan, is 34 years old. He's one of online politics' largest creators, and he's known for taking controversial far-left positions.
I'm liking the minimalism. I'm liking the minimalist color scheme involved with the editing. Sometimes less is more. Okay, I'm liking the kind of muted colors being used as part of his aesthetic. Nice stuff.
And being very tall.
You are tall. He's a tall guy. Bye.
Hassan is best summarized as being very passionately progressive, anti-capitalist, pro-Palestinian, and overall just having somewhat radical takes that go against the grain. And he can occasionally make comments that have a tendency to make a lot of people very upset.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Over the duration of his career online, while he does have some support around him, Hassan has gradually become public enemy #1 for a lot of creators and their fan bases. He draws some pretty intense criticism from not just the right, but also the left. And lately, he's even becoming more and more of a regular target for a bunch of...
My biggest grievances, like, with Hassan is just his, like, is literally just his, like, political ideology. But, like, it seems like when push comes to shove, he actually was willing to vote Democrat. That's all that matters, okay? That's all that matters. Listen, MLs exist, and I don't know if Hassan identifies as ML, but a lot of his community is. They're like political dinosaurs. They like live in a bygone era, thinking that their LARPy revolution is gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But I don't give a fuck so long as they vote Democrat. You know what? The revolution's coming any day now, comrades. Just keep voting Democrat in the meantime.
Apolitical idiot slop channels.
Hey, Hassan, you crying stupid bitch. Brother, you are the biggest piece of shit I have ever seen. Shut
Being Turkish is a deal breaker for me. That's actually awesome.
your fucking mouth.
The attacks on Hassan range from him encouraging violence, to him being an anti-Semite, to him simply being kind of stupid, which is probably kind of true.
I don't know which is which, dude. Doesn't know where Yemen is? I think Nope. 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 Got it.
Now, this video is not really about debunking every argument against him, but a lot of the attacking is coming from pretty dishonest...
Hey, at least he didn't click somewhere in Europe, okay? Like a lot of, I venture to guess, if we were to have a lot of Americans take this test, they'd be like clicking in like Europe or like the bottom of Africa or something.
Got it.
Now, this video is not really about debunking every argument against him, but a lot of the attacking is coming from pretty dishonest places. Like the time people claimed that Hassan urged his viewers to kill U.S. Senator Rick Scott. Here's what he said.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
This clip got Hassan suspended, and many to this day claim that he was issuing a death threat towards a U.S. senator. The issue there is that Hassan is clearly talking to U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, who's making remarks about how much he wants to combat Medicare fraud.
The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott and not make him a...
What I would have done if I were Kylo... Sorry, you're gonna announce... I've been calling him Kylo for over a year. He's never corrected me. He's never corrected me. He's never corrected me. Not once. Not once. Now all of a sudden I got all these like fucking actuallys and fucking it's like, dude, there's nobody in chat. But it's like I'm gonna call him Kylo. Get over it. Fuckface.
Prominent part of the Republican Party.
So Hassan is clearly saying, Mike Johnson, if you actually cared about Medicare fraud...
The Nick and Cam segments mention you. I heard. That's why I'm watching this, man. We love to watch a young rising creator get credit.
You do the opposite of what
super base
done with Rick Scott because of how egregious of an offender he is. Rick Scott is pretty well known for conducting one of the largest healthcare fraud schemes in U.S. history when he was chief executive at Columbia. So to say Hassan was urging his viewers to kill Rick Scott is an outright lie, and to say it was any kind of death threat would also be pretty fucking stupid. So that's just one example of
what segments I was literally told. Fuck me. Okay.
Believe that Ethan was becoming more Zionist.
We're gonna probably skip some shit. If I have nothing to say on a given segment here, we're just gonna skip it. I was originally going into this, I was just gonna watch 2 segments. If I have nothing to add, we're gonna skip it, and I'll just link you the original video for you to watch in your own time, so he gets the views. Yeah.
Stick over time and subtly spreading pro-Israel propaganda. The two of them would exchange jabs for months.
Wow, it's a 4-hour video. It is a 4-hour video. I don't know what to tell you.
With Ethan commonly taking to Instagram to voice his grievances, like attacking Hassan's moderator and smaller creator Frogan for her radical views, and Hassan in turn would occasionally respond on stream.
There's a difference between anti-Semitism and people coming to the assumption that Ethan might be defending Israel a little bit and therefore might have some Zionist opinions because of the past 12 months centering himself.
Thing with Ethan, you know, I started off originally like on Ethan's like, so I mean, for a bit of context here, I've been like, I've known about what's been going on with Israel since I was a young kid. and I've had strong opinions on it as a result. But the when I was entering this, I didn't watch any of the podcast shit. I used to watch H3's old content, and I thought Ethan was funny back then. When I was entering this, I was just going off of like the slop narrative, and I thought legitimately that like he just wasn't saying exactly the right thing. So these people were like coming at him trying to eat him alive. I also thought that they were unfairly calling his mental health into question, which I thought was like really gross, in like a drama to just like go and play on the fact that like your opponent like happens to have mental illness if it's not like necessarily indicative by any of their positions. And I was against this side initially on surface. Now, upon looking more into this and starting to view some of the context surrounding what Ethan said about Israel, I slowly realized I was not looking at a man who was just reasonable on the issue and allowing, but wasn't going like all the way, being like, you know, like abandoning optics and being like W Hamas or whatever, and that's why they were mad. But no, what I in fact saw was a man who would say just enough to be like socially passable as a progressive on this issue, whilst clearly maintaining very blatant sympathies for Israel, sometimes providing apologia and whitewashing various crimes, particularly ones that pertain to IDF raids in the West Bank. When it was discovered that his wife, Ela, when she admitted on a show that she had voluntarily, as not a part of her mandatory military service, voluntarily, knowing her commanders would be mad if they found out, decided to participate in a military raid in the illegally occupied West Bank. And Ethan said, this would have happened around 2006, if I remember correctly. Ethan said at that point, like the PA was actually like okay with all of that. They were actually working with them and giving them permission. That was just like completely, he just like invented that. He literally just invented that. He lied on the spot, minimizing the illegal activities of the Israeli state. Whether that was to save Israel or his wife, we don't really know. Probably a bit of both.
As he looks to ban prominent pro-Palestinian voices off the platform with ridiculous smears that they are being anti-Semitic.
While all this is going on around the end.
Sure, buddy. Queeman called you stupid, so I never debated Queeman on EHD.
Of 2024, Ethan also began discussing a perceived anti-Semitism problem on Twitch. According to Ethan, Hassan and his associates are prime examples of anti-Semitic content being unfairly allowed on the platform, and he called for Dan Clancy.
I wasn't even really talking to Quimman by the time I switched on this pretty early.
CEO to step down. We'll talk about this part more later, but I did want to note that this is around the same time that Dan Saltman, CEO of Redact, began his campaign against Twitch's perceived anti-Semitism problem. By the start of 2025, tensions had gotten pretty high. To the extent that the H3 show covered politics, their conversation centered more so around—
I find it so funny that like a few months, someone's like, you're getting brought up on the Chud Logic stream. I'm like, for what? And like Dan Saltman is having a convo with Chud about why he should be unbanned from Chud's server. And then Dan Saltman's like, well, Aiden's not banned or whatever. And it's like, wow, way to throw me into the bus, fucking snitch. But also, it's like, I didn't even know he knew me on like a first name basis or whatever. I was friends with him on Discord because I had messaged him about Redact like a year or two ago. And we were friends on Discord as well. I didn't know he like really knew me though.
Israel and anti-Semitism rather than the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
It feels like where it was during the war and the Holocaust. It's reminiscent of that time.
I've always said, like, I have no idea how the Holocaust could happen. It just makes no sense. And now I see it. I see how it happens.
And Ethan would also regularly take to Instagram to go to war with H3.
By the way, when they say shit like this is literally just Holocaust minimization. That's the term. There is scholars recognize Holocaust denial, overtly denying that happened, and then there's minimization, which many people who are described as deniers are actually as minimizers, like, oh, well, it happened, but if it did, it was, you know. So when these guys are comparing modern day Los Angeles to conditions in Nazi Germany, like they were like when they literally verbatim said that like it was like 1930s Berlin or whatever. Where's the ADL, man? The ADL likes to fucking chime in and like use the anti-Semitism card whenever somebody draws a comparison and uses political hyperbole to draw a comparison between Trump and Hitler. The ADL gets up in arms. But whenever it's like an overdramatic like fucking Zionist being like, oh, this is just like Nazi Germany as I sit in my multi-million-dollar mansion in LA. Silence from the ADL.
Snark, a subreddit dedicated to A-logging and talking shit about primarily Ethan and Ela. And in January, Ethan released the content content nuke, a 102-minute-long deconstruction of Hassan's content, including further allegations of Hassan and those around him being anti-Semitic and essentially promoting terrorism. After the content nuke, things started to go off the rails. In March, a pair of noteworthy things happened to Ethan. On one occasion, he had a pair of human skulls ordered online and sent to his house. And on another, a CPS call was made to his house after Ethan shared a story on the H3 podcast about his family contracting a parasite.
This morning, we got a visit from Child Protective Services. I told this story on the show a few weeks ago about how when we adopted Olive, she had giardia. And then Sonny started having diarrhea, so we suspected he might have giardia. Seeing as that he's an infant, he's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, etc.
Then in June of last year, Ethan revealed that
he should have played the full clip. He should have played the full clip. Because the way Ethan words it in the clip, like, should anyone have called CPS? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But Ethan utilized wording that would have inevitably led some fucking moron in the audience to think that his child was eating dog shit. Based on the way he recalls these events, the order in which he does it, he starts off by talking about his dog having giardia and how his dog is shitting all over the place. He then says that the kids have giardia. He then says that the only, which isn't even true by the way, but he says the only way you can get it is through the consumption of dog feces, and he then emphasizes that his kids like eating all the toys and shit. So if you were to take all of that at face value, without doing any independent research, you should always do, right? If you were to take all, the logical conclusion would be his kids are eating dog shit. That's why you don't go and say stuff like that on your fucking platform.
Registered the content nuke with the U.S. Library of Congress, and that he's filing copyright infringement lawsuits.
Aiden running from respond to the DM leaks? How do you think he has? I gave those to him. Or wait, hold on. It depends on what he showed. I literally said to him today, he has my permission to share. We had a conversation earlier. I said he could share whatever from that.
Against Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. 3 Hassan.
Check inbox. Here's a timestamp. I know about.
Originally became public.
You guys are so fucking behind.
Right. So that's in July of last year. We're saying.
Yeah, I gave him permission for all this.
Adjacent creators who, according to Ethan,
pull up your clip. I pulled it up. You want me to just play it how it is?
Originally became public.
Right. So that's in July of last year. We're saying. But when's this video from?
This Aiden guy, man. What did I do? This is the green clip.
But this video is from January of 2025. That's curious, isn't it, guys? Now, why would Nick?
Okay, chat's trying to help me with what? What do you need? What do I need help with right now? I've pulled up the green clip. We're watching the green clip.
Apropos of nothing. Just
thank you for the 2 starfish. How are you doing today?
Oh yeah, I've got
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
That maybe I should respond to from 6 months ago.
Okay, I don't know what the clip is here, Grain. Besides, he reads the DMs.
Did you share? Hold up, I'm straight.
I guess we'll watch this because I have my own comments to add depending on what he says.
He's 25 earlier in the day, saying to Aiden, by the way, give it at least 5 days before you're on.
Yeah, so basically what happened was, I was in a VC with Queeman and J-Stock in July, some point in like July of 2025. In this VC, there were arguments made, a litany of anti-Nick talking points, and then there was also like some stuff that was overtly private or not out yet that was going to be out. Amongst that, there was this point about Paige Christie that they made that was not overtly private, or didn't seem overtly private at that point in time. How I would communicate with Nick back then is Nick would call me, or sometimes I would call him if I had to ask him about something. And he would essentially talk to me as if I was Queeman or his chat. He would say things like, you guys, and I have to remind him, right, I'm my own person or whatever, but he would address all, like, Queeman talking points and arguments and etc. to me in call, and I would just be telling him, like, he would basically put me in a position where I was in call, playing devil's advocate for Queeman's talking points and asking him to just go and debate Queeman directly. And amongst that, I think was the Paige Christie shit. Now, I say I think because when Queeman called me and asked me if I had talked to Nick about this, this was back in July. So I can't with 100% certainty remember. What I do know is this. If it was a criticism that Queeman laid out to me point by point, which he did with the Paige Christie shit in VC, it would have been a go-to when Nick asked me stuff like what are they even getting on me for this time? That would have been my go-to if I didn't overtly believe it was private. And as Queeman will later show in our DMs, I didn't think that shit was private, the Paige stuff. There was something else there that I knew was private that I didn't leak. I didn't think that was private. So with the knowledge here that I would argue, or I would have these basically arguments with Nick where I'd be playing devil's advocate for sort of the Snark talking points, right? I didn't believe that this was a private point, meaning it would be okay to bring up to Nick, and that it was laid out for me, so I had the whole argument ready to respond with. I almost certainly brought this up to Nick in call. Whether that was in passing or there was a full dialogue about it, I don't know. In all honesty, I don't really remember. But what I can tell you is that if I had to bet my life on it, I absolutely brought this up to Nick. Anyways, the reason that's relevant comes later, or I guess on Queeman's stream. Apparently, if I did tell Deorio, he then went on stream and then acted like he accidentally discovered a comment from Paige Christie that he would have already known about had I told him about this.
Reacted to the nuke in a non-transformative way. And that's kind of loosely where we're at. What started as a political disagreement has spiraled into 3 copyright lawsuits, a campaign to financially harm Twitch and by consequence its creators, and a long, bitter, and kind of pathetic feud where you will be forced to pick a side. But before you pick a side, while you may feel some sympathy for Ethan because of the very real harassment that he's faced, or maybe you just agree with his takes on Israel or anti-Semitism, we have to make sure we don't forget about the most important thing in the whole situation, which is that when it comes to Ethan's narrative, this is all complete bullshit. If you can look past some of the political disagreement and analyze the Ethan and Hassan conflict in its entirety, it's pretty clear that Ethan is an insecure, neurotic, vindictive liar, and his crusades against Twitch and Hassan...
I've seen him lie. I've seen him overtly lie. The biggest point was when he lied to provide apologia for the IDF's occupation, or the IDF's activities in the West Bank, claiming that it was being done with the consent of the PA at that point in time. It wasn't, right? There have been isolated or individual examples of like sometimes like PA IDF collaboration. I think even more recently, or ever since Arafat died and the PA took the position of nonviolent resistance or whatever. There has been like some isolated instances or whatever. But in regards to the period of time that Ethan was talking about, when Ela would have been in the West Bank during the Lebanon War, I believe it was, there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that they were just giving the IDF permission to come in and start raiding a bunch of random houses. I think there were individual raids that might have been signed off on, but there's nothing to indicate. Most of the raids the IDF conducts are illegal and without the consent of the people involved. So unless Ethan has some info that we don't, right? I think he just lied.
Subreddits, these are all just dishonest missions to silence people who are saying things about him that he doesn't like. What's worse is that this clown show is being...
What's with him acting like he's uncovering stuff on his own? Sounds insecure. I caught him in a lie on this with Deorio. You people don't remember that. I don't know why this talking point never got bigger. People forget me and Nick were having a back and forth beef on stream like months ago. People are forgetting this. Like a few months before London, me and Deorio were having a back and forth beef on stream where I caught him in a lie. He claimed that his take about that Ela in the West Bank, etc. I bring that up as like a point where he jumped to a conclusion and was wrong. And I highlighted that point to be like, look, I didn't consider you a liability over that, even though I could have. I feel like you're not giving me the same charity. So Nick clapped back on stream saying that I wasn't the one that had actually like convinced him of having to have the right take on that whole situation where it was being alleged that Hassan had called for or had basically made a death threat against Hila or whatever, right? He claims that I wasn't the one. Turns out, at the time, Deorio made a tweet saying I was the one who moved his position on this. So I pull up the tweet on my response, and then Deorio reaches back out, mends the bridge, and tries to resolve things privately, because I caught him in a fucking lie.
Encouraged and facilitated by a host of hacks and other liars around Ethan that have attached themselves to him, sometimes just to further their own dishonest agendas against Hassan. Now, normally I wouldn't really care that much if a bunch of lying freaks all band together to help each other out with their controversies. That's kind of to be expected. But what elevates my distaste for all this stuff, and what should elevate yours, is that standards of behavior that have long been widely held on the internet are being totally abandoned, all in the name of Hassan bad. Historically, things like lying, harassment, calls to the platform, or abusing copyright would get you absolutely torn to shreds. But when it comes to Ethan and all his yes men, everyone all of a sudden seems to be okay with those things. And it's just because of who's on the other side. Ethan Klein isn't the originator of the mass derangement about Hassan, but his situation has given some of the most annoying drama slop tubers the perfect vehicle to pretend to have political
True. It's literally like the rapist Avengers.
Escalate their grudges, and in the process, smash all standards of behavior for political and commentary creators. So today we're going to recognize some of these creators for their contributions to this online culture shift. One where truth doesn't matter, there are no bad tactics, only bad targets.
This is the drama that killed commentary. This is literally the drama that killed commentary.
Anything goes as long as you win. These are the Weasley Little Liar Awards. Starting with Ethan Klein.
This is a lie.
Yeah, it is not.
This is a disgusting.
Why is Ethan going with the fucking Leon Trotsky look? It was like happening. He was like doing that for like it was like a year ago. He started like
fucking lie.
He started to just like for some reason he just started like morphing into the spirit of Leon Trotsky out of like nowhere.
Here on the H3 show, we tell the truth, and soon we're gonna be able to do that. So I'm really very grateful and excited for that because I am honest to a fault, Dan. I'll have you know.
Yeah, no, that I'm aware of.
I would never. I don't lie, but some people do lie. Name one thing I've ever.
When the fuck did he dye his hair black?
Lied about. You can't. I'm allergic to lying. Bro, I'm truthful in every fucking conceivable way. I feel like I'm honest to a fault. I'm not a liar. I don't believe in lying. I would never lie to you. I've never lied. I am not a liar. I have never. I feel like
saying I've never lied in and of itself is a lie. Everybody lies. Literally everyone lies to some extent. It's just like anyone who like it's just like a part of like the human experience, right? I've told people who I thought looked ugly that they looked good.
I've never lied about anything in my whole
I wish you were more of a liar. It would probably save us a...
When I started researching for this video, I already knew that Ethan had been dishonest about some things throughout his feud with Hassan, but I was a little surprised to learn just how long of a history Ethan has of dishonesty. A very clear and repeated pattern of it, in fact. Now, you'll very rarely catch Ethan in a direct, overt lie. What happens far more commonly is that Ethan will kind of just say things. He makes statements about other people or ongoing situations as though they're a fact, when he has no evidence to be saying the thing that he's saying. For instance, back in 2021, there was this whole falling out between Ethan and his former podcast co-host, Trisha Paytas. During the breakup, Ethan made this tweet where he claimed that Trisha had accused him of sexually harassing her, which it kind of gives off this, like, I'm being falsely Me Too'd kind of vibe, right? But in the video Ethan's responding to, which is this one, Trisha doesn't really say anything like that. This video is pretty much just about Ethan bringing up topics like her sexual assault, medical history, and other things that supposedly triggered her. Trisha responded to Ethan on Twitter by saying she didn't even think he'd watched her video, and given how far off he was, it's entirely possible that Ethan just read the title and went nuts. The only time Trisha even remotely approaches suggesting sexual harassment was when she complained.
That's probably true. That's probably true. He's somebody that does things on impulse. Like that was evident when, for example, he just ran with like the Anissa like 17-year-old allegations that were completely false, and then had to go retract it. He just sees stuff. And then posts on it before he looks into it, and that's what he's been doing on his fucking Instagram like all year. And I took a moment to actually I'm like, why do people need to argue that he's unwell? Look at the dude's Instagram and like all of his story. It's just him like obsessively like A-logging like Taylor Lorenz like taking a shit or something. Like you can watch him wither away on his streams, and you can watch like the bitterness consume him on his Instagram.
That Ethan was sexualizing her beauty products.
None of it felt right. Being sexualized, the skincare being sexualized, none of it felt right.
After Ethan watched the video, here's how he responded to that claim.
Did she say I sexually harassed her? No, she didn't say that, but she said I was making everything sexual. I was making her beauty products sexual. I feel like she really tried her she tried to ruin my life, my reputation, my business.
And this is what Trisha was referring to.
This is your self-love.
Oh, why was that sexual? What? Look at you're like, oh, it was like a money shot. Watch how she squirts this shit.
This is your self-love.
Yeah, also kind of phallic.
What?
You say, Trish, what's the secret? And then you show like a it looks like a cock. What? Balls and cock.
What are you talking about?
Look, 2 balls and a cock. It's like a giant phallus.
Oh my god, this is the products in the
Bro, it's literally a penis. Is there jizz in your makeup?
I better make a wipe. I didn't
Is there semen in your makeup?
Huh?
Is there semen in your makeup?
No.
I don't even care that Ethan did this. I mean, yeah, that
Let's skip the podcast shit. I don't care.
report from across the internet. So
All
while
right, Ethan the victim.
They're misrepresenting everything I said. They're mischaracterizing, like taking things out of context. Fucking, like you guys are part of that harassment campaign. You scumbags.
Yeah, this is something I've spoken about too, as well. Like you can't. He has to a. I'm not gonna claim it's nearly as bad. All right, despite my dislike for Ethan, I'm not gonna sit here and say it's as bad as Chibi. But like he has this thing where like he'll like victimize himself and complain about like the fucking swarm online, and then I watch his behavior and it's totally contradictory because he does things that would not only never resolve the hate but only invoke more of it by like engaging with like every single, constantly obsessing over his ops, like who aren't even talking about him anymore. Like, if you want to go on the attack, like Ethan was doing, but you can't go on the attack and then keep crying victim. It doesn't fucking work. It just doesn't work like that. I'd hear that these people were unfairly coming after this guy, and then I'd go to his Instagram store, and it's like 50 fucking posts going after, like, everybody who, like, breathed at him wrong.
Ever since the Leftovers podcast ended, Ethan has spent almost 2 years trying to convince the online world that he is the victim of a massive organized harassment campaign, which is being spearheaded by Hassan and his surrounding network of evil harassers, or something like that. This harassment narrative itself is being pushed pretty effectively by Ethan, and he's received quite a lot of support from across the internet. So while he's been aggressively retaliating against his enemies, like his use of the legal system, to many it's understandable or even justified. But is Ethan's narrative accurate? To answer that, let's go back to the beginning of the Ethan and Hassan feud, back in late 2023. You'll remember from earlier that one of the first major sources of tension between the two was Ethan being upset at things that Hassan's chat was saying about him.
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I have not looked at my chat at all.
The thing with this argument is, first of all, I don't know what Ethan expected Hassan to do about a chat that looked like this. Like, look at this shit. But more importantly, Ethan seems to not understand that you are the only person.
That's how my chat looks normally. It's just a slow day. It's just a slow day. That's how we normally look here. Who's here, by the way? I'm not even looking at viewer count. One sec. Who's here? The whole gang, man. The whole gang.
Is responsible for the things that you say on the internet. It's nobody else's job to protect you if audiences and comment sections have a negative reaction to the things that you're saying. The backlash that Ethan's been getting online from communities like Hassan's, it doesn't just unfairly come from nowhere. It is a direct response to controversial ideas that he and Hila have expressed after the conflict in Gaza started.
The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're going to make these comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people.
Now, to be fair to Ethan, he has repeatedly expressed support for Palestine and condemned the actions of Israel during.
If you want to advocate for controversial positions online, do so. You've every right to do so, but do so under the knowledge that yes, you're probably gonna, especially when you're somebody with a platform like Ethan's, you're probably gonna get a lot of fucking vitriol, and it's the internet where there are trolls and people willing to go to like any limit, and some of those people amongst all the vitriol will try shit, right? When you go and decide to be like the spokesperson for controversial positions and constantly involve yourself in drama, etc., a part of you needs to understand that like this is just gonna happen. It's not like does it like necessarily should it happen? No, not necessarily. No, but it does, because you know life isn't fucking fair, and it's the internet, and this guy's been around long enough to know that, right? So I just like if you can't handle it and aren't ready to handle it, I don't know why you would keep arguing for these positions. Just disengage from politics. If you were so certain of these views, but your advocacy of them is just like invoking all this hatred that you constantly complain about, etc., maybe then let someone else advocate for. There's tons of fucking Zionist speakers or whatever. They're not good. None of them are good because they have to like lie to justify their worldview. But nobody was making Ethan take up this mantle. He did so voluntarily. And based on how long he's been on the internet, he did so knowing full well what might happen.
What is happening in Gaza is disgusting, and it needs to stop.
Not to say that it should.
But the Kleins have also often shown a tendency to couple these general condemnations of Israel with things like flowery praise about the country and how free it is.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or
highly incendiary statements.
Like this is just such a fucking tone deaf thing to say while they're actively occupying the West Bank. Well, this was this before October 7th?
I see Israel. How beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for
This was probably after as well.
people, or just
or highly
Not to say that you didn't have enough info before, but it's just like such a fucking tone-deaf thing to say.
incendiary statements about people who were saying free Palestine too closely to October 7th.
When you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, that's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support Hamas. I mean, that's what you're saying. I'm just saying don't cheer for terrorists. I don't think that that's a crazy take. If you think it is, then let's go invite the Iraqi terrorists who are exacting revenge to come to your city block and kill every fucking one you love. If you think Hamas is dope, just remember, you deserve to be burned alive by terrorists and your whole family murdered in front of you.
Ethan's also been criticized for spreading misinformation about important historical events regarding Palestinian suffering, or for uncritically accepting negative stories about their combatants.
Like he's clearly compromised on this issue. There's clearly underlying bias. And part of it, by the way, it is Ethan's, like, this is not to take blame off of Ethan, but this dude was probably indoctrinated since he was a fucking kid. Doesn't he literally describe it? Like, the cards already stacked against him for having the correct take on this. But simultaneously, like, it's just like, you're too personally compromised on this issue. You're not a good advocate for it. You blatantly get shit wrong on it all the time. I just don't know. And you don't like any of the hate associated with it. So why would you voluntarily continue to take on this position publicly and litigate it?
Re-promoted the beheaded babies myth extensively, for example, and has not retracted since.
While being overly skeptical or just rejecting negative stories about Israel.
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped. I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up.
I understand why Ethan's brain would operate this way, and it's not like there's anything immoral about having a bias. But obviously at a certain point, after Ethan makes enough comments like this, to a lot of people, he's going to start to sound like he's defending Israel a little bit, like kind of reflexively.
They could have held a ceasefire at any point.
He is literally, what he does is just controlled opposition, or not even, it is literally just say the minimal amount to placate on the surface level anybody with sympathies to Palestine, while simultaneously constantly subtly providing defenses for Israel and minimizations of the state's crimes. I caught on to, like, everyone caught on to, but like, even when I started this off sympathetic to him, thinking, you know, he's pro-Palestine, like, why are people getting mad at him, etc. Like, you quickly pick up on it.
They could have ended it after a week.
Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for Israel not coming into Gaza to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Yes, it did. This type of thing is why people think that Ethan and Hila are running defense for Israel. And there are dozens of examples of this. There's Hila essentially saluting IDF pilots on Instagram after Israel's strike on Iran. Or there's also her referring to former Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant as a really good guy, a man who is currently wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes, including directing attacks on civilians. Nobody made her say that. Nobody made Ethan defend it. But the Klein seem to want to endlessly make comments on this very controversial subject and expect to never be attacked for the things that they're expressing. They think that because they say the words, "We support Palestine," that the people that criticize them must just hate Jewish people.
He's watching the same clip over and over, retweeting like psychopathic anti-Semites.
There are some people who, if they, and I've dealt with this, okay, I've dealt with this, despite being, there are people who have in my life asked me about my positions on Israel, even though I'm staunchly anti-Israel. They have asked me, and I'm almost certain the only reason they're asking me is because I was a member of the tribe or whatever, right? Where they will try to purity test you if they understand this. But this is in part the fault of Israel one of its main public relations strategies is to constantly position itself as the representative of all Jewish people, and while simultaneously saying, you know, Jews aren't like responsible for what a state is doing, right? Israel will also kind of highlight like the most generous statistics to be like, look, 90% of Jews, 90%, we are the state of the Jewish people, etc. Which just stokes up anti-Semitism abroad against people who are not necessarily involved with Israel, who are not political, who just happen to be Jewish, right? And Israel knows this. Israel knows this. It just does it anyway because Israel does not Israel is anti-diaspora. Israel wants Jews to come back. Israel will promote Aliyah, kind of stoke up fears of anti-Semitism constantly. In a long time ago, they tried to blow up movie theaters in the Middle East to get people to migrate there. And, you know, but with Ethan specifically, that's where my mind went. Like, oh, he's free Palestine, so like the kind of purity testing shit, like it's probably just because he's Jewish, right? And then you look into it, and he's just saying, like, obviously, like, such like on this such surface level, like overtly false shit about this, or stuff that like he doesn't even make an effort to hide like where he stands while simultaneously like, having to stand with the other side. It's fake as fuck.
There's no other explanation for these people being so weirdly obsessed with her.
To a lot of people, Ethan saying genocide is bad is probably not adequate. Genocide being bad is obvious. That's a default position. To them, this situation would be kind of like someone saying rape is bad and then talking about how much they love Bill Cosby.
After people have some of my barbecue sauce, after a while when it kicks in, they get all huggy buggy.
Jesus. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. The point is that Ethan and Hila are the ones choosing to put this stuff on the internet. Like during the height of what many people consider to be a genocide by Israel, Hila posted on Instagram last February, showing off her new blue Star of David tattoo. You know, like the one on the Israeli flag. Now yes, blue is a traditional color in Judaism, but a lot of that is because of its appearance on the flag of Israel. There are a lot of people that understandably are not going to like an apparent show of support for a country that's been accused of using chemical weapons near civilians or opening fire on people waiting for aid. But here's how Ethan responds to negative comments on Hila's post about her tattoo.
Obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy
Isn't this doxing by their logic? Didn't they literally try to push a doxing allegation against Hassan for pulling up a chatter's like channel?
Oh. He said enjoy hell.
Yeah, no, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
Here he is, if anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow, spot him from a crowd.
That's him. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him or probably even his parents would be pretty disappointed to see that. Although who knows? Here's his mom. I'm not gonna clip that for her.
It legitimately sucks, like trying to be here and like fight like misconceptions against like an entire group of people who are like judged for an immutable characteristic. It like sucks trying to do that, and then you like on the fucking other hand just have all these bloodthirsty Zionists like saying shit constantly that's like immediately walking back any progress you make and like trying to like change people's public perceptions of Jews. It's like it is literally a losing battle.
Oh, fuck him. This is what you... Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe? I love it.
Look at his eye. This is... It's amphetamine. This has to be amphetamines partially. I don't know if he's taking... I don't know if he's on, like, Adderall or Ritalin or whatever. Has he said the weight loss is because of Ozempic? Has he said that? I'm pretty sure he has, right? But it's like also, I feel like there's like an amphetamine aspect to this as well.
Yeah, Ethan's producer cuts away from the Instagram feed there so that Ethan...
Like...
Think she's not Jewish, eh, Joe? I love it.
And yeah, Ethan's producer cuts away from the Instagram feed there so that Ethan doesn't blast the guy's mom to his thousands of viewers. This clip comes across kind of deranged to me, but it gives you a little bit of a window into how Ethan's mind works. To him, people can't simply be having a response to controversial statements or things they themselves have put out there. It must be because of anti-Semitism or bigotry. And ultimately, I think the reason why Ethan reacts this way is because in reality, he cannot stand being criticized.
There's been a lot of criticism of me of late. There's been a lot of people that have said lots and lots of videos. I have a natural aversion to criticism specifically, which is something that I've been learning about myself through therapy, which I've started recently.
Ethan cannot help himself from reading comment sections, Reddit's, tweets about him. He obsesses over how he's being perceived, and he compulsively responds to almost anybody that's critical of him.
And it's like, from the perspective of people who like supposedly care about this guy, you would have to acknowledge at some point, this isn't even good for him. This isn't good for him. Like, let's say your views are entirely like, you don't side with the Hassan crowd at all. You're totally pro Ethan, you know, but like, I feel like a good friend would have like stepped in and like tried to get him to stop, because I mean, obviously he'd probably turn on that person anyways, right? But like, it's just like you can watch this guy just like deteriorate. It's not just a point of like letting the hate come to him. He seeks it out now. He seeks it out. He's so like, you know, hyper not perceptive of it. He's hyper he's primed for it. He's primed for it. And if it's not happening, he's going and seeking it out to go occupy more mental space. That will age the fuck out of you, cause a litany of health problems.
And he has a long history of this temperament. As a quick example, there was this call on election night that Ethan had with Philip DeFranco, where Ethan, for like literally no reason, awkwardly tries to force into the conversation.
Dude, I made the okay, because people claim because he has text. I don't like to talk about his text. I just don't. Okay, I don't like when people point it out. I don't like if the dude is Tourette's. We don't need to bring that up, right? But I haven't gone there, but. In regards to like him shaking and shit, that doesn't look like a tick. That just looks like he's bouncing his leg over and over and over again. It's not like a repeated movement that just keeps randomly happening. It's a continuous. That doesn't look like it has anything to do with Tourette's. And then the wide eyes and shit, that looks like amphetamines.
how people on the internet just hate him because he's Jewish.
Well, I don't know if you knew this about me, Phil, but I'm Jewish. Yeah, it's pretty controversial, but I could go into detail. Do you want to? I could go into all the details. Okay, it sounds like you want to get into it. It sounds like you want to get into it.
No, thank you.
And then immediately after getting off that call, Ethan goes out of his way to pull up Philly's chat and whine about things people are saying about him.
Okay, be good. Yeah. Nothing gets me excited like seeing Phil DeFranco's chat call me El Zionist Nazi, free Palestine. Ethan, you can migrate to Israel.
And finally, when he gets criticized by the crew for killing the vibe of the podcast, this is how he responds.
How the fuck did I kill the mood?
Bruh.
What the fuck did I do?
You killed the mood.
Why? How?
But with your calling Phil and bringing it up.
That was fucking awesome.
I thought it was a fun call.
Yeah, what the fuck? What's happening? What am I? What is this world we're living in? What's happening right now? Tell me how.
I told you.
Tell me how.
I don't have a way to get through to you then.
There's no shot. That call was awesome.
I didn't feel awesome coming off that call.
Why?
I'm just telling you.
Was that call awesome?
Because it turned into you just complaining about his chat. Everybody, like, they fucking hate you and they're spamming it or whatever.
Ethan's obvious ruminating on criticism shows up in a lot of places. He left Twitter in favor of Instagram, probably because stories don't have comment sections. H3 also seems to often heavily filter or disable comments on episodes that they think may get some pushback. And I've also recently found that the H3 podcast commonly cuts out entire sections.
But it doesn't even matter if he turns it off because he seeks it out anyways. He's regularly monitoring the accounts of everybody who is like, even if they're no longer expressing hate against him, he'll just like constantly like monitor their accounts and talk about what they're doing anyways.
Of their live streams, even sometimes way after the fact, seemingly in response to criticism, which I guess they do have a right to do, but I will say as someone who's currently trying to criticize them, it's pretty fucking irritating. But all this is to say, Ethan isn't a fan of being criticized at all. And when he started facing a lot more negative scrutiny after October 7th, it seems like he wanted Hassan to exert sweeping control over his entire audience's perception of him. And despite how unrealistic that is, Hassan still tried.
Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan.
It's such a fucking hard position to be in, man. Like when you have a friend that like chat doesn't like. Obviously, I'm nowhere the size of these guys, right? My chat moves at like 0.3 miles an hour or some shit, right? But on a smaller level, I have dealt with this with people, and it is incredibly awkward. I have a long time. I've brought friends on streams which I just didn't like, especially even and then like people will like friends of mine will bring up saying, "Oh, your whole community hates me" or whatever. I'm like, no, they don't. But like it's like awkward to have to. It's awkward to have to like. When you get your like interpersonal shit connected to this, and then have to be like a go-between, and people are asking. This is why I don't like to mod friends. This is why I don't like to mod friends either.
My friend, I think he's an empathetic person. I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Changing your perspective on an issue that is like near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually
like Hassan is doing the best he can to like put lipstick on a fucking pig.
Impossible. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own. You need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop.
But it was never quite enough for Ethan.
He genuinely hates you, bro. I know he does. I wish him well regardless.
And eventually, Ethan declared war on all things Hassan, which brought us to where we are now. Now, what Ethan could do is he could stop reflexively defending Israel. He could stop commenting on the issue altogether. Maybe he could reflect on and internalize some of what people are telling him. Or he could change nothing and just accept that some people on the internet are going to have a problem with it. But of course, he hasn't done any of these things. Ethan has instead chosen to lie. He's built this myth of a mass harassment campaign against him, and he's using this lie to try to financially harm Twitch, change Reddit policy, and abuse the court system against the people that he holds responsible for his decline in popularity. The three main things that Ethan's been dishonest about are H3 Snark, the CPS call, and the copyright lawsuits.
How is this the fucking narrative? Tips off. Tips off. What is this narrative now, man? Nicholas Deorio sought for DMCA abuse knowingly, deliberately. Paige Christie told Deorio in January 2025 that Ethan climbs DMCA striking clips as short as 20 seconds. Quimman also leaks DMs with Aiden that reveal Aiden had tipped. See, when you word it like that, now everyone's going, oh, colluding. If I brought that up to Deorio, it was because I was trying to advocate for Queeman's talking points, not believing that this one was private, because Queeman, and by his own admission when I called him earlier, had said something else in that piece that was private, right? So when he was referencing the don't leak part, I thought he was talking about the thing that was explicitly classified as private and not the other thing, or other things. It was a VC. Several things were discussed, right? So So notice how Queeman leaks DMs to Aiden that reveal Aiden had tipped off, almost like Aiden gives permission for Queeman to show posts corroborating a timeline that would express Deorio potentially knew about the Paige Christie criticism beforehand because Aiden brought the criticism to him. I argued it with him.
Let's start with Snark. After the leftovers ended, the growing rift between Ethan and Hassan's communities sparked increased activity on
I
the
just
H3
have like anti-PR. I just have like anti-PR. It's crazy.
Snark subreddit. For those of you that don't know what Snark means, here's a quick overview. Snark communities are online groups dedicated to sharing negative or critical content about a figure that the group is centered around. That's it. They're basically just groups of people who dislike and
I have been blocked by Deorio, by the way, now for like months. For months. And I'm the only one that still gets accused of colluding. Dickers was on EFAP with the guy like 2 weeks ago. Not to say that that means Dickers is colluding with it. It isn't, right? But simultaneously, I've been blocked by this guy. I'm the only one that's still, and people subtly imply it or overtly say it. It's retarded.
Influencer or a public figure, and they talk shit about them, laugh about them, criticize them. That's all it is. H3 has had their own Snark community since early in 2023, but as Ethan's content became more political and as the feud with Hassan began, it gradually started growing in popularity. Now, it should be noted that most of these places, especially on Reddit, have strict rules against crossing the line. They typically moderate.
Someone should clip, by the way. Whoever clips part of this, whoever just like fucking clips, just like a clip, other than the only people that clip, clips. My buds who will only clip moments so they could take out of context for the lulz to make me look like fucking bad or some shit. We need some good clips, man. It's just like constant anti-PR.
Those that encourage or facilitate harassment, such as doxing, and the ones that don't, usually don't last very long on the platform. You can always find psycho people who engage in poor behavior in literally any online community, even fan ones. But this doesn't mean the community itself is an issue. For this reason, as a concept, Snark seems mostly harmless. But Ethan doesn't see it this way. And even since before the leftovers ended, Ethan has taken massive issue with his own Snark community, and he essentially considers them to be headquarters of the harassment campaign that he believes he's facing.
H3 Snark, which is a subreddit dedicated to not even like feedback, like just blatant fucking horrific harassment and like defamation.
Pull up like a Twitter clip, Green, like a Twitter clip.
So what exactly is Ethan referring to when he talks about this organized harassment and defamation campaign? Honestly, it's a little difficult to say. Ethan's been historically pretty non-specific in his complaints about Snark, but he has on occasion pointed out a few hard examples. So let's look at some of those. So here's a post from a little over a year ago, speculating that Teddy Fresh, the Klein's clothing brand, potentially plagiarized the design of a new release, because in addition to the visual similarities, the senior designer for Teddy Fresh previously liked the post from the designer they're alleged to have stolen from. Here's Ethan talking about this post on stream.
On the Snark subreddit, the top post right now is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. We have no recourse. Like, this is not okay what's happening. I don't know how Reddit allows this. I really don't. It's fucking sickening.
Okay, so Ethan claims this post is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. But the problem is this person did have senior designer at Teddy Fresh in their public Instagram bio. Teddy Fresh also routinely posts about their designers, including their names, in their own Instagram posts. And Klein has posted this person on her own YouTube channel, including naming them and introducing them as a designer at Teddy Fresh.
Vlog, I'm Sean, I'm resident senior designer.
Whoa!
The H3 crew seemed to be under the impression that this post was a dox, by the way, because the document they compiled on it was titled Snark Dox. But based on what I can see, this poster wasn't trying.
This is not dox. Doxing is what if the person is linked to the information already by their if the person is linked to the that's not even true. If the person is linked to the information by their own accord, it cannot be doxing. It's not possible. It's not possible to dox somebody with info they voluntarily give to the internet linking to themselves. It's just not, that's not what dox is. I've seen like people use the term dox for shit that people voluntarily give out.
To identify anybody. Motherfucker, you guys are the ones that identified them.
It's not a lie, if you believe it.
And furthermore, Ethan is shocked that Reddit allows this post, calling it targeted harassment. But how exactly is an accusation of wrongdoing by itself harassment? There's no call to action, there's no threat, there's no invasion of privacy. It's literally just a few photos and evidence for their claim. Surely Ethan doesn't consider it to be harassment to accuse somebody of plagiarism, right? There's this video, apparently by a former H3 Snark moderator, supposedly exposing the harassment the community engages in. And some of the examples they list are like, just listen.
The Snarkers would even post drawings of crew members for the purpose of everyone else in the live chat to make fun of them. But the thing that stuck out to me from the times I was looking at the H3 Snark live chat is that they really hate Zach. Whenever Zach was on screen, the H3 Snark chat would go crazy and comment about how ugly Zach is.
Drawings? People calling Zach ugly? Oh my god, we need to do something about this. Oh, and by the way, Ethan fully endorses this video.
An ex-Snarker made a video about the Snark subreddit that I thought was wonderful. This all took place on Reddit's platform. They have a live chat feature that during every show they would open up where they would engage in targeted, relentless harassment against all of us. I'm very grateful to this person. People don't understand the forces that I'm dealing with of how fucking disgustingly evil these people are.
So look, if you scroll...
Well, Aiden, how am I proxy sweeping for Queeman? Did Queeman not show the part of the DM where I literally say, feel free to leak what I said here. This is all being done with my express consent. I helped him. I volunteered all info. How is this still being flipped back on? Dude, every time, man. Every time. Somehow, the narrative gets twisted to my detriment. And you know who comes out on Twitter with clips of my defense? You know who comes out? Oh, wait, that's right. Nobody. Nobody. That's right. That's
through the H3 Snark page.
True.
You'll see posts that are making fun of things Ethan has said, sometimes clipping something from a recent stream. Here's a post just sharing something Hassan said about Ethan. This subreddit is like 99% just posts like this. So I'm not saying there's never been a post here that could qualify as harassment, but if for Ethan things like laughing at drawings does qualify, it makes me seriously question his judgment of the severity of what's happening here. Moving on, another part of Ethan's claim is that this community is defaming him and his business, and Ethan really doesn't like defamation.
This is defamation.
Wait, hold up. One sec, I gotta grab something. That's actually just my vape that's on the floor.
Right? No, defamation. I'm literally going to sue you for defamation.
Why don't you? I used to do that. Things still didn't get clipped. I literally used to do that.
Oh. But this part is even harder to evaluate because Ethan is even less specific about the defamation. He tends to just generally kind of whine about defamation and slander, and rarely, if ever, provides any specific examples.
I'll do it
These
again.
are like 3 huge
I will do it again, Dustbun.
fucking communities that are posting about me and Hila every fucking day. Fucking relentless slander, straight up lies, defamation.
One of the only times I could find him providing actual evidence was this infamous Ramadan post, which contained a lie that the H3 subreddit was removing posts celebrating Ramadan. Ethan was understandably pretty upset about this, but when you look into what actually happened here, it seems likely that this example of defamation just doesn't really mean much of anything. According to the moderators of the subreddit, the post
especially if you're a public figure like Ethan is, you've like it's an upward battle to prove defamation, to prove that, etc. Like you're not gonna.
Originally made by like a rogue mod on an alt account, and once they found out that it was false, they deleted the post, demodded the user, and updated their rules to have higher standards. So one user on a popular forum maliciously spread misinformation, was caught, got punished, and then the owners took steps to try to prevent it from happening again. So this just isn't.
That's like all you can really ask them to do.
Indicative of any systemic or coordinated misconduct. This is just called the internet. Plus, it seems like this should be how you'd want a place like this to be moderated. They have rules against misinformation, and they do enforce them. Like if you go search through the subreddit, you can find hundreds of examples of the moderators telling the subreddit not to contact sponsors, to respect people's privacy, marking certain posts as being satirical, all things that point to them actually trying to prevent harassment.
Yeah, this is for like when I was thinking like Snark was gonna be like Kiwi Farms. This is like fucking nothing, dude. This is nothing. They actually have rules there. They have rules. If this were like, if you were like some other like run-of-the-mill like lolcow or controversial figure, you'd be on fucking, this would be happening over Kiwi Farms, where there wouldn't be any moderation or rules as to what they could and couldn't say about you.
Like with any popular forum, some stuff might occasionally slip through the cracks, but this stuff would be outliers. It's quite obviously not the purpose of this community. So Ethan's claims that this place exists solely to conduct an organized harassment campaign against him are at best flimsy, and at worst, kind of bullshit. But there's one more thing Ethan has shown, and it's this screenshot he shared from Discord of supposedly a moderator of H3 Snark sharing the address of the H3 and Teddy Fresh studios. Now, if this is exactly how Ethan describes it, it could be an issue. But this looks like a private DM, not a public Discord server. There's no information about who this was sent to, whether this person is still a moderator, whether they even ever were a moderator, or whether any of the other mods. There's one more thing Ethan has shown, and it's this screenshot he shared from Discord of supposedly a—
We need to like come to a collective agreement as like a society to never allow the use of Discord screenshots as evidence of anything ever. It is like ridiculously fucking easy to fake a message on Discord and then have it passed off and accepted as real. I watched this like dude that was still getting bothered by like fake Discord DMs 5 years after they were made. People were still replying to them under his tweets and shit. It is like so fucking easy.
Moderator of H3 Snark sharing the address of the H3 and Teddy Fresh studios. Now, if this is exactly how Ethan describes it, it could be an issue. But this looks like a private DM, not a public Discord server. There's no information about who this—
You know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? For the sake of time, we're gonna go to the Deorio and Cameron segment, which is what I was originally gonna watch. And then for those of you that like want to watch the rest, please watch the original video. I'm not here to supplement this guy's viewership.
Hanging fruit.
Not like I'd be taking much anyway.
Capitalized on the recent content cop videos on Ethan by parodying the series and turning it around on iDubbbz. Except it's not really a parody because he's not satirizing it or making it funny. Get Cameron F305.
Hey there, folks. I'm your local.
I am hoping he has the greatest opportunity on earth. I was so fucking mad during the Cameron shit. Like, I've never been so tilted at how hard it was to access information of anything. Like, my interview with him, or my time, I caught him lying numerous times, and I'd still have retards in my replies being like, oh, like, where did he lie? And I'd have to, like, link them, like, a 7-hour fucking stream, because nobody clipped that.
Content cop. I make sure everyone's content is up to par.
Cameron F305 is the owner of an up-and-coming commentary YouTube channel. He's 21 years old, he has around 80,000 subscribers, and he's the smallest online figure in this video, but he's also one of my favorites. Cameron is somewhat well known for various interpersonal online dramas, most of which stem from his time working for free on an offshoot of the highly dysfunctional video game project The Andre Simulator as a music producer. After departing that project, Cameron would go on to produce his own music, inspiring the hearts and minds of probably at least one person, somewhere.
I need you to run. I'll run
right back to me.
I'll run right back to
Dude, this is like my jam.
That song is incredible. But Cameron would gain much more notoriety in May of last year after releasing
It's all within hours of stream. A community is needed to keep this thing working, man. It just is. It just, you don't even need to clip everything. But like, all I ask you guys, if we have another Cameron drama ever again, and it doesn't get clipped, I'm just gonna fucking quit, dude. I'm literally gonna, I don't want to ever have to deal with that again. Or I have to link people like 7-hour streams and tell them to get the context from 6 hours dickers. I'm just gonna give up on the drama like before it even starts if it's not gonna clip.
Hit pieces on iDubbbz. Now to me, iDubbbz hate content has been done to death. He's just an easy and safe target, and everything to be said about him has already been said. So this type of video is just kind of soulless and lazy. But Cameron will happily take that low-hanging fruit. He capitalized on the recent content cop videos on Ethan.
By the way, if you want to be our $3rd of the stream, great way to help us out is by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff.
Parodying the series and turning it around on iDubbbz. Except it's
right now we stream for charity. We stream for charity. We provide these streams for charity. But you can give us money for personal enrichment through Streamlabs and Super Chats.
Really a parody because he's not satirizing it or making it funny. He's just copying it and doing it worse.
Idoops, you're a piece of chat. Please log off Ethernet.
Oh, come on, Cameroon. You're just mad that Idoops doesn't say the naughty slurs anymore.
He like doesn't, it's not like satire would be like to alter it in a way where it's mocking the original concept. Cameron just adopts it entirely and doesn't like modernize it in any meaningful facet. Okay, the truth of the matter is, it's not like people are like iDubbbz was never funny in hindsight or whatever. Things that used to legitimately be funny are no longer funny because society, time, and you have changed and gotten older, right? That doesn't make it like objectively more or less fun. It just means you might not find it funny anymore. That's fine. But iDubbbz humor is like from 10 years ago. Like, sure, there are aspects of it could still absolutely be funny. But you kind of want to adapt and like to get with the times a little bit here. Especially if you're gonna be ripping off this guy's fucking humor. At least you'd like alter it in a manner that would make it like passable for 2026. Thank you so much, Starfish, for the 5. My only tipper of the stream. Super base, though. Thank you, Starfish, for the 5.
He's very mature now. I think you need to grow up.
Yeah, both of these videos are pretty fucking terrible. They're like exactly what you would expect from someone making an easy, lazy hit piece on a guy who's already widely hated.
You can make mistakes and grow from them. That's fine. But don't make that your entire fucking personality. And even if you don't resonate with it anymore, don't shit on people who enjoyed your old content. You come on.
I think if you want to make redemption your entire personality, that's base. I think there was this conception that I had of I was legitimately, despite being a leftist, I was simultaneously terrified of the left in the sense of like, I believed that if I ever said anything wrong ever, I would get canceled and there would be nothing I could do to ever like be redeemed in the eyes of the public, right? Because that's how it looked. You were watching people who had tweets from like when they were 16 get dug up to get them fired and shit. And it's like the idea of never being able to right one's wrongs is like a very horrifying concept. To know that you've irreparably destroyed your reputation existence. But as I got older, I found that doesn't necessarily exist. And I think that it is to watch somebody that was like the public face of a lot of this like edginess or whatever that people have been canceled for be accepted into a leftist space, despite his like history. It kind of shows you that like, or it kind of emphasizes, which I think is important to emphasize, the potential for growth, rehabilitation, redemption amongst the left. I feel like people need to remember that. I think it's a very powerful concept that should be greatly appreciated. And if somebody did want to dedicate their entire personality to it, to talking about it, I'd watch that. Personally, I'd watch that.
Is disingenuous and extremely fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's just fucking whining about the same shit everyone else has already said about iDubbbz. But somehow there's still a lot of people out there who will endlessly consume brainless content like this. So these videos actually did pretty well. Cameron earned over 1 million views on the first one and several 100,000 more on the follow-up. The success of these 2 videos helped Cameron work his way onto H3's radar, and he received a shout out from the big man himself.
This dude put in so much more effort than Ian. Holy fuck. Anyway, check it out. It's really good. Good watch there.
It isn't. From here, Cameron would start to very shamefully act like an Ethan Klein cheerleader and desperately try to get his attention and approval.
Fucking Ethan is going demon mode right now, and I love it. I love petty Ethan, dude. I love petty Ethan. This is great. Ethan, Dia, if you're watching this, can you shoot me an Instagram DM? I guess I can ask him after, but...
Will Smith is one of the most famous...
Nuts.
Yeah! Yeah! Wait, sorry, hold on one sec. I'm just typing something. One sec. All right, anyways.
Ethan! Get after him! Let's go! Let's go!
I just get such secondhand embarrassment from it's like I see like me from 2017 or 2018 in Cameron, who's older than me now. Like I just like it's just so fucking cringe. Oh! And it was even more, you know, it was the cringiest moment of all of it when he went on Mama Oka's like show where it was like the fucking big titty octopus woman man. That's not even like, that's not trans. This person is, they identify as a man. They were born as a man and identify as such, but for whatever reason, their like VTuber is like a big titty octopus woman. When Cameron called onto that stream, because it was like one of the last charitable streams to him, he decided to stick around and they were like all covering like Ethan Ralph and like laughing at the lol cows or whatever. And it was like, that's where I started like mocking people who were like, I'm just laughing at the lol cows types. Because it was just this room of like unself-aware, like unfunny morons laughing at like Ethan Ralph, like taking a step or something. It was like so cringe. He's like Cameron's like a big like Chris Chan guy. Like the fucking mainstream lol cows, I just like get big red flags for the people that are like A-logging that obsessively to this day.
Let's go!
I don't know what that was.
But he also got noticed by Noah Samson, a large pro-Palestinian creator, who made this comment.
He was in whose server?
While talking to iDubbbz about the hit pieces.
I don't know if you saw the guy who made the
Scam Dono? Sorry, hold up. Where's the Was it on Streamlabs? I did not get the chime, the little notification. Did you say you might have said something that... Yo, thank you so much for Ran, for the one. Aiden, when are you leaking the call of Deorio and Yu's last convo? What?
content cop about you right after the H3 content cop was outed as a pedophile. Was outed as a child rapist.
Cameron very strongly objected to Noah's comments, claiming that it's a baseless accusation, and he started desperately trying to further latch on to Ethan Klein by threatening to join in on Ethan's existing defamation lawsuit against Noah. But the problem for Cameron here is that it isn't really outright defamatory for Noah to have referred to him as a child rapist. We're not going to dive too deeply into the story today, but the general gist of it is that Cameron is accused of meeting up with a 16-year-old girl when he was 19 and having a series of strange and inappropriate interactions with her. On one occasion, she claims Cameron demanded that she kiss him before he would let her out of his car, and on another, he allegedly picked her up to try to forcibly perform oral sex on her.
He got handsy, told him to stop multiple times, told him I wasn't interested in oral, gave him a bunch of reasons why I didn't want to. He didn't listen. He tried to forcibly put me on him, so I kicked him, and he was like, whoa, there's no need for that. That was the whole thing.
Now, it would obviously be impossible to definitively prove one way or another.
Whoa! Whoa! There I am, Gary. There I am. Dude, remember when SpongeBob, like half of his head was shown in like a commercial, and he's acting like the world's biggest star? I'm in a official Hassan Piker endorsed video, guys.
If Cameron is guilty of what he's accused of. But I will say, the story of his accuser has remained consistent and is supported by evidence she's provided, such as location data. But I think the strongest evidence there is against Cameron is that when responding to allegations against him, he has repeatedly chosen to lie, numerous times. If you want to get a more detailed look at the allegations against Cameron, as well as his overall pattern of dishonesty in responding to them, check out this video by Morale that's linked in the description. This video doesn't cover absolutely everything, but it does give a pretty solid overview of Cameron's pattern of lying. Some examples of the behaviors that Morale outlines include faking Discord logs, changing his stories over time, and on one occasion, he seems to have even manipulated a police report to damage the credibility of another one of his accusers.
While I'll keep the individual's name censored, you can see he is labeled as a black male born in 1987. I'm not sure if this is Cameron's roommate or another tenant of the apartment complex or someone completely unrelated, but it's not about Crexa, and Cameron knows this. To summarize, Cameron lied about what the report says, he lied about how he got it, and
Morale just censored everything here for some reason. Because I had a whole argument with him about this, where if he gave this info out, it's not docs info. And some of it was relevant for contextualizing, just how badly he faked this report, because you could see the names clearly were just not he could have easily figured out who this report was about, etc. And he sent me, this was when I was interviewing Cameron. I think I asked him to send me, or it might have been after, I'd asked him to send me, because he had claimed he got a different version of the report, and that's why it was altered or whatever. And so I said, okay, can you show me where you got? He was never able to show me where he got that from.
About who redacted it, and he did
this was the biggest lie.
Make someone accusing him of abuse look mentally unstable.
There's a very awesome interview with Aiden Underground where Cameron is being asked to produce an original, unedited audio recording of a call between him and his accuser, and he spends 30 minutes coming up with the most insane reasons to not have to show it.
Because you took 20 minutes to find that. Can you just go to your file explorer, hit home, so it shows recent? Can you just do that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not showing you all the fucking, like, there's shit I'm working on that I don't want leaks. There you go.
Can you scroll down by one file?
No.
Just one file. Okay, one more.
No, now you're just being retarded.
There's no way the super secret information conveniently.
No, I'm not leaking my next video.
The first 4 files you show me are all related to what we've just been shown. So I want you to go to the 5th file, and it's very convenient that like the 5th file is gonna be some like top secret. And Tony in chat saying no, that's not his old address, that's his current one. Repeated, and he was like completely wrong about that, by the way, like totally wrong. Folded very easily to me in a debate. It was pathetic. Information that you can't show in your most recent.
I just would rather not.
This is just very like suspicious, man. It is very suspicious.
How in the fucking God's name is me not wanting to show you the fucking premiere file for my next video suspicious?
You don't have to. You just rename it and then you can screenshot. It takes like 2 seconds. Watch. I'll do it now. Time it.
But it's a waste of time.
Yeah, again, we'll never be able to fully prove if Cameron is guilty or not, but a good barometer for these things, I think, is if someone is accused of something and in response they lie like 47 different times, it doesn't exactly make me think they didn't do it. So,
yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like, and it's the same thing with Tectone, ironically enough. And also, for whatever reason, like Tectone, the fact that there are 2 allegations. Listen, is it possible to be falsely like accused by 2 different people? Yeah. But when you were somebody who was not nearly as well known as Cameron was, and these are like women, these are not just like these are women you met in real life. I mean, obviously they're e-women that you then met in real life, etc. Like the fact that there were like 2 separate instances to me is already like the probability of him being completely innocent here, like dramatically decreases, because your odds of being falsely accused by one are already incredibly low. For it to happen twice is possible. Once again, totally possible. Likely, not necessarily. And then you couple this in with the fact that he was actively lying throughout the course of addressing these allegations, right? A lie, as I said before, a lie is utilized to disguise or obscure the truth. So the question would be, what truth exactly was he attempting to disguise or obscure?
Cameron, sorry buddy, but you've been accused of sexually assaulting a minor, and to date, the allegation seems more credible than not. So when someone like Noah Sampson says you're a child rapist, I don't think many lawyers are going to take that defamation case, which is probably why it seems like Ethan doesn't really fuck with you.
You know, as time goes on, I'm getting more cynical about it, and I'm just thinking it's probably not going to happen. He's probably not going to add me onto it. It just might not fit the case that Ethan and Buddha have, you know what I mean? The Noah news, exactly, Kilo. And that's like where like, it's extremely hard to prove that stuff.
And Cameron's dishonesty extends to his coverage of Hassan as well. In his content cop on Ludwig, for example, Cameron includes a clip of Hassan talking about attending a Diddy party, which, as we all know, is intended to paint a picture of sexual misconduct, potentially involving minors.
Did you guys know Hassan attended a Diddy party?
I walked into this like back, like sphere, Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his, and was throwing after parties at Coachella. And they were playing like these crazy...
Yeah, yes, I watched this at the time. It was so bad how he cut this clip. And he said to me, I don't even know what, I've had multiple conversations with Cameron. Some were in private, some were in public. All of them were recorded. Despite what people like J-Stock would like you to believe I told them when I was driving, I don't like to record calls, and I rarely would do it. Unless we're not friends. You're an individual at the face of public controversy. I believe at that point, like, as like a fucking, save my own ass and to hold you to scrutiny, I feel like I like in instances like that, I will absolutely be recording, because I've had cases where people have come out and said that they didn't say something that they did say, or vice versa. And it's like, if you're like dealing, if you're dealing with streaming drama off stream with a controversial figure, you should absolutely be recording.
Like these crazy things for people who are high. One of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive.
But he cut the context right when this clip would have been contextualized, and then he claimed to me it was either in private or in public. He claimed he cut it for the sake of time, as all of his videos,
very young girl,
are like I forgot how, I think this video was like an hour, and he was like, they're all exactly an hour or whatever. I looked, that's not true. They vary greatly in length. Some of the content copies were like 30 minutes, while another one was like an hour and 20 minutes. He claimed he was so pressed for time, he couldn't include like fundamental context that changed the nature of this clip.
Renji got there, Ludwig.
It was an obvious lie.
Yeah, so he cuts the clip off there and then throws up this disclaimer to say, now there's no proof Hassan did anything weird with kids.
Thank you for admitting to breaking California wiretap. No, I would never record in California. I took one of my regular trips to Nevada.
But Cameron conveniently leaves out the very next line of the clip, where Hassan expresses discomfort with attending the party.
This like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift. And I think I told you about this, where I was like, this is some real weird Alex Jones style pedo thing here. This is exactly how I felt walking into that house where I was like, this is weird. This is really weird. Everyone here looks really, really weird.
And when confronted about this blatantly dishonest clipping, this is Cameron's defense.
Why did you cut context from the Hassan going to a Diddy party? He said he left when he saw that.
Yo! Yes, dude, yes!
About this blatantly dishonest clipping, this is Cameron's defense.
Why did you cut context from the Hassan going to a Diddy party?
Yes, we love to see AG4 influence in action. My top guy, Windy.
He said he left when he saw that. I wasn't accused, like, that doesn't... I'm sorry. What context did I cut out? You don't show the full clip? Of course I don't show the full clip. You think I have time for that? It was like a 2-minute clip. My goal for my videos is always to put them to like 30 minutes. You think—
Sorry, wasn't it? I think I was stream sniping him at this point. I don't know. I think I was like literally live, like stream sniping him.
I'm trying to like have the full thing. You could go find the full context yourself.
I see. So it's okay to lie in your videos because when you really think about it, it should be the viewer's responsibility to go figure out what the truth is on their own.
Amazing.
I mentioned earlier that Cameron was one of my favorite subjects in this video, despite him being a bit irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And it's because he's a great case study for how just soullessly hating on Hassan and his friends can bring you overnight success, even if you're just a deeply
Viewers should, to some capacity, independently research and verify given claims, but as a creator that wants to maintain an iota of credibility, the expectation would be whatever supplemental material you're providing to support a claim that should otherwise be researched with other sources, right, would be anything you decide to present, you are presenting enough of it so that a false conclusion cannot be drawn by what it is you decided to present, right? When you decide to present it, a new action, and then keep out the changing, it's just a lie by omission. If you just don't have the time, then just don't include the clip. If you don't have time for the context, you don't include the clip.
weird little freak like he is. These days, Cameron spends his time constantly asking
And by
his
the way, the
audience what he should make
context was like less than a minute. Like it was like nothing. He literally just cuts off right when the clip changes.
next instead of coming up with any original ideas, and then just making more shitty content cops, despite having previously stated that he wasn't going to keep doing that. He's lied about serious accusations to protect himself, lied about Hassan to gain favor, and built his entire presence on being an opportunistic rat. And for that, Cameron F305 remains a Weasley little liar. The possible child rapist award goes to Cameron. Congratulations, buddy.
All right, let's go to the Deorio segment, which is what we're all really here for, isn't it? Okay? Don Lips.
Hassan Pike.
Clip this, okay? Clip what I have to say about Deorio, because it's getting fucking ridiculous, dude. It's actually getting ridiculous. Like, I have provided every piece of, like, material communication that would support my side. I have contextualized literally everything. And I still, for some reason, there are retards that unironically believe I was colluding with this guy. To this day, off of nothing.
Piker is a genuine douchebag, extremely unintelligent, probably as politically illiterate as me on most things, and I literally know nothing. I'm a complete fucking normie who doesn't care about politics.
Nicholas Deorio is the owner of a pair of mid-sized commentary YouTube channels. His following is somewhere around 150,000 people, and he's known for covering new online dramas and his ultimate rape review segment.
I'm the host of
I tipped him off on it. When did I ever fucking do that?
Ultimate Rape Review.
Nick has been involved in the commentary genre for almost a decade. He's been closely associated with figures like Tommy C, Turkey Tom, Willie Mac, and other longtime contributors to online drama coverage. He's not the biggest name, but he is well established, and he's seen as somebody with credibility in these circles. And part of that is because historically, Nick has always positioned himself as being somebody with principles. He was always one of the most outspoken creators about things like targeting sponsors,
attacking.
Yo! What the fuck? I don't even remember. How long ago was this? 2022? You can call it inconsistent rules without snitching on a specific person. The initial inconsistency of a platform does not excuse the fact that you ratted someone out and went after their livelihood over a minor joke. A cheetah's still a snitch, regardless of what he's trying to do. Going after someone's sponsor, their source of income, over a fucking Jesus joke is malicious hell. Don't claim you're trying to prove some greater point by consistency when you literally went after a singular person. It's just super surprising to see commentators who went after H3H over the same shit, not defending a Cheeto. When you go at someone's sponsors over an edgy joke, it hurts all of us. Stop defending this shit. Right on every issue again award? Right on everything again award? $2 from Kel. Thank you so much. 320 chat. This is abysmal.
YouTube sponsors is generally like a negative thing to do. Hacking sponsors, doxing, like there's a handbook of things like you just can't do. I'm not a supporter of targeting anyone's revenue. I think it can damage the entire landscape.
or abusing copyright.
There's also the issue regarding rapid copyright abuse on the platform that YouTube has done nothing about. Chris has been ban-evading and breaking TOS through multiple false copyright strikes. YouTubers who abuse built-in support systems to silence creators who are critical of them are the worst of the worst.
In defending free speech.
Oh, what's that? The Jeff Holiday? Apparently Jeff takes a holiday from free speech. He locked replies and attempted to silence criticism. I have no fucking problem with anybody being a leftist, as long as you don't try to infringe upon my free speech.
So true.
Because of that outspokenness and his proximity to other large creators, Nick was always a somewhat prominent voice, helping enforce the core standards.
His old videos were good. I know it's like in hindsight, right, to pretend like everything he's ever done is bad, is like beneficial, I guess. We like doing that or whatever, but his old videos were legitimately good and did provide, like, in my opinion at the time, like some pretty like thoughtful criticism in a pretty entertaining manner. I liked his videos long time ago, right? Despite not liking him as a person at that time. Conspiracy Lemur exposed you for tipping off. I didn't tip, dude. I'm actually, dude, I can't take it, man. I can't. One man can only fight so many fucking battles. I have to single-handedly be the streamer and the community. It's crazy.
His corner of the internet. However, recently, Nicholas has pivoted to covering almost exclusively Ethan Klein and his enemies, or to put it more specifically, sucking Ethan Klein's balls for 25 hours a week.
What I think Ethan should do is he should use the GoFundMe money from the lawsuits to buy all of these things. I think he should take all that money and then buy Anissa's house. If everybody can see that what Ethan is doing is so fucked up, then why are you guys getting so much hate? Ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Klein has confirmed that his motion to...
It's not like I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to do the badass, like he's like fuck around, find out. He's like epically owning like the Snarkers and really came after. But you can't. You have to pick. Okay, you have to pick which one you want to be. You either want to be the tough guy that's on the offense, or you're the victim. I don't think it's very appealing to be a victim, quite frankly. But like, there is just something that is so unpalatable and like fucking annoying about people that are very clearly going on the offense and will simultaneously sit there and try to convince you that there's just some like victim that's sitting around that's having like fucking hornets, like a swarm, like sting them and shit. It's like, no, you're actively going there and continuously shaking the nest. Sure, the hornets sting you, no, but you know what you're getting into. I don't know why I'm supposed to feel bad for you. You can't really use the whole like victim narrative here. Thank you so much, Big Snark, for the 10. I heard you were giving Deorio some private leaks for his benefit against the wishes of your friends Queeman and J-Stock from Conspiracy Lemur. Your response, nada. Thank you for the 2, Patrick. 520, Aiden denying tipping off Deorio. 5 from Balls Mahone. Nick was goated before orbiting Destiny. The shift from Augie to Destiny and subsequently Twitch poll severed the good timeline. He was, I kind of liked, the only good part about like him like starting to like Destiny was that like he became openly liberal, which like was good because like I looked like the only like nerd that was like saying like lefty shit or whatever and constantly getting made fun of it because the community was dominantly right wing at that point. So it was like, it was nice to have him back me during the Cheeto argument, etc. But beyond that, like, yeah.
Reddit and Discord was granted.
Ooh. His relentless positive coverage eventually got him noticed by the Kleins themselves.
I love Nicholas Deorio. I'll say it. I've been watching your content. I think you're very funny guy.
And I feel like your coverage has been really good on topics that I end up watching. Like you're good with research.
He's seen consistent growth in subscribers, likely from H3 viewers, ever since he shifted his focus. And as a result, Nick has been cemented as Ethan Klein's #1 lieutenant, his top guy. He is one of the largest pro-Ethan anti-Hassan mouthpieces on YouTube. And while I'm never one to begrudge somebody making some money, today what we're interested in is what he's had to sacrifice to get it. Nick has become somewhat representative of what it means to be afflicted with the Hassan bad virus. Unlike some of the other subjects of this video, Nick is in fact not some kind of rapist or pedophile, at least not that I'm aware of. But he is every bit as dishonest as the rest of these guys, and in a lot of ways, he's worse. You see, Nick has spent the last several years carefully fine-tuning a perfect system for lying. A system where he can be as dishonest as he needs to be, use it to his benefit, and avoid almost any consequences. It's a process that, if followed to a T, can lead to massive profit.
Ooh, this could be very good, depending on if I want to see if he's able to hit the nail on that, because Nick does have a very specific process for selling a falsehood. And I think an actual like strategic breakdown of that would be very interesting. Hopefully he's on the mark here, which I think he might be.
Cost of your dignity, an exchange that Nick happens to be perfectly happy with. So let's walk through, step by step, exactly how Nicholas Deorio deceives his audience, protects his income, and lies directly to your face.
I can't wait to disagree with Ethan Klein again, because I know that he's principled and he actually gives a fuck about what he said.
Do we start clipping now? I'll tell you when, Henry. Stand back, Clippers, stand back and stand by. I will let you know when it happens. Just be ready for when it does.
Hey.
This is the Nicky D system. a story breaks. It's a story that on its face doesn't look very good for Ethan Klein. Ethan is accused of falsely copyright striking numerous clips on the H3 Snark subreddit. At best, Ethan is striking clips that he doesn't have great reason to, and at worst, he's trying to flood the subreddit with copyright notices to try to...
There used to be a time around here where it was gay even if you were legitimately striking someone. Even if it wasn't false, you would still, like, get, like, eyebrows raised at you. You would still get shit from people. I mean, just, like, what's happened here, man? What the fuck? Now it's, like, awesome. It's like he's going John Wick mode, suing these guys, and, like, everyone wants their, like, revenge porn. Everyone loves a story. Everybody naturally loves a story where the tables get turned and somebody gets to get their revenge, or somebody fucks around and finds out. Everyone loves that. The thing is, though, here, despite that being sold to you about what's happening here, it just fucking isn't. It just isn't. It's a guy constantly going on the offense, inevitably invoking the wrath of the internet in its darkest corners, and then crying. And then it's just like that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and it never fucking ends.
Trigger an automatic ban. Nicholas Deorio has been covering all things Ethan Klein and even Snark for months, so he definitely sees things like this when they pop up, and we do know that he is specifically aware of this story.
I mean, he has copyright struck a literal subreddit. I wouldn't put it past him at all. What the fuck, dude?
But Nick also knows that this story is a problem, because if he covers it honestly, it might involve criticizing Ethan. And if he criticizes Ethan, he could be risking his new association with H3. So Nick considers his options and decides that the best course of action is step 1, neglect. Simply neglect to cover stories that are unfavorable to Ethan Klein. If you don't talk about it, you don't have to take a position
True.
on it. And if you don't take a position on it, nobody can hold you accountable for having the wrong one. Sure, people might expect you to have strong opinions about somebody abusing DMCA.
YouTubers who abuse built-in support.
Or you give what's the term for it? I think there's like a specific term. It's like you give disproportionate coverage to scenarios that make Ethan look good and fit this narrative that's being constructed of like the victim that's turned the tables, the victim of unreasonable aggression that's turned the tables on the people that have come after him. You play up the stories and overtly cover the stories that fit that, and then you make very surface level concessions on like shit where if you were to accept it as completely true, wouldn't have a major detriment on Ethan's character. And then for the unavoidable shit, the stuff that Ethan has done that would unavoidably lead to a conclusion where the viewer would be walking away with a negative assessment of his character, you just don't cover it. You just don't cover it.
Multiple false copyright strikes. The issue regarding rapid
You could clip that.
Copyright abuse on the platform.
But that's their problem. Nobody controls your content. You don't have to cover anything.
And people are like, well, Nick, if you go by your principles, you defend these people. My principles don't say I ever have to cover anything on YouTube. They just say that's my principle. I can just go, yeah, dude, I think that this lawsuit is kind of dumb, and then cover something else that day if that's how I really feel. I don't have to defend you. I'm not going to.
See? You can keep talking about Hassan and Snark and H3. You just skip the parts that make Ethan look bad. And that is Nick's preferred way of navigating anything that paints Ethan in a negative light. It's clean. It's safe. Remember when Ethan used Michaela Rain's warm body as a prop for his anti-Snark campaign?
This was insane.
Nick, to this day, has never fully covered that story, despite indicating in passing that he disagreed with what Ethan did.
Save a fox, who killed herself.
He doesn't indicate it just in passing. I will push him on this shit in private. I will push him on this shit in private when we were talking. And he will. This is why, at that point in time, if you're to watch my streams, I'd be on stream like, Nick's like reasonable behind the scenes. Nick's reasonable behind the scenes. Because behind the scenes, when I'd bring this shit up to him, he would act reasonable, receptive to it, and claim that like, or the other thing he would do is he would rely on the fact that all of his like takes are behind 6-hour VODs to be like, that was a horrible voice crack, dude, to be like, oh, well, like you just didn't see it. You just didn't see where I gave my take on that. And he knows you're not gonna be able to fucking watch it because it's hidden behind like a 6-hour members only VOD. And if you were to actually watch it, it's probably something that like briefly got mentioned in passing as opposed to like a substantial hard hitting criticism of Ethan like he'd like to lead you to, you know, believe.
From on a Snark sub. It is crazy, and
yeah, I completely disagree with this.
Reddit does nothing.
And that was it. He avoided ever saying anything about Ethan directly, which is also what he did with the DMCA story for months. But avoidance kind of has a shelf life. You can't just do it forever. Eventually, something will come up on stream that you can't just look away from. And when that happens, Nick proceeds to step 2, ignorance. Nick is streaming. He's covering Ethan or iDubbbz, and probably.
I mean, I'm curious. I wish I could ask him this myself right now. I can't because I am not colluding with this guy. I have given out leaks repeatedly that have been of detriment to his public image and character, right? I've stopped potential ops he's trying to, etc. But I'm blocked by this guy. But if I wasn't, what I'd love to ask him is, you know, Nick, what do you think is the most hard-hitting criticism that you've given of Ethan on stream since the start of the EHD drama? If he gives us the example of what his most hard-hitting criticism against Ethan was, the proof that he's like not sides cucked and he's not compromised, I guarantee you it would just be nothing. It would literally be nothing. But asking him for specifics, would put him on the spot, like asking him for the worst example, like the most hard-hitting example, he wouldn't be able to like bullshit his way out of that.
Some kind of a penis joke.
When he said discipline, for some reason I thought it was like my dick. It sounds like they're talking about like their fucking cock, which is iconically the size of iDubbbz' penis. This guy's trying to suck his own dick. Get on your knees and suck dick. Cradle their balls, suck my own cock. Suck my cock. Penis, 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 penis.
Jesus. Anyway, something pops up on screen, something Nick has been trying to avoid, but he's already been doing that for quite a while. He can't make it obvious that he's been hiding from a story, but thankfully, he still doesn't really need to say anything bad about Ethan. Not yet. He can simply choose to remain ignorant about the topic. Easy. You haven't looked into it. You don't know enough yet. You're still waiting on more information.
Looking into this.
Let's go. July of last year, Nick is reacting to this video by Paige Christie about Ethan's war on H3 Snark. Note that this is 7 months after the DMCA story originally became public. Here, Nick summarizes his coverage of the situation to this point.
But the rumor was he was striking people who are doing market replacement type content where it's like intentionally pushing views away from original content. So that was all that I'd said, was if that's the case, that's probably like fine. And again, I was waiting for a formal video to break this down, or I was waiting for Ethan to announce a lawsuit. We mentioned this like fucking multiple times. I was waiting to see what would actually get taken down.
Okay, but the problem here is that this was a breakdown video. The breakdown video is on screen right now. The documentation from Ethan's own attorneys is publicly available in that video, along with some examples of what was getting struck. But does Nick take the few minutes he would need to learn about that information? No. In fact, he never even reacted to this video.
The worst part about the waiting for more info types is like that they've acted like Nick will be provided with an adequate amount of information regarding a situation where if he covers it, it will hurt a narrative of his. He'll claim he needs more to cover it, but the amount of information presently available about that situation far exceeds the amount of presently available information that was out in situations where he negatively covered like Ethan's enemies or people that negatively covering them would be favorable to his narrative. It's an arbitrary, the looking for more info, create essentially just like pushes it to later without any like clearly defined boundary of when you're going to cover it, so you could never be like held accountable. There can always be new info coming out, right? The question it like you could just use this cope hypothetically for forever to never have to cover something.
He only pulled up this small snippet while covering a completely different topic, and Nick made sure the whole time to performatively remind his viewers how little he wanted to watch Paige's video.
I hope they all find employment soon. Paige Christie. You escaped being a segment a couple of months ago, Paige Christie. Did you make a Snark defense video that we never actually got around to watch? This one. Klein. I got 2 seconds. You can tell I got 2 seconds into it.
It's pretty unsurprising to me that Paige escaped becoming a segment on Nick's channel. You see,
he said this to me too after I fell out with him. He said on his stream, he's like, when he was getting accused of sweeping, when the drama was happening with Chud, he was like, or when he was getting accused of sweeping for Tom, he's like, if anything, I swept for Aiden. I could have done a segment on him and I didn't, or whatever. And it's like a segment on me. I don't even have anyone in my fucking chat right now. You were gonna do a segment on me? I'm a nobody. I mean, you could if you wanted to. It's like, I'm scared of that, but I'm a nobody.
in situations
I
like
escaped the segment.
This, Nick isn't actually waiting on more information. He's waiting for the story to go away. Sometimes he'll be scrolling around on stream, and Nick might accidentally stumble upon some of that information that he's supposedly waiting on.
Okay. Do this or get sued. Your only option to avoid litigation. You provide our office with all correspondence you had with
I know you're here, Starfish, my #1 fan. #1.
moderators of H3 Snark. Oh, so I guess this is happening now.
And
This is
Kalora
happening.
Vetla, my
H3 Snark
#2
Uh-oh,
fan.
that letter looks kind of bad for Ethan, doesn't it? How will Nick respond?
Keep in mind that federal court filings are public. Anyone performing a simple Google search on you, let alone background check, will discover this information. You have until March 25th, 2025 at 5 p.m. to agree to these terms. So I don't know when this was sent. Noah Sampson made a community.
He just streams past it. No curiosity, no interest in learning more about it. We just move on. He's choosing to remain ignorant about the story.
But listen, guys, a few people can make waves. Okay, it's not about the amount of people there, it's the quality of the people there. Like, do the people there clip, perchance? Clippers, anybody? Streamer, at Exiled Aiden, does blank, says blank on the blank drop. You know, stuff like that. That's cool. It's cool.
Going back to Michaela Reigns, this was his playbook also.
I'm not going to cover this story because I feel like there's a ton of misinformation coming out about it. Supposedly this was related to a Snark. Apparently the husband's saying it has other... I don't know. A lot of people are making huge sweeping assessments based off this person's suicide.
A lot of people. Like who, Nick? And that's bad, right, Nick?
I'm not going to sit here and speculate on it. Yeah, I don't know. Realistically, I'm not going to
I absolutely spoke to him about this one. And he agreed with me on this one in private. I don't know if he wiped our DMs, but on my end, I wonder if any of this occurred over DMs.
Super deep into an unrelated story to try to investigate on how she died. So that's my stance on that position. What else do we got here?
It's not an unrelated story. It's part of Ethan's entire justification for trying to eliminate Snark communities from the internet. This is something Nick has been agreeing with and pushing for months. But because Ethan is the one making the claims about Michaela's death, he all of a sudden doesn't have enough information. We just don't know. I'm not going to speculate. It's not even relevant. This stuff works pretty well on a lot of people. Between these first two steps, Nick can generally do extremely one-sided coverage and cater to a very specific audience without much worry about anybody caring or maybe even noticing. Except when they do. Eventually, people do start noticing. And when they do...
Can you say hello to nephew Asian as well, mister? We having on stream in family TV like regular. Hi, nephew Asian. I'm Aiden.
Nick moves to step 3. Contingency. People are starting to notice. Something's off. They're watching Nick's coverage, and they're thinking, huh, this guy never criticizes...
I'll say this about Kilo. There is this genre of people that thinks to have, like, the most things happening they think having the most things happening on screen is like good editing, to include as many edits as possible. Good editing is just making something that looks good. It doesn't matter how fucking complex it is, right? I like that he didn't go overboard with the editing and stock to just like a key aesthetic that works. The muted color scheme, etc. Not going overboard with the effects. It's unique. It's simplistic. Your eyes aren't being like constantly like drawn all over the place by like typing over here and glitch effects over there and shit. It's good.
Ethan. It's almost like he's sweeping, which is a suggestion that Nick doesn't take too kindly to.
The big sweep might be on.
So this guy stuck a dagger right into my neck the minute we stopped talking. I love this. I'm gonna implicate that you're sweeping, and yeah, so I'm gonna like rape you in the ass on this one.
You see, Nick works pretty hard at trying to present himself as the guy who always has the correct...
Can you imagine if Deorio walked a day in my shoes, man? Like, I saw the Chud clip on him, like, that was like nothing. This is like what someone says about me on a Friday night. What, like I can't imagine going through the world being that thin-skinned. I would have killed myself. I was as thin-skinned as this fucking guy did. Holy shit.
Take. He can't really have...
Like, the Chud comment was like, actually, I can't imagine, I can't conceptualize walking away from that and being like, anything more than like a little like mildly annoyed and maybe having like a humorous or facetious jab at Chud over it like in private or whatever. I mean, have you seen what Queeman says about me on stream? I'm cool with Queeman, right? Have you seen what like, you know, it's like I can't imagine like living like this.
People calling his credibility or honesty into question, not just because he needs to protect his brand, but also because he's extremely sensitive. So he does what any good liar does when they start feeling pressure. He starts making sure that he has a way out, a contingency plan. The trick is knowing when to do it. You don't just criticize Ethan at random. You wait for a moment where it's easy and safe to appear critical. Something minor, a slight disagreement or a half criticism, anything you can have on record to point to, so you can say that you're impartial. To this point, Nick has neglected to cover the DMCA story, as well as the lawsuit against Stage 3.
Yes, so put him on the spot. Put him on the spot. Say, okay, if you're somebody that regularly criticizes Ethan, what is the most damaging or hardest criticism you've given of him since the EHD drama? Right? It won't be able to like get lost amongst one example of a million. It will be what he considers the worst, the hardest hitting, right? So it's not like, it was just light for this one particular drama. If he considers it the worst, then it would be worse than any other criticism he's given of Ethan, and surely would be very detrimental and substantive and hard hitting, right? If he's truly this reasonable moderate, where that just like conveniently has just been clipped out of content, we can't find any clips of him not sweeping for Ethan, right? If I were still talking to him, I would absolutely ask him for that.
Snark, and he's also chosen to remain ignorant about the details.
I haven't covered two things. What do you think?
Parry's worse in behavior, but Deorio is worse overall just by sheer like influence right now. Like obviously, like one is going to be way more damaging than the other when one is like a fucking lol cow, like with like no audience. Well, actually an audience of 2 people, 2 of the biggest fucking morons alive. And like actually 3 people. There's also a pedophile there. But and then the other is like Deorio, like, you know, the Parry's worse in tactics. Deorio is in terms of like overall damages by result of influence, probably worse, right?
There's the
and I don't like saying that. $5 from Plants. Thank you so much, Plants. Hi, Aiden. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well. Much appreciated. That brings us like a quarter of the way to stream the goal. Thank you, Plants.
2 things I haven't really covered. One being the lawsuit against the Snark subreddits.
But he also knows that the story's not just going to go away. So at some point along the way, he starts hedging.
Twitch streamers have been DMCAing streamable links and Reddit posts for like a decade. It was extremely common for them to be striking clips. And no, it's not cool.
Why would we... every bad behavior we've ever been we've criticized online has been probably done by people for decades, if not centuries. Whenever I criticize somebody for lying, I don't need to sit here and like, okay, I did say this earlier, but it wasn't because I was criticizing someone for lying. We were emphasizing this point. I forgot why I even said it. But like, whenever someone's lying, I don't need to say, people have been lying for like forever. Who cares? Like, obviously, like, just because people have been doing something for a while, that's like not at play here, and we would never put it into play unless you were trying to minimize. Like, the only times you make bad acts like this, like, relative to such, like when you're going out of your way to, like, for no reason at all, when you don't do this in other dramas, make it, like, relative or whatever, you're just sweeping. We never emphasize, oh, people have been falsely accusing people for millennia or whatever, whenever we're covering someone who falsely accused someone.
We didn't think it was cool when Dark Viper struck the clip of him getting mad at Among Us. When you're just doing 30-second clips, 40-second clips, and if that was what Ethan was striking down, if they weren't supposed to be market substitutes for segments like, don't give the stream the view, watch it here, yeah, I mean, that's kind of shitty, that's kind of cringy.
For Nick, this type of statement is an escape hatch. It's a hypothetical criticism where he doesn't actually commit to anything. If that's what Ethan was doing, it would be kind of cringy. Like,
nice catch.
Actually giving his opinion on the topic, but the statement is on the record now. If anyone accuses Nick of sweeping for Ethan, he now has this clip he can point to and say, see, I did disagree with Ethan all along. He did the same thing when Ethan went after
Yes, he does it in private too. Yes, he has his token clip. And if it doesn't look or seem that bad, you would just think, oh, that's just because the drama didn't call for something that's... So ask him, Nick, what is the worst criticism you've given of Ethan? The hardest hitting since the start of the drama.
sponsors, something Nick has loudly opposed for years.
I'm not a supporter of targeting anyone's revenue. I think it can damage the entire landscape.
But listen to Nick's attitude on this behavior now.
I'm not in favor of attacking sponsors. I haven't used my audience specifically to go push
But like, if you want to do it, it's like, I don't really care. I'm not going to pretend to care.
Further like that. I don't like that stuff. Realistically, there's not much of a way to hold Twitch to account. The weird double standard that Hassan gets for all of his friends. This is a corrupt platform, and I think it does need to be destroyed. That's my personal opinion. I don't agree with Dan Saltman's methods to target sponsors the way that he has. I agree a bit more with the way that Ethan did it because he was targeting TwitchCon, going over like the panel that they approved. But like, this site was always going to have an adpocalypse. This was happening either way.
Didn't Dan Saltman literally try to incite one off of a, like, built off of a lie? Built off of a lie that, like, Twitch was, like, committing, like, an e-holocaust by, like, just, like, banning, like, Jewish people from using it or whatever. And, like, it turns out, actually, you just couldn't create new accounts in Israel, nor could you create new accounts in the Palestinian territories either. So, although I'm a little bit, like, skeptical of, like, the policy of not letting people create new accounts in times of war, it, like, wouldn't make sense to implement that policy if it's also, if, like, they're supposedly doing it just to get back at Israel, if it's also going to silence Palestinians, right, from having their own content get out there when they create accounts.
It's this weird half condemnation where he presents like he still has his older, more principled position.
I'm not in favor of that. True. Clippers, my non-existent clip. The first person to actually fucking clip something on this stream, I will make out with you.
Attacking sponsors.
But literally everything else he says goes against it.
This is a corrupt platform, and I think it does need to be destroyed. This was happening either way.
You're not against targeting sponsors, Nick. You're supporting it. You're just playing both sides so you can defend yourself no matter what. Nick actually does this all the time. He gives these mealy-mouthed, tepid, half-baked criticisms, where he's not really fucking saying anything meaningful, but then he'll go and point to them later as evidence that he's unbiased. Junk Drawer Gaming, a small commentary channel, helped identify this pattern in a recent video pointing out the massive holes in Nick's coverage.
Whoa! Whoa!
Specifically, the fact that
every shitter is getting included, man. Every shitter is eating good.
he had never directly addressed Ethan exploiting Michaela's death.
I'm in here. We got Junk in here. Wendy's getting a mention. Who's it going to be next?
Despite boldly disagreeing with Ethan on this over 6 months later, Nick still has never addressed Ethan weaponizing this woman's death to bolster his campaign to remove his detractor base from the internet.
And Nick's response, predictably, was to claim
this video was essentially partly produced by Icy Chat because my mods tortured Junk Drawer into releasing his video, or else he was going to take forever and never upload it. Very base.
He had, in fact, already criticized Ethan for this, but he can't possibly be referring to this.
I'm not going to cover this story because I feel like there's a ton of misinformation coming out about it.
Or this.
Yeah, I completely disagree.
Green could have gotten a shout out, but he's a bed blob. True.
So this supposed criticism must be this.
If we're going to make a critique towards Ethan, the one that sticks in the back of my mind, I think we covered it briefly.
No, you didn't.
There was a clip that came out. Was it someone killed themselves on Reddit or something?
Okay, already. Why does it seem like he's just pretending to not remember the details of the story?
And they were blaming like a Snark subreddit that did it?
No, not they. Ethan. Ethan was the main person pushing this talking point.
But then a couple hours later, once people did research, it realistically didn't have anything to do with, or it didn't play a large role in what happened to that person. Like the Snark community was extremely small, and then it kind of got pushed into like, this is the danger of Snark communities or whatever.
It got pushed. It got pushed. You mean Ethan pushed it? Ethan exploited a woman's death for his own personal benefit. But Nick will never say those words. He'll instead say things like this.
I think like maybe waiting to kind of see how things turn out before jumping on that would benefit everybody.
So Nick's key criticism of Ethan was actually just him giving—
I'm gonna have to watch Queeman's segment where he goes and like and leaks the he doesn't leak them because I told him, I said to him, post, feel free to like post. We had this conversation earlier. I said post, feel free to use anything, right? Because I was helping him with the timeline and everything. I am going to be so angry if this was presented in a way that like leaves it open-ended as to whether or not I was colluding with Nick. I'm gonna be so fucking mad, dude. I can't take it anymore.
general advice on how it will be good for everybody to do more patient research, and he avoids saying that Ethan did anything wrong. And now he's waving it around as proof that he's not a complete hack, and he's just hoping nobody goes back and checks. But by this point, the criticism is starting to mount. People aren't just asking about Ethan, they're asking about Nick. And that's a different kind of problem, because you can't exactly sweep criticism of yourself under the rug. You can either address it, or you can kill it. Nick is starting to feel some heat. People are asking questions, such as why the guy who built his career on things like standing up against copyright abuse is suddenly silent when Ethan Klein does it. And every criticism of Ethan that goes unanswered is a criticism of Nick for not answering it. And he's aware of that. So when Nick runs cover for Ethan, he's running cover for himself too. People are talking about him, and Nick's go-to way of dealing with it is to do absolutely anything he can to simply disrupt the conversation, change the subject and make it about something else, reframe the attacks and make them sound completely different. Anything he can do to just kill the criticism. His favorite tactic is, instead of actually responding to things, he'll just try to flip them around on the person making the point.
Why did none of these people speak up against— I don't even understand. None of these people spoke up against Bad Empanada when he struck my Twitter 3 times? Are you serious? That's so crazy, guys. It's almost like they're team sports.
The criticism is about Ethan, Nick. Nobody was asking if everyone else is being consistent. What do you think about what Ethan is doing? But Nick still uses this move literally all the time.
And if that was what Ethan was striking down, if they weren't supposed to be market substitutes for segments like, don't give the stream the view, watch it here, I mean, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of cringy. But none of these people operate in like the same world, I guess. Bad Empanada striking a clip of a video that I own most of the content of, that's fine because Nick Deorio is bad. But Ethan Klein doing it is horrible because Ethan Klein is trying to censor people. By the way, I'm gonna need every single person who has the take on stream that going after sponsors is bad. I'm gonna need their takes audited. I wanna know what they said 5 years ago about Keemstar. I wanna know what they said about Pokimane. I need their take on all these situations to know if they're just sweeping. But the rumor was he was striking people who were doing market replacement type content. So that was all that I'd said. Was if that's the case, that's probably like fine. No, he's not. I'd say that would be fair also.
But why do we need to rely on ifs? Do we still need to rely on ifs when like the evidence was out there?
What he's doing. I have a question. So what is Paige Christie's current position on the Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron lawsuits? Are we going to maintain this position? I'm just curious, because I feel like mine's fairly consistent. Are we going to maintain this position that that would be fair also? I'm just wondering.
Clearly, instead of actually engaging with what's being said and potentially saying anything bad about Ethan, Nick would rather just aimlessly hypocrisy hunt. Anything to avoid being honest. Another one of Nick's favorite maneuvers is to just completely change what's being said about him. Like when people point out his totally biased coverage.
And most of these guys have been doing the Ethan Klein. Oh, Nick, you cover Ethan Klein too much. I'm sorry, I have 3 segments from the last stream. Would you like me to post a 7-hour video instead? I gotta cut it up to pieces. Dude, it's the Great War being fought on the battlefield of like, I don't—
like, why can't you just own the basic shit, dude? Like, I would even, when I was charitable to him, I'd even give him like 1 million outs. I'd say like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious that like, you know, you're obviously like, this doesn't mean you're outright lying, but like, you're obviously like partially motivated and like your coverage of this, like, cause like the recent success rate, he couldn't even like own that. He couldn't even own that, like, yeah, maybe the numbers have some influence over like what you're covering. Like even the most basic shit, the most basic criticisms, the most basic observations, he was unwilling to actually take the L on.
I don't care about Ethan Klein anymore and I'm lashing out. I said I was so caught off guard by you saying that I was loyal to Ethan to a fault because we had spoken about this topic and I didn't realize you thought that I was a principleless sellout. It completely caught me off guard. I interpreted at the time as you being upset that EHD was a content black hole where no other stories were getting attention and you were holding me almost personally responsible.
So this is the, oh, you just think I'm talking about Ethan too much. No, it's not just that. If you're just talking about Ethan and it was, you know, fair, whatever. There's obviously a criticism that I've got of, seems like you've been very favorable towards Ethan a lot, to a fault, you know?
So when someone says your coverage of Ethan is dishonest, Nick pretends they're saying, that Nicholas Deorio guy, he talks about Ethan Klein too much. He's responding to a criticism that literally nobody made, and simultaneously trying to make his detractors sound very, very stupid. And if anyone is simply 100 IQ enough to see through all of this, friends or colleagues who might want to challenge Nick on his behavior, Nick just cuts them off, kills the conversation entirely.
Guys, key update. Nicholas Deorio has now blocked me on Twitter. Nicholas Deorio has now officially blocked me on Twitter.
He's not interested in maintaining any friendships. He's not interested in defending his viewpoints. He's not interested in being an honest creator. He's only interested in one thing: being a yes man. All of these little tactics and maneuvers that Nick pulls, those aren't the goal. The goal was always to find a way to become the #1 Ethan Klein ball washer.
Remember when this was like the worst thing ever? Remember when all these guys like Ethan Klein can't take criticism?
Are we gonna do like an analysis of when the plan first began? I'm wondering when the moment, because you guys have to remember, I was like gone for a year. In between, there was this would have been, the biggest mistake I ever made was leaving streaming when I did. the biggest mistake I ever fucking made, because I wanted my own community. I came back and tried to build it in like 2023, 2024. We were streaming to like as many people as we're streaming now on like our top streams and shit. And it just didn't work. And I was getting like we were having the commentary sector wars or whatever. And I was just getting all this flack, like on Augie and Tom's behalf, because Augie wasn't around. Deorio it was me and Lyrics were the only ones that were streaming. Deorio was a regular caller on both of our streams. There was such a, like the market was free for the taking, and I leave right before Mama Max happens. Me and Lyrics are getting like, similar viewership at one point, just completely like overpassing me the year I come back because the Mama Max shit. I left literally right before that.
Because they're posting shit saying you should watch this as an alternative to his
but
actual
like
content.
my question is in between then, like when did this really start?
Now we're just striking clips again. This is Bad Empanato all over again. These guys total hypocrites, dude. Total fucking hypocrites. It was insane.
Did you notice what happened there? 9 months have passed. Nick has never meaningfully covered the copyright strikes or the filings for the lawsuit against H3 Snark. But all of a sudden, in the middle of one of his classic pointless hypocrisy hunts, Nick blurts out his actual stance on the topic, and to no one's surprise, it's just Ethan's side of things.
They're posting shit saying you should watch this as an alternative to his actual content. These guys total hypocrites, dude. It was insane.
It is insane. I thought you were waiting on more information, Nick. The truth is, there never is more information that Nick is waiting on. Nick isn't waiting for anything.
Yes,
he's just working.
Nicholas,
yes. Saying you were waiting for more information is fucking useless. All that does is allow you to decide when you're going to cover it with no way to like verify if you're choosing to deliberately avoid it or not as a result of any inherent bias. Because waiting for more information could always be applicable. There is always potentially more information on something. Okay, we're still getting more information on fucking Rome. Like, the question is there enough information here for you to at least give a surface level even if there's not a lot of information about something, I'll still cover it. I'll just say, right, I'm going to need to see more before we come to a solid conclusion, but it's looking like, or it seems like, you could just do that. Nobody's asking you with no information to just like to just go like ride for a fucking take that like could possibly have something come out where you'll be proven completely wrong and look like a jackass. But you can still cover things in a way that doesn't completely uncritically adopt the unsubstantiated position that isn't completely supported by presently available information. It's just cope. It's just an excuse to run forever because you get to really set when enough information has been out there for you to be able to cover it.
Deorio, the Pope, is in chat. He says the Godzilla collab is sick. My Teddy Fresh order has shipped.
Like, all you need to do here is look at situations he's covered about IDubbbz and Anissa, compare the amount of information that was out about those situations at the time, and then compare that to situations where he said he didn't have enough information, and how much information was available on those situations at the time. Because I guarantee you, he is going to have gone and ran with and covered things off of a lot less information than, I don't even need to guarantee it. I don't need to guarantee it. He literally will publicly give opinions before he has enough aristocracy. When the skulls got sent, she was like, and you know what the worst part is? They sent 2 skulls. Ethan has 2 kids. This was clearly a threat against the lives of his kids or whatever. And then Deorio was like, wow, I didn't even consider that. What? And someone's like, well, Ethan has 3 kids. That doesn't really make sense. Deorio's fine running with shit with no info. It's just, is that shit going to hurt a preconceived narrative he has or not? And if it will, the looking for more information phase could just take forever or never happen.
Oh my god, Saint Nicholas.
The most notable example of this is Nick's readiness to defend Ethan's lies about Denim's chat during the CPS story.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were...
No, it's this, I think when you full screen it... No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full...
And then he plays the clip where Ethan explicitly tells you, okay, that they clipped the chat, and it's like a fucking cutout of it.
Chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think. Yeah.
And like, it's directly explained to you in the stream what exactly this is.
No, it's not. But it doesn't matter. Nick isn't watching this clip to evaluate whether it's true or form an honest opinion. He's watching the clip to find a way to push Ethan's bullshit, and his instinct is just to adopt whatever's being presented on screen without really analyzing or looking into it. I mean, the Snark lawsuits and copyright strikes, these things are key components of Ethan Klein's narrative over the last couple of years. Why do you think Nick was waiting so long to cover them?
So Ethan Klein, if he goes on like an anti-Semite doxing spree.
I think it was a really good decision on Kyloonics' end. I thought it was a really good decision to he's basically breaking down what Nick does strategically, as it works in a step-by-step process, how you could look out for it in any situation, as opposed to doing a entire segment where you're just going after every single time he's fucked up, right? Because you've now created essentially a guide for analyzing future Nick situations. And I think this is like an engaging way to go about it that like would distinguish it from like your run-of-the-mill like drama video, to actually strategically break down like what it is he's doing and how he's doing it. How am I'm getting mentioned here?
I mean, that's gotta look so bad.
I'm gonna mention Augie
for
tips.
everyone that promotes the fuck out of him. Nick Deorio, this is looking pretty bad, bro. What
How's he gonna sweep this one up? How is Nick gonna...
Why am I getting it?
Fuck out of him.
AGP4L? What?
Anti-Semite doxing spree. I mean, that's gotta look so bad for everyone.
Did Hassan watch this on stream? Is AGP4L gonna be canon on a Hassan stream?
That promotes the fuck out of him. Nick Deorio, this is looking pretty bad, bro. What
How's he gonna sweep this one up? How is he gonna sweep for...
You gotta do something about this tonight, man.
I haven't covered 2 things with Ethan Klein, but I'll just give you kind of my rundown with them, because I intend to cover them, but I'm trying to space this shit out, because it was just so much back-to-back.
Right, yes, of course.
One being the lawsuit against the Snark subreddits. I do have a tweet about it. I feel like I'm going to end up on the side of being opposed at this point from what I've seen so far, principally opposed to what he's doing, but I think there are ways that he can win me. I need to see exactly what he's doing.
Oh my god, dude, this is the whole, like, this is why ask him for the most hard, like, if everyone is misread, like, because he always relies on the, oh, people don't watch because it's hidden behind these, etc., etc. Let him pick the example. Let him pick an example that will attest to every other clip, so you don't need to find every individual example. Let him give you what he thinks his worst criticism, or like his most hard-hitting criticism of Ethan is, because that will tell you everything you need to know about all the other clips that you're never going to see, and whether they exist or not, or whether he's exaggerating them or not, because they're hidden behind a trillion hours of like VODs that are all members only, right? That I should have done that, dude. I should have asked him that.
I haven't watched his video about it. I intend to do it all at once. I think he says 2 weeks now until the lawsuit drops. So we will be taking a look at that.
Nick didn't say that because he was open to criticizing Ethan. He said it because his friend Augie reminded him that old commentary audiences were still watching, and Nick doesn't want those people to know that he was never actually the guy he pretends to be. Because if he ever actually looked at Ethan or Hassan honestly, by his own principles, the foundation of his entire channel, he would have to side against Ethan, but that's not an option. So instead, Nick just doesn't look. The thing about Nicholas Deorio, though, is that none of these things are technically lies. They're very Weasley, he's very slimy and intellectually dishonest, but he's not exactly lying. The lie is Nick doing all this stuff and then presenting himself as principled.
Do you have any actual principles at all? No, none of these people have any principles. It's not fun to be a principled streamer at this point.
His entire persona is the lie.
The hypocrisy hunting is going to be extremely difficult for me to navigate, because publicly I said that if a reactor doesn't react to your content, you should strike them. I said I'm against YouTuber lawsuits for the most part, but I do find it increasingly difficult to care about a Twitch streamer getting sued. The things that we have been saying for the last 5 years, if they had just been listened to at all and people made the slightest bit of effort, there'd be nothing here for Ethan to sue over.
This entire thing is an attempt to silence creators that he doesn't like and to silence people he doesn't like.
I mean, like, yeah, like on there, like there's fault to go around on all ends here, but it's like, this is Ethan's choice. It's not like his like hand is being forced. It was ultimately his choice, and he's doing something that negatively affects everyone.
Yeah, that's the best part of this, is that he scared a bunch of Redditors into shitting themselves and shutting an entire subreddit down. Go type in...
This is what I'm talking... It's like the appeal to like revenge porn. Once again, sorry, I don't mean revenge porn in the sense of like leaking like nudes to someone without their consent. I mean like, you know, feel-good stories about revenge. Everyone likes a revenge story. Everyone likes a tables turn story. Everybody likes to watch the victim own the victimizer, right? And they play into this narrative constantly, and it's just not true. It's just not true. This is a guy that's like voluntarily like going and seeking everyone out to pick up fights and then crying victim.
Snark, and go read what they wrote about Deorio and tell me how much I should feel bad for them that these little fucking rat fucks had to sit and cry and get scared for the night where they thought the big mean Ethan Klein lawsuit was gonna be in the mail the next day.
Well, that's the funny thing about principles, right? Doesn't necessarily matter if the isolated example is to your benefit or not, because if it's a principle and you stand by your principles, whether or not you like the people involved isn't really gonna matter, is it?
Oh, this guy sucks. Nobody is asking you to feel bad for anybody. They're just asking if you think Ethan is doing something wrong. But this is exactly what Nick does. He actively runs away from having principles. And if he were just your average unprincipled grifter, I mean, that would be bad enough. But the thing that really makes Nick so contemptible is that he's also just a total fucking loser. I mean, not only is he so sensitive that it's literally a meme to be blocked by Nicholas Deorio on Twitter.
He blocked me. I've never spoken to this man in my life, Nick Deorio.
Oh, he does that. He does that. Yeah,
I haven't talked to him.
And not only is he this gross, cackling, nasally weirdo.
Because that's probably what he was until his girlfriend touched his penis. Remember, weight can be lost. Hair.
I don't get the blocking thing, man. I just don't. You're creating like a personal enemy out of everyone because these people take block. Like people, the chatters are so retarded. They do believe that like maybe he is doing this, but like when Nick blocks someone, I've said this before. These people believe he manually blocked them personally. They take it. Now they have now they have personal skin in this game. They're not just a viewer observing from the bylines. They now feel personally slighted. So their investment in any drama involving you goes up tenfold because you've given them a reason to take personal. I think it's like obvious, like it's gay, right? But you've given them, you've gone from people that would have been critics or snarkers to people who are like A-logging you, essentially, who just want to watch you fall.
Could be grown back, but your body's ravaged for it. Listen, but you gotta smile more. You know, just give them a little bit more of a smile. That would go a long way with the men watching.
But on top of all that stuff, he's also a total moron. Like, he admits he doesn't know anything about politics.
I'm not a political fucking streamer. I don't know anything about politics. I'm horrible at politics. I've been coasting.
So why the fuck would
He's the only like, he throws around his ignorance of politics like it's a point to be proud of. And when I was cool with him, I criticized him for this. Like, it's not like... It's like you can't... Like, you can admit... Like, for example... I will tell you guys what I don't know about. I don't know shit about economics. It's why I don't take on economics debates, right? If I'm talking politics, I don't really delve into economics that much. I know absolutely nothing about economics, which I know is like ironic, of course. But like, I don't like, if I was like actively covering a situation that required me to know about economics, I would make an active effort to like at least learn the background info of what I was covering so that I could have an understanding of and form an accurate conclusion while I was doing it. If I was unwilling to do that, I just wouldn't cover it. I don't know, like in his community, ignorance of something is something to fucking brag about. That's something you should be ashamed of. Not, I mean, to a minor level. Like, the question is, are you ignorant of something and then are you willing to learn when you find out about it? His problem is he understands that he knows nothing about the geopolitical context, right? And he's mocked me. Clipped Live has mocked me for saying this. They're like, no, Deorio, you don't understand. Aiden's right. You need to know every intricacy of the geopolitical situation. Like, mocking me here. But Nick's own lack of geopolitical has caused him to have the wrong take in certain dramas. His take about fucking Hassan supposedly threatening Ela when Hassan was actually talking about IDF soldiers who were presently in the West Bank being valid military targets, which wouldn't affect Ela, who's not a member of the IDF anymore and in Bel Air, right? Nick not understanding the context of the West Bank and like why that has to be, why that like their status as like legitimate military targets or not is something that's emphasized, right? Nick didn't understand that, which caused him to have the wrong conclusion. I informed him of this through my stream. He then comes onto his stream with the correct opinion, pretends like that was his opinion the whole fucking time. And then after crediting me for, he changes his opinion, then credits me for it. And then months later, pretends like he had the right opinion the whole time. And that I was not actually the one that convinced him of that, even though I then found the tweet where he's crediting me for convincing him of that, which then caused him to take things private.
Wouldn't ever listen to him talk about anti-Semitism.
So this is an event that was headlined by Bosch to platform Zog, and apparently they didn't tell Zog that like Progressive Victory sent out like America's newest lolicon. Do you not know what Zog is? I think that's literally the guy's name.
Nick is kind of like one of those background characters from old high school movies. He's like that unnamed idiot that follows around the main idiot and like forces out laughs at their jokes.
Oh, McFly, your shoes are dying. Don't be so gullible, McFly. Okay. I want to see you in here. Okay.
Like, this is really all who Nick is. He's literally this guy. Yet somehow, this very stupid, wheezing, uncharismatic, dishonest blob of a guy made more money in donations last year than fucking Candace Owens. And he did that by at some point realizing that you can turn Ethan Good, Hassan Bad into a full-time job. But the Nicky D system still isn't complete. Not yet.
He is charismatic. No, Deorio is absolutely charismatic, but that's like what makes him like effectively dishonest, right? He relies on charisma over knowledge, or he relies on his charisma and over his points on substance or having like knowledge about something, right? The problem is his charisma is all he has.
Nick looks around. He sees Willie Mac's channel stagnating. He sees Tectone get a protective order granted against him. He sees Nux Taku get exposed for enabling grooming. He's looking down at which side of the aisle he's standing on, and he's panicking. So he starts worrying that he's possibly hitched his very large wagon to the wrong horse face. Nick's words, by the way, not mine.
Do you think Nick has already decided that he's wanted to jump ship and he just can't at this point? Like, I've always thought to myself, what's going to happen the day Deorio doesn't want to be doing this anymore? He doesn't want to be the guy that's like known for like being like the Ethan sweeper anymore. How is he going to ever get out of that? Let's say he has come to fucking Grace Mom one day. How is he ever going to get out of this position? He's not going to have a community to return to, like, alternatively, because everyone here hates him, right? He's not going to have, he's going to lose a big chunk from, he's going to lose the majority of his concurrent off of turning on Ethan, right? He'll still have a chunk remaining, but that will only last so long. Like, what does he reasonably do at this point?
And he starts laying the foundation for the final step in his system, the step that ties the whole thing together, and the one that will allow him to repeat the whole process again. Distance. He sees the writing on the wall, and in classic Nick fashion, he starts planning his exit.
I hate this. I hate Hassan Piker, and I hate these people more. I hate these people so much. They're like actually fucking insane. Dude, people will put me next to these people because I also criticize Hassan Piker. There is too much of this going on in the hating Hassan Piker community.
You're somebody whose the majority of your presence is negative coverage of Hassan and co, right? All of these other people, they're also known as the people who like regularly... The thing is about Hassan, even if you don't like him, there's not really a whole lot to cover, is there? Like, if I really wanted to make Hassan look bad, and like I would not be able to do as many streams as Nick does on him. There would be like, it would be maybe like a potentially good, like every month or more. Like, I just wouldn't have the... Same goes for iDubbbz, by the way. iDubbbz is like total non-tan. The dude's like a cringe cockroach, sure. But like, other than that, he's just not that interesting of a guy. Like, he's not like interestingly embarrassing, right? There's nothing like that would, in my mind, you know, motivate covering this person to this extent with the sort of list of other options you have out there.
It's fucking insane.
Nick can feel the ship sinking, and he's trying to make sure he has a clean way out before he goes down with it.
Yeah, this is why nobody can get held accountable.
I mean, like, how many times can you say fucking learned? The learned empathy clip, learned might not have been the right word. He should have said developed, not learned. But like anybody with like an IQ of like above 80 probably was able to understand, despite the difference of one word, what he was attempting to say. And with what iDubbbz was attempting to say, that is completely fucking reasonable. It's like common knowledge that your sense of empathy develops as you get older. Where do you think expressions like kids can be cruel, teenagers can be cruel, where do you think that comes from? Your sense of empathy is not as developed when you're younger, and sometimes non-existent for certain people, for certain groups of people, right? As you get older and experience more, your ability to understand the pain, feeling, etc., of groups that you hadn't previously been able to increases, especially by 30, right? There's nothing crazy about that statement.
Hassan Piker is bad.
Yeah, that is why no one gets held accountable, Nick. That's what my video is about. I'm glad we agree on at least one thing, but you don't get to be the one that points it out.
I'm starting to get blackpilled a little bit. I get why people hate EHD stuff. It has given so many people a voice who are just like subhuman wretches. I am awake and I can see these people. I hate them too.
Oh my god, who does this guy think he's fooling? These people, as if he's not one of them. You are like them, Nick. Not because you're a rapist or a
Those
pedophile
guys
or anything
over
like that,
there.
but because you're a liar, and you have massively profited off of doing the exact same thing that they are.
This is the dumbest hill for Ethan to die on? Snark clip chimping bullshit? I'm sorry, who let in the Hassan Piker fan? He got hit on the Zionist policy, and I don't know how I feel about this. On one hand, I find it hilarious. On the other hand, I find it hilarious. It's Zionist, but with Zionist, it has 3 parentheses around either side. Everyone just fucking hates Jews now. It's insane. Oh no, they blacklisted the guy who...
This isn't true! Where, like... This isn't... Dude, I can't, man. I can't. I have to be the one good PR spokesperson for the Jewish people against a sea of people. Dude. I am the only person that can steel man the Jews.
Supports terrorists. That's horrible. It's almost like Twitch has finally done something on their platform to moderate this abhorrent behavior. Like the levels of psychological warfare that we've reached for quote-unquote not liking Hassan Piker. Yeah, dude, we gotta take his kids away. A bunch of people use veiled anti-Semitism to attack Jews, specifically people he's friends with, and in some cases I would argue him. I don't agree with going after sponsors, but I kind of am. Her sponsor is Hassan Piker. Okay, so by going after Hassan Piker, I'm specifically targeting her income. Hassan Piker supports terrorists. I don't really understand what is the deceptive edit here. It's like maybe you shouldn't make yourself an extremely easy target while you're attacking this person's family. This is not even the first congressman that Hassan has jokingly told his audience to kill.
And now when he starts feeling public perception shifting ever so slightly away from him, he does what he's always done, and he starts trying to quietly pitter-patter away.
That's not even close to true, Benzem. Because any like persecution of Jews is they're like, you could argue, like, the thing is, leftists at the end of the day, the gripe is with Zionists, right? The gripe is with Zionists, even if that catches like a majority of Jews in the process of that, right? That's what the gripe relies on. The people that are going to be going against Jews is the right, and the right is like retarded, like cavemen that want to like parasites, they want to get the corporations, they want to advance the corporations at the dime of the working class American. The right will never win again. The right is just gonna fuck everything up so badly. The point will come where they never win again, inshallah.
Okay, maybe not so quietly. This is what he did with Bo Blacks. He did it with Destiny to an extent. He'll coast off of popular sentiment for as long as he can, and only when things get too hot will he then turn his back and pretend like he was principled the whole time.
And when people say that you're sweeping or you're doing this, I've literally taken about 7 of my friends and former associates out back and put a bullet in the back of their head, so I really don't care. I've literally executed half this fucking space, so.
And one day Nick will do this to Ethan too. The public pressure will get to be too much, he'll find a new audience to leech from, and he'll drop H3 and pretend he had a good reason for it. And when that happens, Ethan will realize that he was actually right.
It means we won't go. You're an Iranian living in Sweden. If you think that anybody that goes after Jesus and go after you next or first, I don't know what you're thinking, bro. Who's we?
Nick, several years ago.
You're going to the camps with me, little bro. We're gonna be on the train together.
This is what I mean. Yeah. You argue with people on the internet and you get charged up, and you've got to realize that you're probably talking to someone that looks like this. And what I mean by that is a pimply faced kid who, you know, he's a know-nothing. Like if I met this kid in real life, I would literally you wouldn't think twice about it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. But until then, Nick is going to do what he always does. He'll take his earnings, and then he'll try to scurry away from the consequences of what he had to do to get them. Kind of like a rodent. A very, very large rodent.
Wesley, what about the RUSs?
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
Nicholas Deorio gets the Rodent of Unusual Size Award.
Damn.
Ethan, do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny.
That's where that's our part. Is the Deorio segment over here? Yeah. Good. Very good. Very good. I must say. I think the creative decision to actually tactically break down what Nick does, as opposed to just descriptively covering what he has done in like chronological order or whatever, first of all, is engaging, right? It's going to be boring if we're going through every single Deorio drama situation, right? Over for the 1,000th time, which every other video does. To actually break it down to a step-by-step strategy, which would be useful for further analysis of future dramas involving Nick, is not only a choice that, in my opinion, makes the segment much more engaging, but it is one that makes the segment much more useful. And I think that was a very good choice on his end. I also like the visual editing. I like that he kept things aesthetically aligned with sort of the kind of muted look, whilst also like simplistic in a way that it's a good video so far, based on what I've seen. If you want to watch the full thing, please do so, if this is appealing to you at all. Because I am not trying to take away from the efforts of people that put in hard work to make videos like this. So please, go drop a like on his video. Okay. Anyways. I am Turkey taxi driver. I do not know about this. Anyways. Wait one sec here. We have some other stuff to cover. By the way, I know viewership's gonna be fucked today, but if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, great way to help us out is by dropping a like. Also, you could tip if you want. Another great way to help us out, there's Streamlabs Super Chat, all that good stuff. I need to make a cup of coffee since we're like halfway through. I tried to call Junk. Are you around? Are you around, Junk Drawer Gooning? Are you around? You around? Get an open live, little bro. Get an open live. Get an open live. Will you babysit my stream for 3 minutes?
Sure.
Thanks. Here's Junk Drawer Gaming, everybody.
Yeah, it's me. It's Junk Drawer Gaming. How's it going? You know, as seen in the Kilo video, they're saying that I might end up on Hassan. It'll be awesome. Green Presents. They call him Green Presents, and he doesn't even present anything. He just lusts after middle-aged women on Discord all night, into the morning. It's bad. It's bleak, actually. You have long COVID? Lock in. I don't know. Yeah. Famously seen in the Hassan video, Junk Drawer Gaming. Hello, Starfish Duder. They're arguing me in the Dickers Discord. It's bad. Dickers is completely compromised. There are full of Nicholas Deorio fans in there. It's crazy. It's all right, Wendy. I'll tell him to let you in. I'll tell him to give you a chance. Green presents sexually harassing women. It's true. He does. You should have seen the things he was saying the other night. I think the term ballistics was brought up about a certain community member. But he'll deny that. He'll deny that. And, you know, he won't call in to contest it. So I can literally say whatever I want about Green right now. He's got one Nicholas Deorio? What do you mean? Oh, dude, this Ali Khan guy. This guy's evil. You know, this guy deliberately edits clips to make people look like pedophiles. He changes the context and he changes the overlays. This guy's an evil clipper. They're adding me in the fucking dick cord, bro. It's fucked up. They're arguing with Nate. It's bad. Yeah, I know, man. I turned it off. I turned it off. I turned it off in the third quarter. It's true, you know. They say
All right, I'm back.
I bring people in because I'm interacting with the chat. I'm reading the chat. Look, you see what they're saying?
What's up, buddy?
This chat is more active without Aiden, getting more viewers than me.
Yeah.
See, I'm like, it's because I'm a thought leader.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, just as you said that, I want you to know, that's my reason. I want you to know that you were the reason. No.
Aiden, how do you feel about the dick cord becoming a Deorio fan meetup zone?
You know, I just want to congratulate Dickers on the recent success, as he, productively and critically interacts with Deorio, while streamers like me, sweep for and collude with Deorio, who has me blocked, but I'm colluding with him telepathically.
You're top. Well, you're a second top guy. Dickers is his top guy now. You're a second top guy.
Second top guy now? Top guy that can't even couldn't get in contact with him? Yeah. So I'm actually, it's good I have you on here. You're kind of the, I mean, this is kind of the Kilo's like the Miles Morales, to your Spider-Man. Okay, you took on the challenge first. What do you think of the video?
It's a really good video. I quite liked it. I watched the whole thing right when it came out. It was excellent in my opinion.
I did like. How long do you think it would take for you to make a video like this?
2045.
2045.
Get it out by.
We're looking forward to it. I thought that I was actually, listen, I normally snark the video makers. I could not find anything to complain about. It was a good video, or the part I watched.
It's a good video. Yeah, yeah, I liked it. Kilo, he's been working on this shit for a while. This guy was in fucking ICVC in like September, talking about, oh, it's gonna come out soon.
We love
9 months later.
Well, now it's here. Well, listen. Sometimes you can't rush the product, and I now understand that a mistake was made in rushing you by certain unnamed admins. I think that it's better late than never, and so long as the end product is as good as this, you know what? People could take their time.
True. Right. Certain unnamed server owners and admins. Also, I think Wendy, he was looking to call in. I think you should let him speak. You know, let him say what he has to say.
Okay, if he tries to call in, sure.
All right. Thank you, Aiden.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
take care. All right, so we have on other news, really quick. Now I can remove the EHD stuff from the top. Hold on, let me just remove. This will be like the refuge for the EHD stuff for now. Streamer Crashouts and drama, no EHD anymore. Okay, there we go. This will kind of be like the safe space, okay? The safe space. With that being said, there has been a drama happening behind the scenes involving, people have been telling me, I've been getting very mixed reception on some of the parry segments. I have been told by approximately one person that they didn't like it, and by others that they did. But because one person said they didn't like it, I've reconsidered, and we might not do those anymore. But, I'm kidding. But there's a drama happening behind the scenes, not with Parry, but more so with a fan of his, and what I did. Supposedly, I committed a egregious wrong. There was somebody by the name of Spudgun, who is Parry's top gal, okay? Parry is just like a sociopath. We know this. Okay, we all know this. But Parry will still, just in case any normies are listening, do feigned attempts at, like, moral decency. He'll make up an excuse for doing something, so that he'll make up an excuse for why he did something so that it doesn't look like he just did it for an unhinged reason, like for his own pleasure or getting content or attention, which is almost always the reason. And it doesn't really work. People who see it will either think he's joking in the most charitable interpretation, and in the worst, it will just be like, oh, he's just like lying about why he's doing this. But there is one person out there who is like the lowest common denominator, the only person that believes the fucking half-ass, effortless lies this guy constructs as to like his reasons for why he did so, and it's literally just Spudgun, his last defender. But whoa, I didn't mean to pull that up. I pulled up this image. Wait, no, this is from Crystal. I thought Crystal was tweeting the Spudgun image. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, this is from never mind. The reason I was talking about Spudgun is because Spudgun wore Purple Parry gaming merch, and I pulled it up on stream because somebody put it in my inbox after Spudgun posted it in the Parry server publicly. And apparently, they were willing to debate me and talk to me about why they're still a Parry fan in the Big 26. And apparently I crossed some moral line by pulling up the photo of the merch on stream. I pulled it up before I even knew who it was, by the way. And also, like, how am I supposed to know you're gonna take issue with me pulling up a fucking photo that you posted publicly? But Spudgun and Crystal are the only two that have bought Parry's merch so far. The last defenders of it's just like a pedo community at this point. Apparently Parry was like gaming with Spinal on stream the other day. Like it's literally just a pro pedo community. On this drama, you either stand with me or you're a pedophile. I mean, it's really that simple. Okay. Now, we have two courses of action we can do right now. We can watch a June the King quartering video, which seems like it could be good. We can cover Parry Kathy drama and then do the June the King video or something else. I mean, what would you guys prefer? You have me to yourselves. There's only 50 of you. What do we do here? What do you want me to do? Okay, all right. You guys have spoken. All right. Let democracy... Wait, really quick before we do Parry. I forgot to cover this. Remember how I was saying earlier, and I've been saying for a while, just like everyone else has, but I'm not acting like I'm fucking Socrates for this take or whatever. But that Ethan, like, is just, like, constantly, even when they're not coming at him, he will seek out his ops just so they can continuously occupy his mind or whatever. Apparently, even when he's on stream playing poker, he's still obsessing. Or wait, is this sorry, fucking
baby number one?
Oh, everything's neutral.
Yeah, it's poker.
Yeah.
Did you catch? Wait, I don't know if it happened yet.
Congratulations
Did you catch it?
to the Ecklers.
Did you catch it?
Ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
It's kind of hard not. It's zoomed in,
Everything's
right?
neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready. Yeah. Yep.
And it's not just like it was something that came up. It's a random photo, and he's in the middle of fucking doing something. And this is ironically what people thought I was doing in the bar, man. This is like what they thought this is what they thought I was doing at the bar. Except this guy's actually doing it, and he's doing it on fucking stream. Oh, you didn't catch it? Sorry, hold on. Did you catch it yet? Did you guys, are you guys catching this? You guys catching this? Hold on, you might not be able to see. It's kind of zoomed out. You guys catch it yet? Hold on. Catch it yet? So that's Anissa Jomha in that photo, just in case you missed it. So what could it be that was so important regarding Anissa? Because clearly Ethan is just a guy that wants to avoid. He just wants these people to leave him alone, man. He just wants to hang in his Bel Air poop house, cowering in fear because LA is literally like 1930s Germany. Okay, cowering in his poop house in peace. And these people, the Jomhas, come after him. He's not obsessed, right? So what was it that was so pressing? It had to get his attention in this moment. Well, we found the original post, and by we, I mean some random user on Twitter. And this is it. This is what he was like supposedly. This is what was so important, I guess. Now, just to be fair, captions can be changed in screenshots. We don't know which one he was looking, but that's not even true actually, because this is the original photo has the caption. Like you can't like, yeah, no, there's no change. Never mind. There's no being fair. I just got my cat laser hair removal done. Okay, I don't know. On a real note though, why do we need to know this? It was so painless. I'm sad I waited so long to do it, but she's amazing. If you were in the Edmonton area, I highly recommend her. Well, I'm not gonna, I don't know if we have anyone here has any reason to be using this service in Edmonton, but great stuff. Apparently this was so interesting to Ethan, he saved it for later. Name me someone that looks at me the way Ethan looks, and the way Ethan looks at Anissa, and the way that fucking Hila looks at Hassan. Anyways, back to what we all care about. That is an EHD, Purple Parry Gaming. My new favorite person to A-log. Essentially, for those of you unaware, after going on the offense against me for 4 months, and then losing numerous debates to me, some of which he had to actively leave mid-debate, Parry has been scared. Well, apparently, he thought he had a W on me. He runs to his stream. He does a segment on it. A segment where all the info was fed to him by Kathy. And in this segment, he just gets everything wrong. He's trying to criticize me, and he just gets several things fundamentally wrong. For example, he claims I was trying to mislead the audience about the nature of a reference made by Mr. Repsion. But if you watch my stream, I clearly am in acknowledgement, as well as my chat, about what Repsion is referring to when he says stream bombing, right? Parry just gets things wrong, and I, just like any other member of this community, want to exercise my right to, in a live format for full accountability, engage with the criticism against me. and provide rebuttals to him in a live format. So I, of course, challenged him to a debate. Well, I never got my answer, besides him claiming that I was obsessed, even though he is the person that spent 4 months going at me, right? Taking digs at me. This only has happened because he's punched, right? Going to, like, rice scum levels of cope, that I am, like, obsessed. I just want to, like, leech, etc. Off of his, like, amazing 60 concurrent or whatever, right? Just not true. But the other day, Kathy called into my stream and publicly signaled a lack of support for the fact that Parry was refusing to debate me. Now, Kathy is one of the biggest pushers of debates in this community. Kathy will bother you until you go and take the debate, especially someone like Parry, who Kathy's been on historically good terms with, right? Where was I going with this? Yes. Kathy is pushing Parry to debate me, and then all of a sudden, apparently Kathy and Parry now burned the bridge the other night. And he does the thing where he pretends like the reason he's burning the bridge is for some big moral grievance over something he clearly doesn't care about, as opposed to he's burning the bridge because this person wants him to debate me. So let's take a look at, I got sent a clip of a, like, behind the scenes call featuring J-Stalk, Kathy, Hellbent, Windy, and Raven. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Well, I'd like to see actually the original stream segment. Hold on. All right. What a cast? True. Does anybody have the does anyone want to be like, listen, you're not obligated to. There's no obligation. You're not obligated. But if you want to do something that I would very much appreciate, which is my job to do, and I didn't do, and I take full accountability. If you know where the Parry segment on Kathy is, while we're watching this clip, if you want to link that in my inbox, we can be best friends. Wait, hold on. Fuck. Let's take a look at this clip, guys. Pull it up.
Dox threats in my community.
In your community? Is Ricky your community?
Alright, are you gonna answer my question?
Did I ever make dox threats in your community?
Are you going to keep making or ever make dox threats in my community?
No.
Alright.
Wait, do you guys know why I forgot to contextualize? Wait, I missed it. Does anyone, better yet, an inbox, does anyone have a screenshot of Kathy, of the jokes that Kathy had made to Ricky that Parry is supposedly cutting Kathy off over? No, nothing. We got nothing. Fuck my stupid Chud live, dude. Anyways. Yes! Oh my god, thank you, Junk. I'm Junk Drawer Gaming's biggest fan, okay? This guy's never done or said anything wrong and never will. I'm Junk Drawer Gaming's top fan. Thank you for linking this. So, this is what this is really about. Let me lay this out to you real quick before we even get into this clip. Parry likes to pretend like he's got some, like, big moral issue with doxing. Parry doesn't like doxing because doxing isn't socially acceptable, and Parry likes to be accepted in this sphere, and doxing is, like, kind of the one hard line. So that's the only reason he doesn't like it. This is somebody that is okay with assaulting women. This is somebody that is okay with violating the trust and privacy of people he had considered friends. This is somebody that doesn't really have a sense of morality. So I don't know who, besides Spud Gun, believes he cares about doxing. On top of it all, Parry collaborated with somebody who was only known for doxing. A known doxer who doxed somebody in this community. Parry collabed with them in private to find info. Was it dox info? I don't think so. I don't think he was collaborating with them to necessarily find dox info, but I don't know what kind of info he was looking to find because he refuses to leak the DMs and he's obfuscated and lied to me on stream about even talking to this person. For somebody with such a hard moral line against doxing, it's like really weird that you would even be willing to work with somebody who was only known for doxing. The reason, the answer here for this contradictory sort of behavior is because he doesn't care. He doesn't have moral lines. If he pretends like something is too far for him, it is just because he's using it as an excuse to cut someone off for a pathetic reason. And in regards to Kathy, Parry is pretending like these comments in Ricky Live's chat were too far. Let's take a look. Where is too far? Let's look. Let's take a look. One viewer, we had Kevin, he said that. One viewer, we have your IP address archived. Better call your ISP to change it. I already know your city because you showed it where you live, and you're just for context here. This is in Ricky Live's chat where Kathy and Ricky were friends at this point. And Parry knows this, you know this, I know this. I think Kathy has gone too far. Kathy's like an anti-hero in my community. I'm not like all on board the Kathy train, right? I think Kathy can be right sometimes, wrong others, and is just like a schizo, like a schizo, an escape mental patient running the community, pulling the strings. But the point being, right? I will absolutely be willing to let you know if Kathy has gone too far, right? And what I'm seeing here is just a joke. And with the context of the two are friends, anyone would interpret this as such. Parry does the thing where he's pretending like he doesn't know what a joke, like what's a joke and what isn't. He's doing that thing because it's convenient for him, because he's a fucking liar. Ricky is Hispanic. He gets jokingly, I think he gets jokingly called Asian. All right, but this is like what started this all, okay? So Parry doesn't like that Kathy wants him to debate me, and this fat fuck is so scared of a debate, he is burning the bridge with someone who has previously, in my opinion, been one of his like biggest advocates behind the scenes. He is, I guess, turning on them or burning the bridge just because he is so fucking scared of getting in a debate with me. So let's take a look at this leaked clip that I've been sent in my inbox. And thank you, Junk, for linking Kathy, who posted the who posted an inbox earlier, the link to the kick stream. Okay. Cool. All right, so this is the clip we're watching. Got it.
Why did you say that when we had the call?
Can we unban him now, Barry?
Because you didn't ask me.
No.
You didn't ask me to do that.
I did. I literally asked you that. Go fuck yourself.
I don't care if you even banned me or not. And why did you lie and say I banned you off my server? I didn't do that.
Am I in your server?
Yeah. I don't ban people unless they violate the rules.
Oh, I am in your server. What the hell? Okay, that's weird.
That's weird.
I told Barry he was being a faggot.
This guy is such a wretched liar.
Oh, shut up, Hellman, you stupid bitch.
Everyone thought that.
And she's like a beaten dog. She's like a beaten dog. You think these people, Hellbent, you think they view you better than I did? They don't. They don't. You're just temporarily convenient. Okay? Listen, Hellbent grew on me. Unironically, Aiden, have no animosity towards Hellbent. None whatsoever. Hellbent grew on me. But why does she insist on being by the side of people like Parry?
Also that.
Oh, wow, well.
Ricky himself,
like saying, "Hey, oh, I'm just not. Oh, I see why it's an issue, Parry. I'm not gonna like try to dox people anymore." Was that?
No, I already told that to Hellbent, right? Didn't I?
When I asked you to say it, you refused to say it.
She drew the Parry merch. Are you serious? Yeah, I hate her again. Fuck this bitch.
No, because I thought you wanted me to say it to you just so you're satisfied.
I wanted you to say it. I wanted you to say it.
Oh, just because you wanted me to say something. Because I want to.
No,
tell me this. So I feel like I won.
Until now,
I don't do
I
that.
thought you were just going to keep making these jokes.
I told Helpin no.
Why are this guy is actually so fucked by me. He's gotten to the point where he's joke policing now. He literally, unironically, he was watching a clip of me make fun of like some rando that was in the voice chat with Repsion and Femios. I don't know who this person was. I just heard their voice because I'm not like involved with the Firebat community or whatever, the people that A-log Firebat. And I just like briefly like made fun of it because the person sounded like a fucking nerd. So I was like, according to my Golgi apparatus or whatever. And Parry was like, oh, he unironically did the Deorio thing where he's like, wow, so just like making fun of like a trans woman's like voice, well, in like an unironic manner to like signal offense, to signal he was like offended by something I just fucking said, as if like he literally did he's not actually offended, obviously. He's not actually offended, but he wanted you to believe he was, like Deorio did. Hellbent has done a lot of the parry art. Yeah, I put the offer on the table. Anybody who supports this guy, who's a fan of him, call in here. Talk to me about it. I'd love to hear from you. Love to have a dialogue about this.
That's not true,
Yeah,
Parry.
I didn't know you told Hellbent no. And when I asked you, you're like, I'm not
No, you're lying.
You sent me the messages.
You're lying.
Yeah, I saw it was after.
Okay.
Not after. Hellbent, didn't you send it before our call?
Yeah, I did send all the screenshots
you said it was just
before we
what
had
the fuck are you talking about? I'm lying, Hellbent. Why are you like doing no? He didn't say
Yeah, look how tough he is. Look how tough he is when it's like an easy target. Look how tough he is. I'll go after easy targets, but also go after hard targets. I don't go after easy targets because they're easy, right? It's for unrelated reasons. But like, I'll take on anyone who wants to fucking challenge me. Can come in here, right? But this guy is a pussy that's selective. You can't be cool and like this like sensitively selective about who you're gonna snark. Like the whole unhinged troll bit only works if you're actually someone who's unaffected by like the snark they get, or like this guy cares about everything. Not only does he care about everything, any aura he has is lost when you realize his insults are all projection and like him talking to himself because he hates a part of himself. And when you look at it through that angle, like when he's saying shit like, yeah, you like stand by there and watch like someone get like molested or beaten or whatever, like it feels like he's talking to like a kid version of himself, like the guilt that he has or something. It's like really weird. But like there's just no aura left when you see him for what he is.
I'm not gonna do that. That was too far. Okay, what message in our DM?
He said, I see where you're coming from. I'll take it under consideration. And then when you called me after the group call, I said that's the best we're gonna get.
He didn't say he's not gonna do it again. He said, "Oh, I'll think about it." That's what he said.
I didn't say I think about it. I said I will take it into consideration.
So what does that mean? What does
it mean? That anytime I think about making these jokes, I will remember that I shouldn't be doing that.
So that is what you said. You said you'll think about it. Okay, man.
I didn't say I will think about it. Oh my god.
I said I'll take it into consideration.
Barry called me after the group call, and I told him this is the best we were going to get.
Yeah, and you were fine with it. Why did he change your mind?
Worthless, useless.
Like on to your
retard. You told him this. Notice how she has to. Why do you do this? Why is Hellbent act like mommy to this guy? What? Like, why do you like fucking baby him? I don't understand this. I don't understand. This is a grown man. This guy's like 25. Okay, this guy is. I wouldn't have even gone to high school with this guy. He's that much older than me, right? Like, I want people have to make him palatable. He has to be fucking treated like an infant. He has to have like rein-in talks with like be like fuck, or used to so like be like Bug Squander, or he has to have like a moderator of his choice if he talks to someone, which I'm totally willing to do. And that's still even then he's such a sensitive pussy that like. He still can't even do it when I'll let him pick whoever he wants to moderate. Hell, I'll let him do a 2v1. He could pick someone to debate with him, and I'll debate both of them by myself.
IP grabber stuff. You just keep making these.
IP grabber stuff? Are you fucking serious? I'll be like,
okay.
He's not serious. He's lying. Like Kathy loses by even like trying to refute this. Obviously, we all know that this is a fucking joke. The only person, maybe the only two people, the only person that I can definitively say would probably buy this is Spudgun, and then maybe Quella. Maybe Quella. I don't know. I'm not fully sure if we're going full Quella Snark yet. Apparently, she was also like siding with Spudgun about like the pulling up or about the photo being too far out, or it might have been somebody else said it was just specifically about Kathy doing an AI edit of a fat person or whatever, of a fat Spudgun or whatever. But it's like, if you're literally like you're literally a fan of a guy that like has bragged about on the fact he's assaulted 2 women. Why is a fat AI edit like too far for you? You lose the right for anything to be too far for you when you're like with this guy. I'm sorry. You just like, without looking like a hypocritical bitch, you just completely lose the right to complain that anything's too far. You're either like fully with the unhinged fucking troll with no morals or whatever, and it's like cool because he's funny, or you do care about morals. You do have standards, you do have principles, you do have ethics, and if you do, and you're still with this guy, I'd be very curious to know what those principles are.
Can you just admit
What's your defense of the IP grabber stuff? Shut up, Helton. What's your defense of the IP grabber stuff?
if you click on it, you're a retard.
Oh, so you're just gonna... Oh, yeah, so you're gonna just try dox people, and you're okay with that?
I'm not trying to dox anyone. Are you serious?
Yeah, you're just gonna put...
You're trying to dox people.
Lock links everywhere. Like, oh, let me just put this IP grabber here.
No, it's a joke because no one's gonna click on it. Are you serious?
Yes, people would click on it if they're like half asleep, or they just click on whatever.
Even if they went and clicked on it, it still wouldn't be doxing. It would be yeah, you shouldn't send an IP grabber. Have I sent someone an IP grabber as a joke? Yeah, when I was a kid. Yeah, on here all the time. We used to do that shit all the time. We're like on here, right? I don't do that anymore. But if like obviously you know yourself, and like if you know you're not gonna leak whatever you see on that shit, like I mean, then it's not really harmful, I guess. And it's like the other thing too is, right? It's not doxing. Doxing is if you were to get this private and then spread it. If you just like see it and it's a joke and don't do anything with it and just like click off, that's not doxing.
I don't know why you're pretending otherwise. If people started like spamming you with IP grabbers from a bunch of different websites, you wouldn't be happy with that. There's like basic shit. I can't. You're stupid. If I dox you, it's your fault. That's
Wait, what's the URL? What's the URL?
You're stupid. If I
grab IP.com. Yeah, no, this was totally a serious, legitimate attempt to grab somebody's IP and dox them. Clearly, Parry believes this totally, and it's not because he's like super scared of debating me.
They just click on whatever. I don't know why you're pretending otherwise. If people started like spamming you with...
I mean, it's like watching fucking Hitler in the bunker, man. It's just like he's turning on all his guys. He's turning on all his guys just to... For what? For what, man? To get out of a conversation? Why would you even talk about me if you didn't want to have a fucking convo about it? Why make the point if you don't want to debate? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why make a point if you're unwilling to debate it? So he can performatively act angry. You know, I will say the hopium is I've slowly watched people one by one come to their senses on this guy. There's always stragglers. You always have a few people left on the train, you know what I mean? But they'll come around eventually, I hope. But that is the hopium. I've seen people come around. I've seen people admit that this guy, it's not just a bit, okay? It's not just there are still people that are probably still on the, oh, it's just all a joke thing. This guy's joking, so we should actually let him, like, go in and, like, molest everyone's family. Like, some of these people, man, listen, If Hitler was laughing while he did the Holocaust and did it in like a funny, jokey tone with like tried to speak English and like a funny little German accent, these guys would be on board. They'd be like, it's a bit, man. It's a bit, okay? It's a bit. What he did to you in person was genuinely psychotic. It wasn't psychotic. It was actually completely rational from the perspective of somebody who is devoid of conscience. He perceived it as being something that would be to his own benefit. And despite supposedly liking me at that point in time and the two of us being friends, he did it anyway. And he did it anyway because he doesn't really have any actual empathy for other people. That's why he was able to assault 2 women. Because he does, that's why he's able to just turn on his top guy like this the second they want him to do something that's like a little inconvenient for him. Because he is devoid of a conscience. That's why it's the biggest fucking joke ever when he pretends like something is a moral line for him. So with that being said, let's take a look at the stream that sort of started it all.
So yeah, let's just go through it. Please make a I might make a
And this stream, if he's gonna do what I think he's gonna do, this is just gonna be like a lie. The whole premise of this stream is just gonna be a fucking lie.
Sticker. I might make a sticker. A lot of people ask for a sticker at this point. Yeah, there's the call. Oh look, there I am.
Okay,
it's me.
The frog is kind of cute.
Yeah.
My position. Begin with disclosure, obviously, like
Oh yeah, Hellbent was like moderating or whatever.
Of organization, Kathy, like from when I sent you the screenshot with Perry. So he's aware of what I told you. Obviously, like, I mean, my position is quite clear. I think nobody needs to crash out. I understand Perry's concern.
Who does he think is like gonna buy this? Besides, I guess he doesn't really need anyone to buy it, does he? Let's look at chat. You know what? No, dude, this is what we got. We need chat up. We need his chat up, okay? We can't watch this guy anymore without having his chat up at all times.
You can argue he's like made similar jokes and he's a hypocrite. I don't really care. Objective recommendation is like I don't see any issue here really, but it's really the kind of objectively the.
Dickers believes this guy is. Are you serious? You're There's no shot. There is no shot.
Smart suggestion to not make public jokes about doxing publicly because it's bad optics and you piss enough people off to pay attention generally.
Oh yeah, as we all know.
It's bad optics, says the community whose slogan for like a few months was like KRD, everyone we don't like, right? But no, dude. Oh no, man. This guy's threatening to post someone's IP. He's joking about posting someone's IP. This is a really hard moral line for this community, guys.
He really cares about other people's optics too.
So yeah, I mean, I guess yeah, I'll give some commentary. I'll just.
They act like it's the worst thing ever because it's the one standard this community actually enforces, regardless of if you're joking or not. That's the hard like. I've always wondered, like, where's the hard line in this community? Where's the fucking hard line? It's like everything go here now. And it's like, no, the hard line is doxing. There's consistency on this, right? But just because that's where the hard line is, doesn't necessarily mean that should be the only hard line or that is the hardest of lines and that's the worst thing you can do, right? But they think it's the worst thing you can do because that's the only place the hard line is drawn. These people would probably not like something because it's illegal, as opposed to thinking it should be illegal because they've formed the conclusion independently that they don't like it.
Oh, Perry, you make jokes about... Yeah, I don't make jokes with people who I don't trust, or who I'm on bad terms with about, like, fucking doxing them. And I'll show the fucking chat messages here. It wasn't just, like, a offhand mention.
Was he on bad terms? When was this, by... Can Kathy call in?
It was, oh, I have this video that you posted where you showed your IP and also this and also that stuff from your school. It was very hyper-specific, and as much as Catty is gonna lie and say, oh, we were on good terms, no, this guy, like, he stole Ricky's Discord, he was, like, he was spreading pedo shit about him around. Obviously, they weren't on good terms.
What?
I don't care.
Even Ricky can say they were. I don't care.
Oh, with the Omegle Snark? Or the fucking... What?
It's fair to see it as them not being on good terms. And does Cathy point this out? No, he just cries and does, but Perry, you're hip.
Kathy's a Dude, it's literally like the Key and Peele skit where I'm always Aiden referencing Key and Peele Again award. Listen, they're just very iconic. I can't fucking help it. But like, there's like this where these people are like talking about the crazies out there. It's a good thing they're not running into all the and they're like fucking, both of them are like insane. It's like, yeah, Kathy's a real psycho. That Kathy person's a real psycho. It's like complaining about fucking John Wayne Gacy while you're like chilling with Dahmer.
Hypocrites, because he can't do any introspection.
Can't do any, yes. Kathy needs to do introspection like Parry is able to, where Parry came to the riveting conclusion that it was everyone else's fault that he was like super unfunny and like provided no entertainment value to his stream and looked like a fucking bitch because somebody who was funnier than him joined. Right? It was everyone else. Parry did his introspection and came to this like this marvelous conclusion. If only Kathy could do introspection like that, man.
Ooh, Kathy, why are you doing this, man?
Doing what?
You're like threatening people with dox info.
Where you like look at this obviously like bad or cringe thing you just did and then just like think to yourself, okay, how can I use mental gymnastics to turn this into everyone else's fault and make myself the victim?
Are you watching the stream?
Yeah, I saw through it.
No, were you watching him reacting to what I was saying?
Yeah, he was laughing. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Wait,
it's a joke between them, people who know each other.
Obviously, if Parry is making the claim that this was a serious threat, the other person like laughing and acknowledging it was a joke would probably indicate that this was not. And then no further clarification on Kathy's end, like, no, I'm being serious here, or whatever. It would probably indicate that this is a joke between two people who joke about this shit.
Yeah, you're threatening him, man. And he doesn't like you.
He actually, he knows.
Yeah, he totally believes that, right? Totally believes what... That was so... He was so confident there. He was so confident there. Honestly, I'm now convinced of his position.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. That is a joke between them, people who know each other.
Yeah, you're threatening him, man. And
he does this thing. He has a tell in real life. It's not really even a tell because he does it all the time, which like is the biggest giveaway for like his tism or whatever. He'll like do this like weird half smile and look down whenever he's like embarrassed or can't like argue for something. Like he's like a really like he's not confrontational IRL. He's not confrontational IRL. Supposedly he disagreed with something I said and supposedly brought it up to me. But that's not what happened. What happened was he just said, he looked down and did his like half smile. He's like, you'll get it when you're older or something. And then asked when we could go eat at the fucking cafe or some shit. Like he's not, he'll wait until he's not in your proximity to go and like, to go on the attack. Right? When we went, he supposedly had this issue with me this whole time. We went for dinner or whatever. He waits until he's gone to go and actually like go on the alpha phones.
I'm not judging him. He actually, you know, if I said, hey, Barry, you know, when you said you're in Malta, I'm gonna spread that dox. Like, obviously, I'm kidding. No, you never say,
I guess Hellbent's face covers it a bit. Let me get it.
No, Parry's right. I was being completely serious. So I said I was going to contact every single employer in Malta to drop this guy. I was going to track down every... By the way, people think Malta's a lot smaller than it is. Malta's a country with like 500,000 people, and that's the permanent resident population. You have people that commute, that only like live there in the summer from Italy. Yeah, I don't know what like their total capacity is during like given tourist season. But like, he actually tried to straw man and like make it look like me making a joke that I've made countless times to countless people, about countless people, and I say, was like a serious thing, that I actually was intending to contact employers in Malta. If I wanted to fuck with you, I wouldn't contact employers because your fat ass doesn't have a fucking job. You're mooching off your aunt. That's how you know it's not a serious threat, because it involved contacting an employer, someone you would clearly never be talking to or trying to get something from, like a job.
This again. So yeah, the difference there would be the specificity. You said, oh, Harry, I'm going to go, you know, obviously I don't want to say. obviously the specificity would be the difference, and also we were on good terms. That's the other difference. Like, for example,
Okay.
let's say Queenman made a joke like that to Hutch. Why would Hutch?
Okay, so when people were saying KRD, people that we were obviously on bad terms with, when we said it, were these legitimate threats to go out and kill these people because we were on bad terms with them.
Assume it's a joke. Now, oh, we were on good terms the whole time. No, you fucking weren't. That's bullshit. And even if you were, well, you were, according to Catty, oh, I was just pretending to beef with him for weeks. Sure, man. Okay, well, in this pretend,
I kind of want to call Ricky. Does anyone have a line to Ricky? Can anyone get Ricky on my stream? I know I said that yo, I'm sorry I missed this. My bad, Cal. Holy shit. And you didn't even comment scammed? What the fuck? I missed Cal. Well, I guess Cal's used to it because he was a Parry member and he never got his e-dinner. But thank you so much, Cal, for the 10. Oh, wait, no, that was... Never mind.
IP grabbers for a bunch of different websites. You wouldn't be happy with that.
You're a big Snark? I thought that was new. I'm retarded, dude.
You're stupid. If I dox you, it's your fault. That's what you just said.
It says grabip.com. So
no, it says grab.
I know that people in IC aren't that stupid.
Yeah, you're just lying about what it says. Okay, no, you're just like bad fates. You're actually a piece of shit.
Why are you so upset? Like what? Wait a minute. Did you see that?
Wait, I'm playing. Wait, no, that's not from the stream. Sorry, I actually started playing the clip. Wait, no, this is the stream. I'm sorry, guys. This is the stream. I was playing a clip that Kathy sent me. My bad.
You've invented. You look really bad. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on, Kathy. That's bad for Optic. He said you're gonna dox me. Are you serious? Like,
I'm going to pretend to hate this guy and then trust it to dox.
Is this Ricky?
This is Ricky. This is Ricky live.
Ricky, are you live?
I'm not live.
Oh, scammed? Well, okay, so I have a question. When Kathy was saying these things to you, were the two of you on good terms? These, like, jokes or whatever?
We were on neutral terms.
You were on neutral terms. Did you understand when Kathy was sending this that this was a joke?
Yeah, I understood that this is him making fun of, like, my bad, like, OPSEC, not, oh, I'm to release this.
Did Kathy have any motivation at this point to dox you for any reason?
No.
Okay, and you are of the understanding that this was in fact a joke. That's your personal belief, correct? Or I think you just said that, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty confident this guy wouldn't dox me.
So you don't take issue with this?
No.
Okay, so it's a joke. You're of the recipients of the understanding it's a joke. The senders of the understanding it's a joke. Everyone who can look at this from the outsiders of the understanding it's a joke. So why do you think Parry is trying to use this as an own? Do you think he's legitimately mad about this?
I think he's legitimately mad at Kathy. I don't think he's actually mad at this, but I think he's very mad at Kathy.
So you think he's lying about his reason?
No, I don't think he's lying.
Okay,
I think he's lying to himself.
Okay,
he's lying to himself. He's
saying, no, he's lying to. Okay. So if he's saying this is why he is mad at Kathy, and you're saying he's mad at Kathy, but he's not mad at this, then wouldn't that be not true? And he's saying it knowingly, and it would therefore be a lie.
He wants to be mad at something, so he's using this to be mad at him about it, right?
Yeah. So is he lying?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so Parry's lying. Would you even go as far as say Parry's a liar?
Parry's a liar.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Dox him. And Parry, you're the wrong for thinking that makes me bad.
You obviously know that I would be joking.
Hang on, Parry. So
it's like, oh, obviously I wouldn't. Why? I don't know anything about you, Kai. Why would I?
You heard it here first, folks. According to the AG4L News Network, the molested Maltese meatball is not only is he a known scammer, not only is he a known doxer collaborator, not only is he really fat, but he is also a liar. You heard it here first.
I don't assume the worst. You're like a random on the internet. Why would I trust you? You've said in the past, oh yeah, obviously I'm gonna fuck with you.
He
Patty.
literally did
Oh,
this
yeah,
with me, by the way. He pretended, he waited for the fucking, I'm just realizing something. What was his rationale for looking through my hotel room? Because he pretended like with me, his grievance was the shit with Lyo's wife. And that's why he's flipped or whatever. And he's leaking the shit. He's leaking the shit about Goat Kato or whatever. But according to him, he was already, like, he would have already been looking through my hotel room before this drama had, like, become a thing. What was his rationale?
Alright, I'm gonna set you up.
It's not out of boredom. Boredom makes it sound a lot less malicious than it is. The prospect of self-advancement is why he does these things. And it's not hard for him to do because at no point is he, like, considering the well-being of, like, the other person. It's like, I'm not saying this is like a moral thing or like to sound, this is like, if you understand, like, this is how he operates. He is like somebody that is completely, just does not feel like, I just don't think he's able to feel like any sense of empathy for other people. I'm serious.
Hey, to fuck with you. Or call it, right? It's like Catty brags. He literally brags about fucking with people. Well, but he wouldn't reveal PAI, but he would. I'm joking about having PAI from a particular stream to do with some school group project that he shared and having it archived. Oh, he'd do all that, but not actually. Sure, man.
So you don't think that Kathy's joking there, or what is your?
It's like when Aiden jokes about doxes. It's just meant to be a threat and make the other person comfortable.
I never dox anyone.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, I bring this up as an example.
I have made doxing jokes directed at approximately. I've made doxing jokes directed at approximately like fucking 200 people at this point. One of them, I drunkenly found the top result on Google and like posted that in my Discord server once. The other 199 have never been like, no, we all of you understand this is obviously a fucking joke. It's so dishonest.
Bad before Aiden docs. It's worse now. I agree. It's worse now because he shows that he will go far enough to do it.
Far enough. Far enough. It was genius how I did it. It was see, the thing is, I have the means to carry it out. I have thumbs, so I'm able to like type and see the top result on YouTube. So actually, with me, it can't be a joke because I have the means to carry it out. I have opposable thumbs.
Why would I trust Catty? He's a nobody. He's like I don't mean that like, oh, you know, I'm not trying to like diss him. It's not like he's trying to be a streamer. But he's like, he has no accountability.
Also,
like Aiden.
Way to throw me under the bus. Like, we all obviously know I'm fucking joking. Whenever I've said some shit to somebody like, yeah, we're coming after your family or whatever, we all obviously know I'm joking. I have been around for like 9 years. There is like one instance of me crossing that line where I didn't even go, it didn't require much effort. I was just being a fucking drunken moron. And then like it just never happened again or before. It's been 9 years. And it's like if almost everything I say is a joke, and there's one time, like, for example, wait a second, this is even a better example. When Parry was on the KRD train, does he actually have the ability to carry it out? Because he's actually gone and assaulted women. So it couldn't have been a joke when he was saying it. He told Rose Malay on stream, a stream that is now privated, that he would show up to her house. He is somebody that has perpetrated violence against women. So this wouldn't be a threat. Or this wouldn't be a joke. This would be a legitimate threat, right?
At least, you know, beforehand, before he doxed and showed he would go that far, was like a streamer, known figure, public
now,
figure.
Because I'm honest, don't think Parry was ever being serious about showing up to Rose Malay's house. Because I know the difference between isolated instances and jokes. Right? I know the difference. And I can say, obviously, I don't think Parry was ever going to show up to fucking Rose Malay's house. But under his rationale, we should take that seriously. What he said. We should take that very seriously.
Guy doesn't have that. matter. You're trying to bring up PII, you know, about the person, to fuck with them.
Which he brought up. He literally said.
Okay, yeah, most people
On that
accidentally
stream-
bring it up.
Just let me talk. He said on this stream, remember when I showed my full project, which has my full name, and he started laughing. He's saying like, "Oh, Ricky, change your title to I'm sorry, Cat."
Lol, you can't say Aiden's name without him pulling up, Ong. I mean, shouldn't you want that? If you're talking about me, shouldn't you want me to pull up so you could say it to me directly and like epically own me? I feel like that's like a cool, like you should want that.
Kathy, I apologize to Kathy. Told her that Kathy.
Yeah, so basically the argument is, oh, but Ricky isn't saying that he's uncomfortable. He's like laughing awkwardly. It's like, what, do you want him to start crying? Like, yeah, if you're like a streamer and someone's trying to like fuck with you, the answer isn't, did Ricky even ask for help? What, from me?
Here's a better question. Why didn't Kathy just do it? Why didn't, if this was serious and not a joke, we know Kathy is the means to actually just, we know Kathy can dox Ricky. We know. So why hasn't Kathy done it? Why didn't Kathy just do it? Why even need to threaten it? What is the explanation there? If we are to take Parry's explanation, we have to believe also, the threat would work if Kathy wanted something out of Ricky in this moment and was using this as leverage to get it. So the question is, if we're alleging this was like a serious threat, what is Kathy threatening him for? What does Kathy want? Oh, well, nothing. It's because Kathy just feels like, okay, well, if Kathy just feels like it, why didn't Kathy just go do it? Why even include the process of threatening it?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care what Ricky says. I care that Kathy's engaging in this behavior. It's like a liability. It's a liability, and he doesn't seem to realize that.
If there's... I'm glad his chat has stopped. There's nobody who believes this. Surely there is nobody who is unironically like buying this anymore, Dad.
Yeah, sure. Like, if you're a streamer and someone does something to fuck with you, you're probably not going to say, hey, stop doing this exact thing, because then you're pointing it out and people know, right? So, like, what a retard. And
what?
Kathy knows.
We do that all the time. Yeah, we understand, like, rationally, you shouldn't acknowledge that something is bothering you. Yet we all do it anyways, and you can sure as hell believe that somebody like Ricky, who, no offense, Ricky, needs like Kathy to hold his hand through like moderating a panel, probably is not somebody that like is trying to abide by like the best practices for streaming, and probably isn't consciously thinking to himself, if I acknowledge this is making me mad, then it's just gonna evoke more of it. Because in the moment, that's not really how that works. If something makes you mad or upset or whatever, sometimes the rational, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't give this attention and feed into it, so more of it doesn't really come into play. It doesn't come into play for the big guys. Why would it come into play for somebody like Ricky?
Who's this? So he's literally just arguing about fate. I know, just made fun of.
Whoa, I didn't mean to pull up Navakva's dog.
Victory. Oh, leak that stream archive, which I don't have, by the way. And he's laughing. He's like, oh, I don't care. Like, it's out already. He literally said that. I don't care. It's out already. And even my message was a joke. Even he, like, understands it's a joke. And even so that he doesn't...
I feel like I'm... There's no way Stylo unironically... I feel like I'm unironically living... Like, when I know that there are people who, like, can watch this and somehow not see a wretched, lying, fat, pathetic pussy, somehow they could watch this guy and not arrive that. I feel like I'm living in like an alternate dimension, Dave, where we're just not watching the same thing.
Why would you care?
People say they don't care all the time. I don't care what the other person says. I don't even care if they don't care. It's so wrong of you to do. So, you know, Firebug says they don't care. If Repzion shows up to their house, does that make it okay? No.
Oh my god, so Repzion said that he will, you know...
It's like, let's apply this like to a more common situation. Let's say that you make a joke about a female friend's breasts. And then they like awkwardly laugh.
It's a weird example.
And then when someone asked that female friend, they said, "Oh, you know, we're friends. You know, I don't even care."
Parry knows from experience on that one.
You still shouldn't do that. You still shouldn't do that.
Okay, so should we never take someone at their word if they're indicating their preference for an action that's happening? We should never take them at their word. Like, this works. What he's saying would unironically work if it was a case of, and I used this argument for like Mira once, because I thought Kathy went too far with Mira. Mira said in a VC when put on the spot that she didn't take issue with it, and I had argued that the obviously the social pressure of all those people in VC would probably make you answer, and when you're put on the spot like that in a manner that might not necessarily be indicative of your actual preference, but that goes in with the fact that there's an abundance of people who you don't want to kill the fun for and have go after you, and also like this person's like a chatter, they're not like used to the attention or whatever. This doesn't work when it's just like between two individuals. The inherent social the pressure there to not state your preference doesn't work. And also it especially doesn't work when Ricky has literally said, hasn't Ricky literally said that that Kathy has done shit that he doesn't like? Hasn't he had no issue indicating when Kathy has like gone too far for him or done something that he like is annoyed by? Didn't they literally have a whole falling out over the like fucking stream moderation shit? So why did Parry's theory not come into play there? Why didn't Ricky just to like appease and not make things awkward? Why didn't Ricky just like act like everything was fine and move on? Why did Ricky vocalize his grievance to Kathy? Well, because obviously the supposed pressure to answer dishonestly is non-existent when it's between these two individuals. And Ricky is obviously not some like professional streamer that's like considering like the best practices when responding to annoyance on stream or whatever. He's a shitter streamer. He probably would respond to one guy. He probably would respond to something that was making him angry, as would the big guys. Because in the moment, sometimes like the rationale of like, maybe don't give this attention so you evoke more of it doesn't really come into play. Like, it's very obvious that this was a joke between two people, and Ricky's not lying.
Serious when he said that, right? When you say you're gonna show up to Ramsey,
my point is,
his girlfriend,
Ricky's
no one
saying
thinks that's serious, right?
that he doesn't care. Doesn't matter. And in that case, there's no risk. In this case, you're just like making, if like you're anybody associated with Kathy.
Also, Kathy, why did you even give this guy an inch with me? We're pretending like we don't know when I'm joking or not, because I one time when I was drunk did a Google search and reposted it on Discord. We don't know if I'm joking or not when I say I'm going to go contact every employer in Malta. You can't tell if I'm joking or not. The guy who can't do research for a stream is going to contact every employer in Malta.
Now has to fucking put up with this shit, right? Like, if you make like a awkward like sex joke, that's one thing. Right? Oh, Perry, you associate with some sex pests.
Kathy, did you hear my argument for that? Because he claims that was serious and not a joke. If I wanted to hurt Parry, why would I ever contact an employer? That's obviously a joke. That's like obviously ridiculous. This guy doesn't work. He's shown no indication of ever wanting to work. He mooches. If I wanted, if you wanted to fuck with him, you'd go like, I'd go message every like grocery store in Malta. I'd go message like, fuck, I don't know if they have like Deliveroo or something. I'd go message Deliveroo.
But this is, you're associated with someone who makes dogs threats. So, and it's like, there is like a fear there, even if they take it as a joke.
It's like Deorio thinking I'm being serious and like a threat to get him like banned from Planet Fitness. Yeah, dude, if I really wanted to fuck with Deorio, I'm gonna email Planet Fitness, man.
Which is pretty fucked up.
Actually, Planet Fitness is a fitting gem for Deorio, so never mind. Insert it with another gem, like Gold's gem. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I tried explaining this better. Hey, you can't, like, this isn't even the first time I do. This is like the third strike, right? Let me see if I can find. There was like for apparently, Kathy's done.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please, you can help us out by liking if you haven't already. Another great way to help us out is by tipping if you want to. That always helps. Another great way to help us out is by joining the Discord, following me on X. All links are in the description.
This with Templeton. I don't want to say the details, but he was like fucking with Templeton by bringing up PII. And,
oh my god! Listen, I love Himpleton, man. I love Himpleton. He's so retarded about this. Regardless of what Himpleton says now, and I'll talk to him about this publicly, he is not sure. Like, he has gone back and forth as to whether or not his PII was public or not. He accidentally let it out there, and then at one point was saying to me and a VC with others that, like, you know, it's basically out there. He doesn't care. And now that he's gotten larger, understandably, he doesn't want this out there anymore. And I respect that completely, right? You shouldn't, even though I don't consider it dox info, you still shouldn't spread PII if somebody doesn't want it spread and it's not relevant to anything, right? But like, this is like a whole, like, it's like a putting the toothpaste back in the tube thing. It's like, you've gone back and forth on this, and like, there's confusion as to whether or not this is actually even dox info. I don't know what Kathy did with Himpleton. Or no, I do know what Kathy did with Himpleton. I'm sorry. No, I do know what Kathy did with Himpleton.
In, what's it called? Nuke chat? Yeah.
It was in
Nuke
IC.
Chat, he was posting IP grabber link, right? He was posting an IP grabber link. And then he said it was a joke. So it's like, you can just do whatever the fuck you, yeah.
To believe, okay. So obviously, if this was a serious attempt to grab somebody's IP, there would be link disguisal. You would disguise the link, right? The link is not disguised. You can see what it is before you click it, which would make people not click it. So obviously, this was not a serious fucking attempt to get someone's IP, or else why not just disguise the link? Like, to believe his explanation, you'd have to go through so many fucking hoops.
Yeah. You can just do whatever you want, and it's always a joke.
Yeah, guys, I'm Spudgun. I think it's really based and cool when we, like, assault women and are, like, big fat, like, fucking liars. But, like, if you make AI fat edits of me in Parry merch where I look disgusting with my ball sack chin, that's a line too far, guys.
This person has a scrotum chin, by the way. That's actually why they're mad I pulled their photos up.
You can't keep fucking, like... Yeah, there's like a IP grabber. Obviously, don't like, you know, use this link. Yeah, he's like putting everyone at risk. He's putting everyone at risk. It's not a funny joke.
Oh my, this fucking guy did. We know, you know what? We do know why Stylo supports Parry, don't we? Don't we? Don't we? If you know, you know, man. If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
If any of the cope about, oh no, we're best friends. No, you're not.
Oh wait, yeah. Also, I'm sorry. You're right. Why the fuck is this retard? Wait a second. People from the outside. Ricky literally has streams up that say no views. I've never even seen that before. I've never seen no views. Well, actually, I have when I was like uploading when I was a little kid. No views. Nobody from the outside is looking at this. And also, Kathy's not a fucking streamer.
You were beefing. You are obviously trying to fuck with him. The joke is you're trying.
What do you? Also, people from the outside.
Like I say in this comment.
People from the outside are going to care way more. Like your average normie in the U.S. is going to care way more about like open usage of shit like the fucking N-word than an IP grabber link. People who are like not like locked into the internet or whatever, they're gonna care way more about our about the racist jokes or the KRD shit or the making fun of like women for being fat or whatever. They're gonna care way more about that than anything to do with this. People from the outside. Like, do you guys want to be appealing to the outside or not? Like, are you pro optics or not? Because it seems super fucking selective.
All joke. The fact that you.
It's like making jokes threatening to KRD somebody that we don't like is totally acceptable here. Yet if you post IP grabber like .com or some shit, all of the sudden it's like people from the outside might be looking in. And when are any of you appealing to people from the fucking outside? When does it ever happen?
You do all this shit, and then when I could have just like, you know, because I like, you know, Caddy is like helpful.
Caddy.
I've spoken to him a lot. So I tried calling him at like 3 a.m. my time. I couldn't sleep. So I'm not saying I stayed up, but like, yeah, I couldn't sleep. I tried calling him, and the fact that he just like fucking basically like, you know, tries everything under the book to like obfuscate and
mirror,
you know, reverse, etc., etc. It's like pathetic.
You make jokes like this all the fucking time. So stop.
We need like a compilation. We need a compilation of every single time this guy's threatened someone as a joke, and we need to interpret it as completely serious.
Stop fucking lying to me.
No, and this just isn't true. I don't make jokes where it's I don't make jokes where I go and say
he was about to say something, he realized it was too blatant of a lie, so he's gonna have to keep revising it so that he's not caught in the net that he's trying to cast to catch Kathy in. He's gonna have to be very
this
careful.
Is a specific way in which I'm going to dox you. I do not do that.
Okay. I don't do the insert
fact,
hyper specific joke. Yeah, obviously if you're doing it as a one-to-one, obviously you haven't done exactly what the fucking example says. You've done things that in the sense of why this would matter are just as bad.
I did like a year ago and I felt really bad.
Oh,
and I apologized.
You felt
I do not do this all the time.
He's simultaneously looking out for if he's going to make a criticism that he'd be caught under. And if he is going to be caught under the criticism, he's now doing this preemptive, I feel bad about it. Has he ever indicated about whatever he's referring to now that he's felt bad about it before this moment?
When I did, the one time I did this, I felt bad.
Oh, really? Is there any evidence of that? Is there any evidence of that before it was like convenient to an argument? Is there any evidence of that? Of him feeling bad about those? Did he say sorry? Who did he do it to? Did he say sorry to that person ever?
You make this stuff all the fucking time. I'm gonna come to you and steal you. I'm gonna come to you and steal your like you.
He only apologized to get unbanned from who?
Thinks it seriously. They know.
Oh, this is from. Are you talking about from Spicy?
The tone is joking. They know the context is joking. Why are you, now you're pretending like
so, are you on good terms with Ricky?
Yes, I'm not in bad terms.
Why we were on okay terms.
That's what he's referencing that he actually felt bad about. That's what he's saying he felt bad about when he got banned from Spice making a joke. That's what he felt bad about. Yeah, dude. Totally believe it, dude.
Like I'm saying, it's like strike and then the fucking like the other shit like he just keeps pushing the line. He keeps pushing the fucking line. And then when you say to him like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, oh yeah, I'm always a troll. I don't have any standard. Everyone knows I don't have any standards. It's like, what do you do? Is it
this drama is fake, obviously.
The whole thing, and you have like proof of that.
Everyone knows, unless you're retarded.
It is literally all that pisses me off about him is like the fakeness. It's just like he like the pathetic attempts because he's not intelligent, so he can't sell it to anybody with like anybody. Basically, if you're able to interact with if you can acknowledge the presence of stimuli in front of you, then you're not swayed by his arguments. People like Spudgun, who we might need like a mirror test for to determine if they're capable of higher thinking. Now they would fall for those. But like it is this fake appeal to decency, to standards, that he is so bad at constructing and like can so provably, you can so easily deconstruct it because he lies like fuck, right? That's what's so pathetic.
This whole time, it's just been fake.
Are you retarded?
Oh, I'm the retard. We're not following this drama. So you just stole his Discord as a joke? Yeah, he's saying, oh, the Ricky stuff's all a beef. Oh, but I did steal his Discord. Oh, and I did fuck with him here. Oh, and I did fuck over his debate panel in order to glaze.
How many people were even in Ricky's? Also, how did Kathy fuck Ricky's debate panel? What?
Salvo and fuck with Parry.
To fuck with Salvo and Parry. Also, this is the other thing that pissed me off about this guy. Whether or not he's willing to get aggressive with you is going to depend on whether or not you're an easy target or not. Somebody like Salvo, the only reason Parry is not aggro on Salvo is because Parry can't beat him. So Parry will either fawn or flee if he can't beat you. In my case, it's fleeing. He's running from me. In Salvo's, it's fawning as if he wasn't obviously ass mad by this guy's presence and repeated humiliation of him. But because Salvo has some clout, because Salvo's liked by the group that he attempts to appeal to, people like Queeman, Salvo's not like a target he could just go on the offense against.
But also, it's all like a troll and we're all on good terms. No, I won't show you any proof of this. Okay.
Yeah, because it would be funny to kick out his on the
Okay, so what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's like, I know, it's like, yeah, obviously, like, if Ethan Klein saw this, right, or Ethan Klein wouldn't see it. It was like, if Destiny or whatever saw this, like, the idea that, like, Caddy's gonna do shit like this when it's, like, known that there are people looking for, Caddy's, like, debated it. I don't know why he's, like, a retard.
What is Kathy debated?
And the idea...
There's people who are looking. There are people who are looking. Looking at what? At Ricky's chat? Huh?
Yeah, that he's doing this, and I bring it up to him, and he doubles down. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I do plan on collecting all. The J. Keefe was right, that I am rightfully owed. But
Who is this? Who is J. Keefe? Can we add this guy to the list? To the list?
Cloth called it first, J. Keefe, I'll have you know. So, hopefully...
Also, did Spudgun type her grievance against me in Parry's server? And if anyone has a screenshot of that, please send it to me. Thank you.
You know, when he gets done from his chemotherapy, we'll be able to congratulate him. I'll give him plus 10 parry points.
That's right.
Parry,
Yeah, it's just at this point. If you're with this guy, fuck you. Personally, on a personal level.
Would it be correct to say that you
I'm here for EHD. Did I miss it? Yeah, you missed it. Sorry, bro.
feel kind of objectively kind of apprehensive about Kathy? You can't quite figure out kind of what he's dealing with when he is playing and he's not playing, and you kind of feel some sort of risk, so you're like not sure kind of how you feel his presence around you, which is why you're clearing this.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to...
Why were Parry and Kathy on bad terms in the first place? Josh asked a really good question, and that's actually why I wanted Kathy to call in. So, Kathy, do you mind just joining really quick, briefly? I need to get your thoughts on something. Thank you. Okay. So, why do you think, in your personal opinion, through the numerous conversations, through the numerous conversations you've had with Parry, why do you think he's really mad at you? Why do you think he's really turned on you?
Well, initially I thought it was because like I was snarking him on your stream, because the Ricky Live thing happened like in maybe 2 hours before he sent the screenshot, but also before I jumped on your stream. Remember when I jumped on your stream and talk about like how he's living with his aunt or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So initially I thought that like maybe he watched this and that's why he reacted to it, because I sent a screenshot that you were covering him in his server, so he might came across it and watched you. But I think like this was maybe the straw, because I think he had some grudge against me since the dating panel. Like he's been very annoyed and like have no patience.
But you think you think the collaboration with me was like the straw that broke the camel's back?
Probably, yeah.
Got it. You heard it here first, folks.
It's like literally a call-in. Like, call-in, snarking him. Like, I snark you all the time to Barry, and like, it's not like you're gonna like crash out all three. It's like he knows that I do some snarking about him all the time. But like this time, I feel like it was different because
I mean, you literally have the whole community convinced that I'm coordinating with Deorio. Like, I thought, like the you shopping around he's like treating like that you were actually trying to like convince Ricky was a pedophile.
I do this kind of things, and like I'm not even hiding it. Like I would tell you that I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Like I'm not saying, oh yeah, no, I would never tell that to Aiden. Like, but he had no problem with this in the past, but I feel like ever since the dating panel, and Junk like had this theory that the dating panel is what raped him, and I'm starting to believe it. He felt like he was slighted, and was like, because like everyone was making fun of him, like Queeman, people like he respects and look up to, you know, Queeman, whoever, and he felt like Salvo blocked him. And
it's your fault. It's totally your fault.
And it's somehow my fault because like he would think like, oh, he wasn't good at moderation, he was doing this and that, and he was biased, and like made it so that I am the
sad stuff. Well, thanks for calling in. Take care. Peace.
Okay.
Wait, I didn't mean to click on train wrecks. Fuck, where were we on this? Okay, okay, good.
So yeah, let's just go through it.
Where were we on the stream?
It all happened, but also it's all like a troll and we're all on good terms. Even though, is this all literally just like a ploy from Catty to like make me talk about Aiden? Maybe. Is Catty threatening to dox someone?
Oh
So
my
is Aiden
god.
like-
I'm literally living in my specter looms over him at night. The debate is the phones are ringing. When he hears a phone ringing, he has like I'm hearing rumors that he had like an embarrassing PTSD crash out because he heard a phone ringing in public in Malta.
To start this Aiden beef again. Very pathetic if so. But no, it's
Start this beef again? Start. Yeah, start.
all these messages. They're bad. Why'd you do it? Here's the problem. Oh, hold on, because I was sent. Yeah, as soon because I asked Hellbent about this. You might say, "Oh, why ask Hellbent?" I don't know. She's like in these communities. I asked her about it, and yeah, like Catty just like she said she'll talk to him. She said she'll talk to him, and then Catty's like.
She says she'll why is she acting like, dude, I literally just started liking her again. Not even liking her, being okay with her. I was okay with her. I wasn't even, because there were so many people that were just so annoying. It made her not even, in hindsight, like not even seem like a fucking annoyance. And I understand as well that some of the, you know, bad shit that happened between us, literally like the worst that literally happened because Soul lied to the both of us. So, you know, I'm forgiving. I move on. Why are you trying to, is it like a parasocial, it's like a childless thing? You know, I've seen like, there have been like dogs that don't have puppies that like get protective over like objects or like other creatures from other species. Is it like a thing because you don't have kids, so you need to just like take in this 25-year-old and baby him? I don't know. Why are you acting as his liaison?
I sent you the screenshots, and then he's like spurging. It's like Perry's trying to smear me. Perry's trying to smear me, basically. Let me find it.
Why does this guy is such a like thin-skinned bitch. He literally needs his own fucking e-mommy to comfort him. That's so sad, dude. His real mommy doesn't love him and kicked him out of the house. So he's mooching off of his like old disabled aunt for free because he's so fucking fat he can't walk to work. And now, because his real mom hates him, he's a surrogate e-mommy that's acting as like fucking liaison, dude. It's pathetic.
Yeah, it's a DM. He's like crying that I like send this to Hellbent. It's like, what do you? Like, yeah, man. I said, he's like, oh, you said to Hellbent to spare me. Yeah, it's like so gay. Problem, Catty. You just think that I'm obsessed with you and I hate you. No, I just don't like it when people. Have the archives and original VOD been removed? Archive and original VOD of what? Like dox jokes.
Saying that you ran from Aiden's debate.
No, I just don't like that you're making dox jokes, man. I'm not going around complaining.
That's complete utter bullshit.
Complaining that you're making fucked up jokes like this. Apparently, you've made them before.
I'm not going away. The challenge is on the table, and I will keep reiterating it. This debate will happen.
They were just jokes. And you just don't see the issue.
Also, you lied to Hellbent, by the way, too. You kept changing you told her that you weren't watching the stream. You just read these messages. But then when I asked you, you said yes, you were watching the stream. So which one?
Dox jokes aren't funny. Guy who's like watching somebody that like unrepentantly is like assaulted two women, threatened to show up to people's houses, literally tried to find the most rage-evoking angle to every drama he covered. Like, we're all covering camera. Like, Morale's actually making, like, Morale is making useful contributions to the Cameron drama, talking about falsification of a police report. Meanwhile, this fat ass is in the background, like, digging up, like, Cameron's videos from when he was, like, 15 or something, where Cameron was, like, talking about his suicide attempt, and, like, Parry's, like, checking his, like, neck. He's like, there's no rope mark, there's no, like, you know, marks or anything. This is clearly fake, because he knew that would be the most controversial sort of edgy angle or whatever. But you can't be that. You can't be that guy. And then all of a sudden, like a fucking bitch, start being like, dox jokes aren't funny. This guy literally probably thinks doxing is worse than rape and murder, and it's only because it's the one it's not allowed in this community. It's not because it's like something on principle that he thinks is like exceptionally egregious.
It in the interim.
Good one.
Yeah, he's like throwing a hissy fit. Oh yeah, like okay, man. All right. Dox jokes are fun. I would agree. Yes, I agree. Especially so when you're not like friends with that person, when it's just like some rando.
It's not funny. It's not funny, Wendy. It's not.
You don't believe me? I don't care if you believe me, man. I'm saying that you can't be doing shit like this in the public and in the open. Yeah, no, Alex, I know. Apparently it should be privated. You know, Ricky knows about it. I literally called you because I was hoping you were like drunk or something.
Oh my god!
Like, a terrible...
Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! We found him! We got him! Do you guys remember earlier when like the Snark, and I'm like, some fucking idiot out there is actually gonna think I'm colluding with Deorio because of the way Queeman presented this. And supposedly Queeman did like defend me partially on his stream, which is appreciated if that's true. But I'm like, dude, someone out there is gonna believe this. Well, who? Who do you think believes this? Oh my fucking god. It's a bit, dude. I'm being fucked with. This is like a genius troll. Unironically, Spud Gun is funnier than Parry. If it's all a joke, Spud Gun is funnier than Parry. Queeman said on stream that in the long run, it's better that you leaked it. I didn't even leak it. I was in a VC with J-Stock and Queeman. They had given me something that wasn't supposed to come out that was emphasized as such, which I never said anything about. But they also gave me this argument about fucking Paige Christie, which I had because it involved a public comment and everything. I didn't think it was like a private thing because there was emphasis on the other thing and not that thing. So when Queeman's referring to the private thing, I'm thinking he's referring to the thing that was explicitly clarified as private, not some like talking point about a public comment, right? If that had been emphasized as private, or I believed it to be private, I wouldn't have said anything, right? And I'm almost certain I did say something to Deorio about Paige Christie. I'm like 99%, like I would bet my life on it because it was literally most of our calls would consist of me like arguing shittily, by the way, Queeman points on Queeman's behalf, which didn't even work because I don't really like, watch Queeman's like streams that much or anything. So like I couldn't even adequately do that. So of course, if I'm given a premise by premise talking point to refute Deorio and I'm pressed in call to, I would have obviously like brought that up as like an example of like reasonable criticism from our community or whatever. Yeah, and I didn't communicate it to Deorio if I did, thinking it was private. I wouldn't have done that. Anyways.
Thank you, Paulie.
I mean, I asked for this group call because I was hoping you were drunk and realized it's a terrible idea. But you're like doubling down. Why?
Anyone who's been watching?
I did think he was drunk because Cathy's been like getting ever since the new year. Cathy's been getting drunk all the fucking time until like random VCs.
I've literally never seen Cathy drunk. I've never seen Cathy drunk. On the contrary, this guy has used his drunkenness as like a cope for his like inability, for his like incompetence on multiple occasions. He did it with Himpleton. When Himpleton goes to debate him, this fat drunken fuck is on stream like using that as his cope, right? As to why like, and I'm almost certain he's gotten at others using the same cope. And then to me, right, when I go and bring up in private when we were still friends, my gripes with the guy, and he just like completely like, the way he did, you just like had to have, I put it all on the table because I liked Parry. And I was like conflicted on him. I didn't know if he was the psychopath or he was just like a troll that like was like messing up and doing the wrong thing because he's inexperienced, etc. And I'm an idiot. I understand that in that regard, right? But I go to him, or when I was talking to him about why I didn't want to see him in London or whatever in that call, he literally sounds fucking delusional. He makes himself somehow out to be the victim. This is in the aftermath of Malta, by the way, where like somebody with a conscience would have been like apologetic and like kissing my ass, right? He not only he gives me like a very surface level apology when we were there, and then goes on to like to constantly like joke about the issue, brag about the issue, fucking like tease that he's gonna leak more, etc. He obviously never felt bad about it. Not that like that's not even my biggest. The Deorio shit means nothing to me with Parry. That's like nothing, dude. That's literally nothing. That was actually kind of funny. That was probably some of the best content. And it's a shame too that this guy's a psychopath, because that stream with us was probably the best content I've had. Or some of the best content I've had, which makes it like, but that like situation, that's supplementary to what I know about him now. That's not like the main gripe or anything.
He's drunk and obviously drunk. Oh, dude, no, I'm like cat's hair everywhere. Catty has never actually doxed though, right? Not that I know of, no.
Because he's literally unable to like innately come up with material, because he's like not smart, nor is he funny. The only material he can come up with is self-criticisms that he'll then flip onto the other person. So when you realize he's like talking to himself, like just think about it. He's literally always talking to himself when he's throwing this shit out there. I've never seen Kathy get drunk. I don't know where this is coming from. He has gotten drunk that he's so drunk that he's used it as an excuse for his incompetence on multiple occasions. Like alcohol is literally impeding his functioning.
Like, I'm not. If he did, that would be it. But then I wouldn't even. Why would I even bother having this call with him? My problem is he's making sure.
I remember when this channel didn't revolve around your uninteresting personal life. I remember when you once made an interesting, like, contribution in the comments. Oh, wait, I don't remember that, because you've never done that, you useless fuck.
Jokes like this, making threats like this, or jokes. Doing shit like this over and over again. I mean, unless you count this as doxing, you know, him posting an IP grabber link. If you count that as doxing...
If you count that as dox, he literally doesn't even know what the word means. He's so dumb, he doesn't know what the word means.
He has. But yeah, and it's like, it's strike one, strike two, strike three, and it's like he just takes no accountability.
Ricky himself didn't take it seriously. Why are you coming and fight nighting someone who doesn't even care? He like thought it was funny and knows it's a joke.
But you know that the way Ricky acts on stream has no impact. If someone doxed like, I don't know,
when did I
in his
dox
chat,
Ricky anyway?
Can I make my point? Someone doxed like J-Stock in his chat and he said, oh, I don't even care what they're doing. It's like, it's a fake dox. It doesn't make it okay, right?
Well,
like, just because...
Wait, what? Why would that not be... Why would that not be okay? If you're like posting a fake dox, pretending to dox, why would that not be okay?
Can I make my point? Someone doxed like J-Stock in his...
Like, if I just tell you all right now that Kathy's name is like John, like, Cunningham or some fucking shit, I don't know. I obviously just made that up. Is that too far?
Chat and he said, oh, I don't even care what they're doing. It's like...
like, he actually wants us to believe this is too far for him.
Right? Like, just because J-Stock says he doesn't care, doesn't make it okay for him to do that.
Could you imagine if I accidentally just completely guessed Kathy's name correctly there? What excuse would I have? Nobody would believe me, dude.
Similarly, you're doing this...
If someone doxed him.
Right, so if you can prove to me that you're actually on good terms with Ricky...
A coincidence like that has had to have happened to somebody, and they're like the... Dude, I would hate to be them, man.
That would change. He thinks he's some sort of Joker-pilled imp demon devil. Reality, he's just a guy who plays up being Indian because he's embarrassed of his pack.
We're done with Stylo, by the way. It's fuck Stylo from here and back. Didn't this guy literally have a thread that like outed like all the lolly he was liking and shit? We pulled this up on stream. Isn't he like also like a lolly bro? So deal with this. So deal with this. It's fuck Stylo all the way. All the way. He's also like Parry in regards to the fact like he is also like an offended fat pussy.
Pakistani heritage. Yeah, and is probably unemployed. He gets drunk all day. Internet busybody. Yeah, obviously, yeah, no. Wait, yeah, sure, you can make fun of Catty for being a loser. But that's why I don't even care. I like Catty. Or I did. I liked, I was on good terms with him until he kept doing this shit, so change this. But I don't think we can.
Until he kept doing that shit. Wait, hold on.
His chat and said, "Hey, you motherfucker, I'm gonna show your face. That's just who you are." Everyone would know that.
So if I could just make my.
I was gonna say, "Oh, this is a dox. This is bad." Everyone would know this. Queen is joking, and he did this multiple times. Saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna show."
Yeah, because they're on good terms.
Just to prove that he's Indian. Like, and everyone knows it's a joke.
There's.
Okay, so the determining factor as to whether or not it's a joke is some of the what are some of the reasons we've heard? You're not on good terms with the person the joke is being made to. Another one is you've exhibited behavior that would indicate that you would be willing to do something along the lines of what the joke is targeting, right? So if these things are like the determining factor for whether or not it is a joke, right? Then what do you call what happened with Rose Malay? You have carried out physical violence against people over nothing. Twice. It's a pattern. Twice. You're unrepentant about it. You could do that. You could go and beat the shit. Well, you couldn't. You couldn't. If you, Rose Malay would actually, unironically, probably win. But you are capable of trying to beat up Rose Malay. So am I supposed to take that seriously now? Am I supposed to pretend like the obvious joke wasn't a joke? Well, no, because I have principles. Once again, even though I don't like Parry, I can acknowledge, even though under his logic it wouldn't be a joke, that it's obviously a joke. Obviously, Parry was not going to, fucking do anything to Rose Malay. But by his logic, you should think he was.
I was thinking, I wonder if the reason, is there any way, but I mean, yeah, if he acknowledges the issues here, I mean, it's going to be hard because I feel like he might just say whatever in order to say whatever he needs to come back. But like,
is there a way back for you? Why does you've assaulted 2 women? Why does this person have to fucking find a way back to you? When we're matching, who's the most morally fucked? Who has the most burden? Like, who do we expect to have to prove or demonstrate some change the most out of anyone? It's you. You've actually assaulted women.
Yeah, if I genuinely believe that he realizes, if he could explain to me what he did wrong, and I genuinely believe that he understands that's wrong, and he's not just doing it to save face. I don't know, maybe. Fuck, but it's like, he does the opposite, he doubles down here, it's insane.
Okay.
Saying, oh, it's bad.
What is the target of the joke about? Oh, they said, oh, it was a bit uncomfortable, but
I got brutally beaten up for it.
If it's a joke, it's whatever.
Well, that's the Parry cycle. You pick fights along completely morally fucking dubious premises. You pick fights with targets you perceive as easy while simultaneously lying about the reason you're doing it, because you're a fat pussy that doesn't want to actually be honest, right? And then the second you find out that it's, not so easy, you lose abysmally because you're incompetent and can't actually win a fair fight, both in real life and online. You not only are physically unimpressive and deformed because you're so fat, right? But intellectually, there's just nothing. He's not a good liar. He can't come up with good material, so he has to just project things he's heard said to him in the past or things he's told himself in the past onto other people. blames everyone else for his own shortcomings, so he's incapable of fucking genuine introspection. I mean, like, what value does this guy offer?
Whatever, basically, that's what they said. Like, I don't care. They could have said, oh, I thought it was really fun. I don't care. What I care about is that he's
like,
just doing reckless shit.
definitionally, he is a parasite. Forming beneficial relationships, sucking everything he can from it, and then leaving the carcass behind. Okay? It's what he did. It's what he did with me. It's what he did with what he's doing with Kathy. It's what he did to his aunt. This guy's a parasite. He's unironically a parasite, by definition.
Shit like this. Yeah, I was thinking about too big for his boots. That's a good way. Yeah, okay, he's too big for his boots. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think this is all because around New Year's, Cathy donated $200 to me to take a shot of.
You gave him $200, Kathy.
Okay. And ever since then, I think he's felt like he owns me, and he can do whatever he wants. And so.
By the way, if you guys want to help us make $4 an hour, a great way to help us out is by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. I know we don't have a lot of viewers tonight, but all support's appreciated. Another great way to support is by liking. Like up if you haven't already for some reason, especially now. We need all hands on deck. Another great way to help us out is by joining Discord and following me on X.
Any standards. That's what I think is happening. They're on good terms, to be honest.
Barry, why don't you just ask Ricky?
I'm asking Kathy.
Well, you asked Kathy to prove whether he's on good terms with Ricky and it's a joke. Why don't you just ask Ricky how he feels about it? If he tells you,
why don't you just ask Ricky how he feels about it? Ask Ricky how he feels about it. Ricky's fine with it, so just moves the goalpost. Just moves the goalpost. It's like, he doesn't even try, Dad. He doesn't even try. He's not even like, if you're lying here, he's not even setting himself up for the prospect of Ricky not giving him the answer he wants. It's clearly something he came up with in hindsight, only after Ricky didn't give him the answer he wants. Because he I guess maybe thought Ricky was just going to bend the knee? I don't know. Also, why would Parry even bother asking Ricky if he thinks the social pressure is so significant that Ricky is incapable of genuinely voicing whether or not he is bothered by what's occurred? Why would you even need to ask him then if you don't think he can answer honestly? Oh wait, it's almost like you know he can answer honestly. You were just hoping for the answer you wanted, and because you didn't get that answer, you've now done this hindsight cope of, oh, well, he can't answer honestly. He's obviously just, the pressure is, and it's like, I mean, it's just like, it's so blatant, Dad. Yo, whoa, what the fuck? Holy shit, thank you, Cog God, with the $20. Holy shit, dude. You've literally surpassed the whole stream. Super bass, bro. Super bass. I've been watching your VODs while gaming. Thanks for the entertainment. What games are you playing? Hopefully it's Hearts of Iron 4. Greatest game ever made. Thank you so much, Cog for the 20. That's super fucking generous, bro.
But I mean, you're saying
how he asked him, I would rather that.
No, there still will be an issue. There still will be an issue. There's no issue with Ricky. There's an issue with me that he's doing this shit over and over again. Not backing down, continues doing it, is told not to do it, keeps doing
so he's
it.
now revising it in hindsight.
Because Gary might ask.
You know that if Ricky had answered and claimed he was genuinely, is there anyone that believes that he wouldn't have gone and run with it had Ricky said he didn't think it was a joke and he was legitimately bothered? Do you actually believe Parry would not have used that answer because he would believe that Ricky wasn't capable of actually answering honestly and would believe that the pressure of Ricky being a fan of his would prevent him from answering honestly? Do you think he wouldn't have used that answer? Of course he would have. Of course he would have. And of course you don't believe that because you're not Spud Gun.
I mean, I don't want to be more involved than I have to be, honestly.
Right, and Caddy's like, Perry's gonna just ask a leading question.
I don't want to be more involved than I. Well, you actually don't have to be involved at all, Hellbent. You could just ditch this guy. Nobody's like making you be involved in anything. You literally just abandon this guy like everyone else should.
I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna talk to
Because
Ricky.
I know Barry asked him, he's like, oh, I saw that and it looks bad. I know you.
Okay,
Like, if
add
you're,
him
like
to
such
this
a
call for
coward,
Piker.
I mean, yeah, add him to this call. Well, no, I mean,
Okay,
I'm asking you to show me your DMs with him because that will give me a good idea what your relationship is like. You don't want to do
we
that.
don't DM. Last time we
But
DM
you're,
was the
but you're
panel.
besties.
About the panel.
So you lied earlier when you said.
What I would have see, Kathy's not tapped into the because Kathy's been bad. This is why, like, this really, like, if he can do this to Kathy, what makes you think he's not going to do it to you, people? What makes you think he's not going to do it to you? The second you are not useful to him, and it becomes more useful to burn you, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's done it to everyone else. So, I mean, if anyone's still like hanging up, like, what exactly? Do you think you're going to be any different? But the fuck. Where was I going with this? I don't fucking. Spudgun is Parry's E-kitten. True. Rumor has it Parry likes Spudgun because Spudgun's chin looks like a sack of balls.
Said that you're
No,
friends with him. Okay.
You don't have to DM to be in good terms. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I don't
So
DM.
how do you? How come
Look,
you're
I
in good
made
terms?
the mistake of being friends with this guy like for you. You should have watched what happened to me as like a warning and then just like ran and didn't look back. I took the blows, right? Like, you know, I was the idiot that fucking was like gave this guy a second chance and shit, right? So I don't know after watching me or watching, you know, what's happening with other people, like why people think they're just like going to be saved from this.
Why are you in good terms?
Oh, so we need to be.
Why are you gunning for the chatters pretending, are we doing like the bit where like chatters pretend like other chatters aren't like pathetic losers?
Scamming each other to be on good terms.
No, I asked him, do you have any proof you're on good terms? Because I'm
You
with
missed the
understand-
lore. Have you, okay. Mira, have you ever seen Spudgun type? Have you ever seen Spudgun type? You don't really need the context. Just look at us. Read one Spudgun message and you'll understand.
That they were like beefing, which they were, and they're lying post talk. I'm of the understanding that they're beefing, and I don't care what Ricky says because Ricky's been threatened with his docs info, so he'll probably say whatever. No offense to Ricky.
He'll probably say whatever. Yet in the earlier call that Parry's now watching in hindsight, that I guess he got like so drunk he forgot that he indicated in the call that he was willing to ask Ricky for an answer. Parry seems like he's like, if Ricky is unable to answer honestly because he's been threatened with his docs or because of pressure or because whatever, why in the call did you say you were gonna go ask him? As if there was any answer Ricky could give you that would make you change your mind. If Ricky was incapable of because obviously Ricky is capable of answering honestly. He was just hoping Ricky gave him the answer he wanted. He didn't get it. Now he's lying.
But
It's pathetic. It's totally pathetic.
There's PII getting leaked. Why wouldn't he appease Catty, you know? If Ricky said that he was on
It's
good
like
terms
even
before
like
he got
the scheming part. I mean, trust me. Listen. You could look at a guy like me and you understand. I know a bit about scheming. And when you understand scheming, okay, you understand he's not good at it, like at all. You could tell he's like winging it half the time. He's like somebody that desperately wants to be manipulative, but he's just not good at it. It's the same. People think like manipulative is like synonymous with like being smart or some shit. I don't think Tectone is smart at all, but I think Tectone is like manipulative, right? We can see through that because we're not like drooling, 15-year-olds or like men who harbor like deep resentment to women that watch him, right? So you could see through like every pathetic little attempt at a lie, and that's exactly how it is with Barry.
with the docs, maybe I'd put weight on that, but I don't. I simply don't. But yeah, it's like any proof that you're on good terms with him, because I'm understanding you're beefing. You guys were following. Catty and Ricky were beefing. Where he was mad at Catty, ruined his dating panel. Catty called him a pedo and so was Discord. I'm asking you for proof you're on good terms.
He did a
All the
dating panel
examples you're
together.
giving,
What the fuck are you talking about?
and then you fell out. Yeah, they fell out after his dating panel, and Catty knows this. I don't know why he's obviously being bad faith here. He knows that that they fell out after.
We didn't fall out. That was a whole fake drama. Even
Is
Rick
there any
himself
proof of
said
that?
that I didn't fall out. I didn't burn the bridge with Kathy, and he's laughing it out. Everyone knows except you. Jimmy knows. Junk knows.
Yeah, I just.
Everyone knows.
I guess something.
Okay,
different is,
to be fair, whoa, I didn't mean to fuck. Can somebody, what time? Fuck me, dude. To be fair to Parry here, I didn't know. I didn't know they were on good terms again. To be fair to Parry, not that I should be fair to Parry, but because I'm principled, okay? I'll be fair to the people I don't like. I didn't know that they were on good terms. It's not like, I don't know if it's as common knowledge as some are pretending like it is. Wait, Dickers comes in here? What the fuck? Retry now. Connection lost. Any day now, man. Any fucking day. Why is it not fucking... What is happening, dude? Okay, there we go. It's like at 4... What timestamp were we at? Like right here, I think. Somewhere right here.
So Kelly has Dickers to call. Not sure what the thought process was here. Okay, sure, add Dickers, yeah.
I don't care.
Regardless of other people's motivations, yeah. So I'm gonna let you guys do it. You know, that's
yeah,
yours.
he's like yeah, I mean, he's like clearly showing that he has no standards. And
It's just like...
Okay, don't intimidate him.
Do you think do you guys think, because some of you know Parry better than I do, some of you watch his streams more than I do, do you think he like knows, do you think he's self-aware enough to know how unself-aware what he's saying is and just says it anyway? Or do you think he's like legitimately, he just doesn't like he doesn't see the irony? I don't know, man. I don't know. He's either lying or he's dumb in this case.
Oh yeah, we tried adding Ricky.
I'm sure he's seeing the call. If he is seeing any of it.
Sometimes it doesn't really ring for me.
Rude. Oh my god. Well, I'll tell you. I'll say to Perry what I said to Kathy. You catch more flies with honey. Like you don't need to be. I mean, Perry. Obviously, like I'm just being objective and fair as always. So I will tell you. It does sound to me like, you know, you kind of have some kind of feelings of apprehension towards Kathy. And looking for justification to I don't know. You're looking for justification for those feelings is what I'm.
I mean, I guess Helvin is kind of right, because this is like...
You know what, Kathy? Before I even provide any further defenses of you, I feel like I need an Aiden was right in chat. I feel like I need an Aiden apology form in chat. I feel like I need a... I mean, it's just like, how many times, man? You know, it's not even fun to take W's anymore. It's not even fun to win anymore.
The third strike, right? If this was the first strike, it would be like an insane first strike, and really, probably anyone else, I would just like ban them. But since Kathy's like a known community member...
Oh yeah? Yeah, that's why you were like gaming with like a fucking... That's why you were gaming with a pedophile the other day? Who you've like been repeatedly warned about?
Again, it's like...
Somebody who openly confessed that if a minor is not being watched by their parents and they wander into a building with a bunch of adults in it, those adults don't have any responsibility for how to engage with the minor because the parents failed at their duty. So essentially, it's fair game if someone has bad parents, according to Spinal BJ, who is also admittedly sexually attracted to drawings of teenage girls while also simultaneously watching the full channels of teenage girls with seemingly no good alternate explanation, channels that have like 40 views per video, with the only recurring theme being that they are white teenage girls that all look similar.
It's like the third strike and whatever. And then there's the Himpledon stuff, which I don't have, so...
I'm getting, if not...
But no, guys, he's watching... Spudgun probably believes the spinal cope that he was watching these videos. I can't imagine a world where you would ever want to listen to a 14-year-old, 15-year-old girl talk. Okay? Nevertheless, go and like seek it out and then watch it just because you're supposedly interested. It started with, he got called out for like a makeup channel. He said he was watching because he wanted to learn about makeup. That's why I was watching the 15-year-old. Then when I have him screen share, I find he's watched multiple channels of different girls in full all in the same age range, an age range which is coincidentally synonymous with the age range he is attracted to in drawn media by his own admission, with seemingly no alternate explanation. Is there any like question as to what he was doing there? Like,
but justification for why you feel apprehensive.
And,
you know, that's
yeah,
yours.
he's like yeah, I mean, he's like clearly showing that he has no.
and also, listen, I don't know. My take with Spinal is it's not even just a case of this guy, and not to say that like that still wouldn't be bad, but it's not just that he's a lolicon. Coupled with the fact that he is consuming, for what I personally believe, due to the failure to provide an alternate explanation and knowledge of what arouses him in media, I believe he was engaging with these girls' content for sexual arousal, right? And with this fact in mind, or with this, that opinion in mind, coupled with what he believes the responsibility of an adult is when faced with an unaccompanied minor, coupled with his defenses for real predators who have actually offended with kids, like Yandere Dev with the jelly shit when he came in to defend Yandere and shit, I actually worry that this guy will go on to hurt a real kid. I don't even think that about all lolicons, by the way. I think they're all pedophiles, but I think a lot of them probably most of them even, don't necessarily move on to like actually harming kids, right? I believe this guy's an actual risk to kids.
Standards, and I don't want like people doing shit like this in my community. And these are just the doxing related strikes. There's all the other like dumb shit he's been pulling, but whatever. He has no defense.
I think I've said
In your community, when did this happen in your
you guys do it. Kathy, for full disclosure, because I'm very transparent, just because like I'm admin in Gammas as well. So I sent him.
Remember when he was fine and defended ZV to you, even though he is in a doxing community, and then he was like pretending he's like, there's no evidence of this. There's like with the half smile because he didn't even believe what he was saying, and there was no way to sway him because he doesn't care about doxing. He just cares that someone's giving him money. He doesn't want to kick them off the channel because he doesn't actually have any standards. Wow, dude. Crazy revelations. Crazy revelations. We need to set a hard line for at what point, like, you can jump off the parry train and still be, like, accepted as a respectable human being. I feel like we're just too far into it now where you can't claim that you don't know, right? The ignorance doesn't really work anymore.
Let's add Gamma as an
Yeah, no, I haven't spoken to him.
Is he just silent?
But I sent him the screenshot and I sent him like the same screenshots of what we talked about. And I told him no need to ban Kathy. My recommendation is to
why are you spreading it around?
That's my recommendation.
How did Spinal get brought up? He's in Parry's community. They gamed on like stream together the other day. That's why he got brought up.
I do. So you can
it's public,
I'm just being
isn't it?
transparent with you, okay?
The only person who even read these messages, Ricky, me, and Perry.
I believe
why
you.
do
I
you
believe
say
you
it
know my
publicly?
position. I think I've explained it enough.
I was muted. Oh, I just said oh, Kathy banned me from his server, lol.
What is this clip?
Just
Hold
I
on.
don't care.
This might be useful. Yeah, I had a debate with Spinal because Jelly, the Cameron accuser, was also a victim of Yandere Dev. I don't give a fuck what Jelly was doing when she was 16, okay? Despite the fact that FPS Diesel liked to just like sneak in any fucking criticism possible that he could of her in his video. I don't care. If she was like she was 16, right? And when you're an adult that encounters a unaccompanied minor, you have a obligation to behave in a manner that ensures and prioritizes the safety of the minor, right? Yandere Dev was essentially grooming this person. Hold on. This is the clip. I think she was 15 in this, if I remember correctly.
He just said, how big?
Hold on. Bobby just sent me this. If it's the clip I think it is, then it's pretty bad. past, Aiden. Look at you, so young and happy.
Is your dick? And I said 8 inches. I never saved a single thing.
So there it is. There's the admission.
Ban this fucking guy from my chat. Oh wait, no, never mind. Can we ban Spinal from chat? You're being so annoying.
So
and then he actually calls in. No, but then after this, he unironically calls in and tries to defend Yandere Dev on that stream. This guy was talking to a like 15 to 16-year-old in a call about like his fucking dick size and shit. I'm pretty sure, didn't he like send her a recording of him like, I feel like I might be misremembering this. Yandere Dev, where he was like moaning or something, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. Regardless, no matter what way you spin it, right? Why isn't it grown ass? Well, we know why, obviously. We all know why. But rhetorically speaking, you know, what is a fucking grown ass man doing talking to a child about his penis? And who could hear of a scenario like that and their go-to response is to rush in to defend the adult? Anyways.
Regardless of other people's motivations, yeah? So I'm gonna leave you guys to it.
Okay.
I say I don't care if
I'm gonna leave you guys to it. I hope you can work it out. Please don't crash out. Bye.
Okay.
I know you are just upset that because I'm stuck with Aiden.
What happened to you, man? Why'd you age so horribly? Stress. It's a killer.
Or whatever you say. No, I just don't want fucking crazy shit. Like, it looks bad on me, obviously.
It looks bad. Yeah, it did. The guy that like voluntarily brags about the fact that he assaulted 2 women is talking about things looking badly for him.
Look bad. Oh
How does what Dan does look bad on Destiny?
Every single day.
No, I fucking... And the examples you give are people who are on good terms. Why are you adding Dickers?
Yeah. Hey, Dickers.
Oh, he adds Dickers to the call. It's okay.
Dickers needs to stop fence sitting on the parry question, man. I'm sorry. I can't attest to anything that's happened in private, but Dickers knows what the position is to have on parry, and for whatever reason he doesn't, and he needs to pick a side. Pick a side, Dickers. Pick a side. I heard Deorio is actually the reason he likes parry now.
Oh, yeah, it's Dickers to call. Not sure what the thought process was here.
Collusion?
What? Okay, sure, add Dickers, yeah.
That's actually a good idea because Dickers is growing and has influence now, so Parry's going to be receptive to what he has to say. It's actually a really good idea.
Is it just to fuck with Stylo? I don't know.
Parry's going crazy.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hi, Dickers.
Hi, Dickers.
Parry's crashing out.
If you looked at the way, you weren't there for the VC arguments. You had to have been there. Look at the way that Parry spoke to Dickers before Dickers was growing, when they were of equal size. Look at how Parry respected, treated, and spoke to Dickers. Versus now.
No, it's just this fucking catty guy. Sorry, I don't know why he added you. You can leave.
No, you can't say. He just doesn't want
I just felt wanted for the first time in a long time. And now when they tell me I can leave.
Oh, no, I wanted to come. Very
Okay,
scary.
what are your thoughts on this then, Dickers? Here, I'll send you... See, I'm trying to tell Catty to not
By the way,
make jokes like this.
He gonna send you? Well, send it,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna tell.
So I sent him this. Trying to tell Catty not to
Jesus
make jokes like this.
Christ.
And he's like denying all of it. I don't know what to do.
I'm not denying.
Who did you say this to, Kathy?
You know Ricky?
So Ricky was live, and I was telling him this, and he was laughing. And he like, if I say this to you, you know it's a joke. Ricky knows it's a joke. We are
Listen,
on good terms. and he was
I
laughing.
cannot attest, or I cannot, you know, I wish I could give you guys my memories, okay? I wish I could project my memories onto you. I can't prove private combos that happened long ago. But I know, deep down, that there's a part of Dickers that knows the truth about this guy. And for whatever reason, he's just not coming around.
They're not on
He was lying. Shut up.
They're on neutral
He was
terms.
literally laughing. You can go to the stream and see, like, he was laughing and finding it fun.
Oh yeah, so I asked Ricky if he's on good terms. And would you say you're on good terms with Catty? He says neutral terms. And then Catty
has a call. I played it early in the stream. And he's like, tell him we're on good terms. Tell him we're on good terms. And then Ricky double messages me. He says, oh, actually, we're on good terms.
So ask him the question, implying that whatever answer Ricky gives him is, or that the answer could be something of value, which is like, why would it be valued if you don't think he's going to answer honestly because of innate pressure, because this was supposedly a serious threat? Why would you even bother asking? Like, literally, just him going to Ricky and asking proves he's lying. Because Ricky didn't give him the answer he wants, so he's telling everyone Ricky's lying, it's the pressure. If this guy believed that, why would he have asked Ricky in the first place?
So like, what do you know? Oh, well, after you told him to tell me that you're on good terms, he said you're on good terms. Wow, that's crazy, man.
Funny. And then Perry comes in.
Also, the organs don't, like, it's like a one-hit wonder. He literally sells merch to advertise, like, the one funny joke he's made in his entire career that's months old. He's had no new material since then. That's why his, like, the phrase is literally something that happened months ago. Like, it is literally, like, as pathetic to me as, like, fucking the Damn Daniel kids selling Damn Daniel merch in 2026. It's like, you had your bit. It was funny when it first happened. It's been months. We've moved on. You actually have not had an iconic or funny joke in so long that that's the only thing you could put on your fucking merch.
Everyone's saying, "What's he doing? Oh my god, it's crazy." Like, because I brought this up to you. To Aiden, so he's upset that I'm snacking to Aiden, so he's trying to find anything on.
I'm trying to like get you to not do this stuff, and you're just like doubling down.
You can't convince me that fucking Perry cares about like this kind of jokes. Like,
I mean, I was gonna say, if Parry is telling you that it's a
Is Perry gonna pause here and deny this? Probably not.
bit deranged, Kathy. I feel like that says something all in and of itself, no?
Wow, amazing debate pedophilia from Dickers. Using the powers of debate pedophilia for my sake. Wow, I'm blushing.
But like,
it's it's so incestuous and pathetic. You know what he's doing with Dickers. You see it. You see it. You see it. And I hope that Dickers does not fucking learn the hard way about this guy, okay? Because Dickers is doing well, and I hope he continues to do well and prosper. But sometimes what goes up can come down temporarily or permanently or temporarily, more so temporarily, right? You never really, so if you die online, it is really dependent on whether or not you're going to quit whenever you see your first dip. But the second he is not perceived as valuable to Parry, and there's more perceived value in just like completely turning on him and leaking everything, that is exactly what's gonna fucking happen. It's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's like, like I've said, no, I don't do this I don't make these kinds of jokes anymore, ever.
He's like a parasite. Really. He's like kiss ass. He's like, Dickers, you're making me blush, because Dickers is on the up right now. He is a parasite that's found his new host. It's disgusting.
I had one time where I went too far, and I said I was wrong. Don't do it anymore.
Harry does the book space.
You're solving the idea of Dickers? No. I'm saying if Dickers ever had a temporary drop-off where he was perceived as being a safe target by Parry, Parry would fuck him over. And I, believe it or not, you know, I'm cool with Dickers now. I don't wish for that, actually.
Seriously, if I tell you this.
So
what you can say is like, oh, he's actually trying to.
I know you, Kathy. So I don't think that I would, but I would say as like
and
a
Ricky
general
knows me
rule,
too.
it's probably a little bit over the line to be doxing like, I've got your IP, and then give a ton of rationalization for exactly why you have the IP. No, I would actually feel like a little uncomfortable if you joked like that.
If both parties understand that it's a joke, then it's not too far. If the person you're making the joke to sees it as a joke and is unbothered, it's not too far. Like, the thing is, this would be too far if Kathy was actually starting to worry Ricky as he was getting hyper-specific about this shit. Like, then it would be too far, right? But I haven't seen the Ricky stream, so I don't know what Ricky was doing at the time. if he was laughing along or whatever. But according to Ricky, and I have no reason not to take him for his word at this, he knew this was a joke. He wasn't seriously threatened by it. So then, if that's the case, if both parties understand this is a joke, I don't think there's anything too far about this. This is actually totally like more unhinged jokes we made in this community on a fucking regular basis.
What he said.
No, but it's like, we have your IP address archived. I could see that as a joke.
No,
right?
he said, I leaked my IP address the other day. He brought it up.
Yeah, I have no idea what the idea behind adding Dickers here is. Like, everyone, like why would, like, does he think Dickers is going to be, like, laissez-faire about this? Okay,
Yeah, we have it archived.
So you literally showed where you live on Google Maps on stream.
He
Like,
did.
bro,
Yeah, he has
why
bad
are you referring to
I'm
him?
making fun of him. He said that all himself.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's like, yeah, I'm mocking this guy by pointing out all of the PAI he's revealed.
Wait, this is a new one. Where the fuck is this It never ends. So now Queeman was sweeping for me? So on one hand, I'm colluding with Deorio against Queeman, leaking shit to Queeman, or leaking shit about Queeman to Deorio, allegedly. And on the other hand, I'm in cahoots with fucking Queeman and Purple Perry, and Queeman's sweeping for me.
Wow, so you're mocking him.
I just can't keep track of it. I'm like starting to develop like chatter phobia. Like it's like I just don't know how these people function.
Way about his PAI.
But I mean, like,
he
you're
was
hinting
talking
at
about how
extra
bad his
information.
optics are, and I'm telling him.
Yeah, the Duckbringer situation, Josh. Yeah, no, I felt bad. I apologize. Like the next day, it was wrong of me.
Yes, you are a retard. You did this.
But what I'm saying is that you're like
There's
hinting at
one
extra
viewer,
information you
like,
have at
just
him. Well, hold on, Kathy. You were talking about extra info that you've got on the go.
Oh, fuck you, Dust Bunny. Fuck you. Not at all. I'm agreeing Willie Mac was right in his video 8 months ago about Queeman and the Queeman adjacent people. Totally deranged people, Aiden especially. Yes, I'm literally in a community where people are openly bragging about assaulting like 2 women, and it is considered the most especially fucked up thing that I like reposted I search on YouTube and I reposted the top result in my server. That is like the thing that evokes gasps. I'm literally next to a guy that's assaulted 2 women.
While also hinting about stuff or referencing stuff that has actually happened, right?
Maybe he taught Catty hate too. Maybe Catty taught Dickers hate too, but we were smiling. We're so happy. Well,
I just want to leak. Like, I just want to leak everything. I just want to fucking leak everything. I just like, dude, it's so bad. What happened between these two? What happened between these two? I'm just curious.
Well, you don't.
Could you understand how that could make somebody feel uncomfortable?
He didn't see it.
I'm very confused as to where Dickers and Parry are, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he said, well, he didn't start freaking out about it, so yeah, obviously.
Like rule 1, wow, dude, really intelligent observation, Styla.
If you're getting you're not gonna like.
Yeah, because he actually perceived this as serious, of course. Yeah, no, totally.
Sit there and say you don't want to like feed. It's like feeding the trolls or whatever. You don't want to like. It's like you don't want to tell. Hey, whatever you do, don't touch my.
You leak it, no, because you know what's so fucked. Do you know what's so fucked? You know what's so fucked? If I like attested to these conversations, nobody would fucking believe me.
Right shoulder, or I'll shoot myself, right?
And the same people asking me to leak it would be the same people accusing me of being a fucking liar the next minute.
Exact same logic. Yeah. Like, and
what is this?
There's like basic shits. So okay, I assume he's just being.
We'll look at that in a sec.
He's like trying whatever. That's pretty squirming.
Yeah, but somebody's not necessarily going to communicate that to you live on a live stream, right? In fact, hold on.
Dude, like I just fucking wish like you could just like project memories like onto people. That'd be like just so fucking convenient, man.
I said yes, it would look bad for other people.
That'd be my superpower.
But then the thing is that I don't believe that Barry cares. That's my thing.
I said it would look bad, but that you didn't say you were gonna stop doing it, did you? You said, "Well, fuck you. You like you're a hypocrite." You didn't. I kind of need you to not do this stuff. And, you know, I use the 3 strikes policy and everything, and you're just doubling down.
I mean, you can just take me, right? Just take me.
Wait, the 3 strikes policy. Kathy, did Parry ever come to... Because according to Parry, we had a big According to Parry, we were like at the cemetery visiting Karl Marx's grave, and he heard I reposted like the fucking screens from that YouTube channel on what is it? When he was hearing about the Lyle wife shit, supposedly while we were at the cemetery, he went to me and he's like, Aiden, this is like really morally wrong, and like we need to talk about this right now and debate about it. And apparently me and Parry had this big argument at the cemetery where I was like, dude, I just like fucking love doxing, hombre. It's just like, you know, it's just like my thing, man. It's just like I dox day, night, morning. And then he was like, but Aiden, that's like so morally like wrong and fucked. And I'm like, no, I'm just like evil like that, Parry. According to Parry, that's what happened. You're not gonna believe me when I tell you this, but that never happened. I never got into an argument with Parry while I was there. The closest thing to it was Parry, I think he like sighed or something at something completely, or like he sighed and then I said, what? And he's like, you'll get it when you're older. And then the only argument we had was why we shouldn't be sitting down to eat at 3 p.m. That is literally the only argument I had with him in London. Because he wanted to actually like sit down and like eat at a fucking cafe. And I'm like, I'm gonna eat dinner in 3 hours. I don't want to sit down and have a whole fucking meal. Also, apparently, dox jokes are too far. Yet, according to this album cover, like Parry's like collabing with this like ACC lolcow guy on like some dox projects. What's going on here, man? It's got featuring Purple. That's pretty bad look, man. Pretty bad look. Not gonna lie, pretty bad look.
I mean, you can understand why a streamer, especially a small streamer like Ricky, might not necessarily want to say, Kathy, you're making me uncomfortable.
Dickers.
Like, you're on stream, right? As a small streamer, you probably want to be able to like laugh it off. Especially when, I mean...
All Kathy needs to ask, okay, is there any context where he would be able to say that he knew this was a joke at the time, where you would believe him?
You do engage in a little bit of snarking, right? You'd like to get under people's skin a little bit. I can imagine for him, that would only incentivize it.
What you
if
want,
you thought that it was funny, or if you knew that it was getting under his skin.
Yeah.
So I can understand it making him feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not denying any of that. I told Helvin that I will.
I'm actively trying to make this guy feel uncomfortable. I'm not denying any of that. I.e., Kathy is saying, I'm not denying that I'm trying to like fuck with this guy and make him feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so what?
by threatening his dog. So, yeah, well, okay, thanks for admitting it.
Well, Perry didn't deny he was molested.
Take that into consideration. But my thing is that I know Perry doesn't care.
Right. But you don't. You just don't.
Yes, we all know he doesn't care. We all know he doesn't care. We literally, nobody thinks he actually cares about this except Spud Gun. Whoa, fuck. What is my fucking time? I think I actually clicked on like a tweet and like my whole fucking TL is now like alt gay white girl fucking music shit. This is like actually, can you like reset your timeline? Please? Thanks.
Care about optics.
What is this retarded, like... It is like just, I don't know, it's like... What do you call this kind of behavior? I've never had children. What age do they start doing this, like, contrarian shit? Where it's like, oh, I'm going to say sorry, but not to you,
What?
No, it's about doxing jokes. No,
he just like gave up on that comment. That doesn't even make sense.
You don't make it sense.
So, you know, when I cover the drama, I'm not just like virtue signaling. I think it's bad when people do shit.
Wait, so if Ricky says he knew it was a joke, and Kathy said it was a joke, what's the problem? You know, you guys are starting to get it. We're starting to get there, guys. Parry disbelieves Ricky Okay, Alex, you don't get it. You clearly don't get it. Parry doesn't disbelieve. Parry does believe Ricky. Parry is just lying that he doesn't. His rationale for not believing Ricky is that Ricky is incapable of answering honestly due to the pressure of the threat. Obviously, he doesn't believe that if he was willing to go to Ricky to ask for what he thought about it in the first place. And this factor never came into consideration in this recording until after he got the answer he didn't want. Now the hindsight cope of Ricky can't, you know.
Like dogs.
When Aiden's done it, he's always had the same disposition, right?
No, but Aiden did ask someone. Harry does the doxing kind of jokes.
Yeah, but even when Aiden makes like the jokes, quote unquote, against like Soul Skibbity, for example, I think that's like fucked up.
All the time, doesn't he?
No,
I think that's fucked up, guys. I think that's like fucked. He's literally Deorio. This is offensive, actually. This is offensive.
You never said you're gonna go to his house?
What?
You never said, I'm gonna go to your place. I'm gonna go.
I have literally never posted personally identifying information to the internet that wasn't already posted and linked to, like, the equivalent would be if somebody posted Soul Skibbity's address and it was called that on YouTube, then you might believe I could carry it out. But if you don't have a fucking channel on YouTube called Soul Skibbity's house with your address in it, my behavior would demonstrate I wouldn't go and post that, right? I've literally never leaked non-public PII to the internet. I've never originated PII.
And find you, I'm gonna go kill you. Never said any of that.
And like this is
now
obvious.
maybe don't, if you don't want, like, if somebody gets doxxed and you don't trust me to not spread it, then sure, then you'd have a reason. But I've never originated PII before. First of all, I don't know how to do that. I wouldn't know how to, like, sorry, I wouldn't know how to, obviously if I know something, obviously I don't need to know how to do it if I know the info, right? But like in regards to searching for that shit and getting it, etc. But like, yeah, I've never originated PII.
It's like an insane conflation. Oh, I'm gonna beat you up. Versus like me saying I'm gonna turn dickers into dickless. Versus we had your IP address archived. Better call your ISP to change it. I know your city because you showed where you live on Google Maps and Street. It was an accident. Ricky, you have zero OPSEC. I remember the group chat.
Can you leak
for the
Soul's
project was
address? Yeah, I'm doing it right now, man. This is serious? Not a joke, okay? I'm leaking it right now, man.
I have that archive too. I'll contact them all if you don't. A bit of a difference.
Parry's gonna fire up the stream. This is too far. What Aiden just said there, that's too far, man. This is too far.
No, I have ready people examples.
Yeah, bounce their head like a basketball, but that's not the same as this. This is. I've never heard of that song. Like that's like fucked up if true. You're giving details. I tell them to come here. I'm not gonna take a flight. Fuck that. Build reasons why you have their. Is he referring to the Rose Valet joke you made? No, that's not even. No, I'm telling them. Do you have any pets? When I tell Rose Valet, I mean you can if you're in my.
Is he gonna lie right now? Please tell me his streams get auto archived because he took it down the night it happened. He might have said it on. No, I think I had. Wait a second. This might have happened on. We might have both been streaming. Or no. I think this might have just happened on his stream.
Hey, Patreon. It's available. When I talk to Rose Malay, I'm saying, do you have any pets? I need to know if you have any pets so that I can bring a loaded gun so I can lethally defend myself. That's what I'm saying. Info. And threatening.
Didn't you literally say he was going to go to Rose Malay's house? Didn't you literally say that? Isn't this just like a lie? Isn't this just like an overt lie? If this is archived, this is easily disprovable. He didn't say if Rose Malay shows up there. That's
I think cutting somebody's head off is so outlandish that it might be off-putting and offensive to people, but it's not concrete. You don't believe that it's real, right? It's actually.
Yeah, it's like even for Rose Malay, so it's like I just go to your house.
Yeah, so Kathy, somebody that has shown some level of social pause, even though Kathy loves to ride the line. There are lines Kathy has been able to cross that he is not due to, I guess, social acceptability. Somebody who hasn't doxed before. Why would we ever believe he would just burn it all to dox somebody who hasn't even done, like, it's Ricky live. It's not like somebody with like a serious grievance or conflict. It's some shitter streamer and they had like a little dispute over a dating panel. This is obviously also outlandish. It's obviously outlandish to think that Kathy's gonna post this guy's IP over a disagreement in regards to a dating panel when Kathy is certainly able to dox people and has never crossed that line before over worse disputes.
I need to be lethally armed for my self-defense. A bit different than saying.
No, you said you were gonna go to Rose Malay's house.
Specific ways in which he has the docs and will use it. You know.
It's realistic and possible that you might actually have this guy's fucking address.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
How you have the info, etc. You know.
So if Parry said, "I'm going to cut your head off, and I know where you live, and I know when you leave for work, and I know that like I can easily unplug the brakes to your car so you can't leave and you can't escape me, and I'm going to use this kind of blade and blah, 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 all these fucking details."
Even with Rose Malay, with Rose Malay, I was like, I don't know, like asking, like if I was like you looking for details for Rose Malay, for like, oh, you're in Texas.
I might have a VC recorded where he threatened to leak shit he thought he knew about my family if I didn't stop killing him in Minecraft. I just realized this. Big things coming. Big things coming.
Which part? I don't know if where they're from, but you know what I mean. Like even if I did that in that convo, you could say that's too far. I didn't do that. I kept it broad and absurd.
Do you guys remember this VC? You remember this VC? For anyone who's there, it was when I kept like kept like spawning him in the sky and killing him and shit, and we got into that big argument in Minecraft.
Like, oh, I've seen your car on your Discord, and I'm gonna like, yeah, you're just non sequituring because you know you're in the wrong.
I did say.
Didn't you make jokes about abducting Aiko's cat until it gets to the Vietnam War to traumatize it? Yes. I'm glad you're keeping up, Alex.
I'm in the right. I already conceded that it looks bad out of context.
Yeah, we're literally scraping the Parry archive tonight, looking for every single joking threat made in his entire streaming history.
Thanks. If you weren't watching the stream live and you got the screenshot,
still bad in context.
Like you did by sending it to Hellbent.
The part where you refuse to acknowledge what you're doing is wrong and that you should stop doing it is bad, even in context.
Yeah, it will look bad. No, you could have just watched that part, right? Before sending
I did watch it. Doesn't fix anything.
After you sent the screenshot around. Would you have sent it?
Yeah, now Cathy's saying I'm spreading the screenshot around. I guess everyone has access to it now. But no, I sent it to Hellbent. You might say, Parry, why do you care what Hellbent has to say? You're like, I don't know. I fucking do, I guess. Fuck me. I tried. They're like, you know, I trusted their input. I wanted their input. Like, what do you think of this? But like, yeah, Cathy thinks that I'm like, no. Hellbent said she talked to Cathy. That's why he knows.
Also, the threat angle, once again, if we're arguing that we can't tell if these things are serious or whether or not they're jokes, because people actually have the capability to carry them out, have we asked, once again, why are the people not carrying it out? If you don't believe that it was a joke, when I said I was going to, like, email every employer in Malta, in Icy, if you don't think that was a joke, why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I leak Soul's address if I supposedly legitimately wanted to do that? Why didn't I do that? Well, it's almost like because I didn't actually want to do that. Crazy, I know. Why is it that Cathy, just by having the capability of doxing people, isn't doing it? Is threatening it? Well, you'd say, well, obviously it's to apply, like, leverage. And it's like, okay, leverage to get what? What is Cathy trying to get in this exchange? And he can't provide you with an alternate answer.
Yeah, but Cathy thinks, oh, Parry sprayed this around to defame me because he's mad I'm stalking him. Just like, paranoid fantasies of the mentally deranged, one might say.
If you watch it first?
Yep.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's too Spencer.
I feel like you're just upset because I'm snapping your today then.
Well, if you weren't doing that and you posted this, I would probably have had a similar reaction.
I doubt it.
Why are you snarking Parry to Aiden?
Because it's boring. There's no drama going on, and I want them to debate.
Dicker's getting defensive of Parry.
Oh yeah, so this part.
Why are you snarking Parry to Aiden as if he doesn't know like the 10,000 reasons that exist to snark Parry?
Derailing the convo. So he can like Snark me instead of engaging with, you know, the part where he's
I have a
trying to
better
dox people and
question.
shit.
Why isn't Dicker's snarking parry? It's actually that is the confusing part to me. That's the confusing part to me.
Wait, Parry, how come you refuse to debate?
Oh, good point, Dickers. Never mind. Never mind. Dicker's cool again. He wants a hug box. He only debates people he likes.
Brad in Buckingham, but he will debate him the second he asks you to.
Yeah, you're just derailing to defend.
Oh dear, Dad. What a pussy. Actual, and is he gonna sit there in silence as he's watching the call, or he's just like dodging so hard? Actual fucking coward, dude. Actual coward.
I bet smaller than you.
Just non-sequitur.
You don't like
no
Retzion,
behavior.
and
you're still
you don't
doing
like Emia, like Prof.
You're still doing it.
Why Aiden specifically?
Like, why can't you just say it was wrong of me, Parry?
Oh, he can't even engage, dude.
I'm not even talking about this right now. We moved on.
Yeah, I know you've moved on. I haven't. Like this fucking again, the manipulation. Oh, we've moved on. We're not talking about this. Well, I am, retards. How dumb do you think I am? How stupid do you think I am, man? We've moved on. We're not talking about this anymore, Parry. Who the fuck is we? Who the fuck is we? Moved on. I mentioned Kathy's drinking. Has that been
like Dickers likes me, Kathy. Look at this photo of us of us together, Kathy. Wait a second. Hold on. I think I just realized something.
Shoot. Yeah, it's if you've been in Snarky chat or Nuki chat VC, you know, either of those VCs, yeah, Kyle will be like really drunk and to like do shit for attention.
When has this ever happened? Like, I've literally never, I've been in VCs with Kathy. For this point, like, cumulatively, it's probably been the equivalent of days. In all honesty, it's probably been the equivalent of days. If you were to add it all together. I have never heard this person drunk. I'm pretty good at, I'm pretty good. I'd be great at a DUI check, but I'm pretty good at telling when someone's drunk or has consumed some sort of substance. Kathy has never, I've never heard Kathy drunk. Kathy behaves like a schizo, where like if you encounter this person without knowing any context, you might think that only a drunk person could act this way, but then you realize that like Kathy's always like this, and it's not that Kathy's drunk. Kathy's just a little insane, but
and just at people, I'd like be singing sea shanties and shit, singing buzzball sea shanties, fucking around with moderator privilege shit. I mean, I thought it was like a whatever, but it seems like, I mean, I don't know if it's the alcohol, but something about Kathy's impulse control has clearly deteriorated. It's
yeah,
like terrible stuff. And this isn't the first time you've done it.
Wait, what do you want to say?
You did it with Himpleton as well, apparently. Like, I'm hearing.
Speaking of Himpleton, isn't Parry the guy that like got so fucking drunk he used that as like his cope for losing a debate to Himpleton? That Himpleton? That guy?
Well,
I want you to say that you're not going to do this again ever, and acknowledge that's wrong.
I'm going to say
you're not going to say it.
Do not give him that. Don't give him that. Don't give him that. If Kathy is dead to me, if he actually gives this guy what he wants right now.
I ask him, hey, Kathy, just tell me that you're not going to do this again. And
do not tell him you're not going to do it again.
Because he's a baby. He's like, I'm not going to say it to you. I'm going to say it to you. Okay, man, well.
Good. Fucking good.
You get fucked. That was your last chance.
Because you're not involved party.
You're not involved. Well, I will.
If you go back to this person, Kathy, you're a fucking moron, by the way.
You made me involved by doing this publicly, man. I don't know what to say.
I'm going to tell Ricky that in DMs, which is the one who is involved, but not you. Why would I tell you? I will tell Ricky. I will tell him. I think.
Wait, why would you tell Ricky? Why would you even need to tell Ricky? Ricky literally, dude, the myth of a consensual joke. Ricky, I consent. Kathy, I consent. And then it's like Parry in the background.
I'm gonna DM Ricky and tell him that I think I went too far with the jokes today. I don't intend to dox him.
Do not tell. Oh my, Kathy, what is wrong with you? Why are you pretending and entertaining the idea like this is too far or surpasses any jokes that have been made by this guy or this community in general? They can't even use like the cope of like, we don't know if you're actually going to do it or not, because you've never doxed anybody. You've never spread dox, right? So it's like, I mean, what?
It is like nothing. It is meaningless to me. I don't care about you. If you've done this 3 times, like you've been told before, not to fuck around with dog shits.
Yeah, hard line, guys, hard line.
Like Helbin confronted him about this a month ago with the Himpleton shit. And he said, oh, I'll stop. He's doing it again.
Assaults 2 women, but at least he didn't dox, guys. Oh no, not doxing, guys, not doxing. Do you think if you went to prison and you had to pick, you get a choice of cellmates, and he had to pick between sharing a cell with a doxer or a gay rapist murderer? I think he'd pick the gay rapist murderer.
Well, no, he's saying it to, but he's not saying it to me. He's saying he's going to say it to Ricky.
You've done this Tree times? True. Speaking of Tree, why doesn't Parry leak his DMs with him? Why doesn't Parry leak his DMs collaborating with the known doxer?
But not to me. Who's Ricky? Oh, he's like some guy. It's like...
Why would I
Why would you apologize? Why would you tell someone you're in the wrong? I mean, probably if you have like humility, you would do that. Catty, I guess you don't.
Why would I apologize to you? I said I'm going to apologize to you.
I'm saying you have to acknowledge it.
Why would I admit anything to you? Or...
Okay. Is this public now? Can I leak this? I heard a rumor, and now apparently it's public, that Ryle was like threatening Himpleton with his PII if Himpleton didn't like snark me during the London shit. I'm being serious. Apparently people were being threatened with their own docs to come after me during the London stuff. This is, I've heard that. I've unironically heard this. This is what's being referenced here. I don't know. Apparently it's just public now. I'm saying allegedly because I've not seen any proof, but I've heard this for months from reliable sources. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but now I'm seeing it pop up. Apparently Morale's claiming it happened as well.
Or like say anything to you. You're not involved in this.
It's like, why do I have to talk to you? I would you edit it. Okay, well, goodbye. Do you have any humility, any self-awareness?
What humility for what? You just
for like being in the wrong. Like you just said.
You lied about Brandon Buckingham, Barry, to me.
Like, but you don't have humility. You're like mad that I'm pointing out your bad behavior. You're trying to... Just like seething.
I'm not
Barry,
making it. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. Apparently Morale knows about it. Ask Morale. He probably heard from the same people I heard it from. Like, I've known about this. I didn't go with it because, believe it or not, I don't just like leak shit that's the second it's given me in confidence. I'm only saying this now because it's public.
Fuck, dude. How far the Indian have fallen? How far the Pakistani have fallen? Tantrum.
Okay, Dickers, what do you think? Like I said, I'm gonna apologize to Ricky, which is the one involved. Why would I say anything, any statement to him?
Yeah, again, I'm sure he knows that he's like lying. I didn't ask him to apologize. I asked him, hey, acknowledge that you're in the wrong, that what you did is wrong, and that you're not gonna do it again. That's what I said. I didn't say apologize. I said, say that's what you're doing, you're in the wrong, and then you're not gonna do this again. It's like, I'm not gonna apologize. Like
100%. Well, it might not be real. I don't know. I don't particularly hate Ryle. I just heard that from somebody who's not lied to me about anything ever, that I trust. And now I'm hearing it from separate people in a public chat, and apparently Morale's seen something or heard something where he's vouched for it. I don't know if it's real or not. I've just heard it, and like who I've heard it from, and the fact that Morale's running with it to the point where it's apparently not public, like I'm inclined to believe that there might be some iota of truth. It might not be exactly what was said, but I don't think this is just like completely fabricated. Maybe like best case scenario, like maybe there was a misinterpretation or miscommunication. I don't know, but I've heard about this.
Just like I'm giving you an out. I'm giving you the solution to this situation, and you can't fucking meet me not even halfway. Like 90%.
You're looking for the 2 Gunnar? Make a tinfoil hat to block the evil void rays. True. I should do that.
It's like, dude, acknowledge that you're in the wrong. You mean?
Or what?
I think if Power...
All of this seems to come from Caddy having too much of an ego, acting as if his overdramatic Indian tactics can't be replaced by another fake Indian chatter. Yeah, yes, correct.
It's brought to your attention, and you're gonna go and apologize to Ricky. Maybe just saying like, "Thanks, Parry. Thanks for giving me a heads up. I appreciate it."
I will thank Hellbent, which I did already.
Thanks, Dickers. What are you doing?
Why'd you hate Parry so much? What's going on?
Thank you very much. I think he's doing this for other reasons. If
I'm criticizing you, and you can't handle that.
If you are honest about why you even brought this criticism, you
can dish it out, but you can't take it, Catty.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
I'm being tested. God is testing me. God is testing me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I said you can dish it out, but you can't take it. I said that to piss Catty off, because he keeps trying to say it to me to piss me off.
Junk isn't sweeping. You shouldn't actually go and like seriously. Unless we see proof of some, I'm just telling you, I'm being transparent about what I've heard. I'm not saying it definitively happened. I'm just telling you what I've heard. Unless, like, you see proof of anything, then you shouldn't, like, then you should be charitable to Ryle, right? That's just the truth. It is a flimsy, I'm only backing it because it's now public. I'm just backing that I've heard it. Not that I think it's necessarily true or false. Although personally, I believe there's an iota, possibly an iota of truth to it, because I don't think I would have been overtly lied to like that by the person who told me.
It worked. It worked.
Exactly.
And I don't think morale would like cut off Ryle if there was nothing there, right?
I'm telling him this.
What?
I said that word for word to you, and now you
sounds like you were projecting then.
No.
By the way, if you guys want to support the channel, grow to help us out is by liking. You could also tip if you want. We're nearly halfway to streamly goal. If we hit that, that'd be awesome. Another way to help us out is by liking. I already said liking. Join the Discord. Follow me on X. He cut Ryle off, according to this person, I guess. I don't know how they know. But this is literally exactly what I heard, word for word.
What are you doing, Barry? Have you played Marathon today? Is that why you're in a bad mood?
So you're not going to acknowledge that this is like... I hate when people do this, man. Like, who else did this? Alex Novell did this. Some other fucking guy, like, I think Aiden did this. Like, I hate when people do this, like, oh, let's talk about something. Do you like hot dog? No, I'm not here to have a...
When do I do this? When have I done this? When have I ever done this with you? What? When do I do this? Where I'm like, just like looking for a nice friendly out. When do I ever fucking do that?
I'm not here to fucking hang out to talk about video games. You fucking loser. Yeah, we're all friends, but oh, let's talk about something else. Like, yeah, let's talk about...
I think Aiden did that.
So
just lies.
Shut up.
Again. Just lies again. Weren't you literally talking about blushing in response to Dickers joining? It's actually pathetic how much this guy has changed and switched up on Dickers now that Dickers has shown some influence.
Would you love me if I was a worm?
Well, I acknowledge to Dickers.
I, on the other hand, shit talk Dickers before and after, so pretty consistent.
It's a bad thing to do, yes.
Why are you like you wrote this like baby behavior? Oh, I'm not gonna say sorry to you.
Yes, yeah. I don't want you to have the satisfaction of me saying that to you. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like I say this is baby behavior, and he's like, yeah, you're right. This is baby behavior. This is baby behavior. Correct. So you're not gonna acknowledge that this is like a bad thing to do.
Well,
no.
I acknowledge to Dickers that's a bad
you
thing
say
to
no.
do.
You should say no. It's not a bad thing to do. It is not a bad thing to do. I reject that. There's nothing about this joke that is too far. In fact, I think you should make this joke again, Kathy. It is absolutely fucking ridiculous that the KRD community is going to try to tell you that this joke is too far. That in and of itself is a fucking joke. Yeah, dude. This is too far, guys.
Yeah.
Why are you like you really this is like baby behavior? Oh, I'm not
Oh,
gonna
I would
say sorry to
acknowledge
you.
Yes. Yeah. I don't. I don't want you to have the satisfaction. of
Why
people
don't I
knowing you, like-
apologize to Parry? You don't apologize to Dickers either. You don't apologize to anyone. The only person that you would have been expected to apologize to understood that it was a joke. Therefore, in a normal world, people could just fucking move on.
Exactly, baby behavior. You're being a baby.
Think I'm
right
gonna
now.
find that? No.
So you think I'm gonna deny that? No. Okay. Well, no age play allowed, unfortunately, Catty. But you're being a baby. Cool.
Like you.
Like throwing a tantrum, right?
How is Dickers happening? Because he has like so we have the base commentary audience, which is dwindling rapidly. The only way to grow is to appeal to audience interested in outside dramas that are not typically covered by like the new commentary sphere, right? So that's why I was going over 100 with the ACC shit, because in addition to the base commentary audience, you have Torres. So the trick is, if you want to, I guess, go to the top, you need to start appealing to audiences outside of this crowd, I guess.
No, it's not a tantrum. I just said I was wrong.
Obviously not like to say like forget about this, like this crowd will always be your core audience, right? But you want some padding too.
Yeah,
they know
exactly.
They
Throwing a
satisfy you.
tantrum.
They don't want you to be satisfied.
Surely, no, he doesn't have a bruised ego. No, it's just he doesn't want to give you the satisfaction. But not because he has a bruised ego and is obviously a drong or anything like that.
Didn't Spencer literally post someone's docs in a Discord server? Didn't he literally do exactly what your like supposed hard line is? 6'7"? Wait, hold on. This guy literally got banned from Spicy for like posting the docs of Max wedding, right?
Because you're mad at me because I pointed out you're in the wrong.
Because I feel like you're doing this for other reasons.
It's because I'm bad faith, guys. That's the real reason. It's because I'm bad faith. Nothing to do with Catty's bruised ego.
I let him back in my server because I didn't think it was like an unforgivable thing, right? Obviously now, especially so, but like at the time, I think it was like an unforgivable thing. But this guy did spread docs. He did literally, he spread. Now the reason I think it was such a big deal is because there's a difference between originating PII and like someone's already posted it and you're just like the fucking guy that's reposting it, right? Obviously the latter is bad, but it's like absolutely like not unforgivable or like fucking gasp worthy or some shit. But like when he did it and shit, I mean, I let him back in my server. He like blamed it on his like, he blamed it on like bipolar or whatever. But like, I don't know, what is the rationale with how, like, is whether or not Parry's gonna be okay with someone, is it gonna, it's just dependent on whether they give him money.
Me, because I pointed out you're in the wrong.
Like, I think Spencer is fine, like, should be allowed back in chats and everything. But under, like, Parry's rationale, why? Why is he allowed back in chat?
When Helvin told me, I didn't care that he told me.
You do care.
Yeah, I didn't have
because
issue
you
with
refused. And this isn't true. He was like seething. He's like, "Who told you that? Who sent you those messages?" So he did care, but whatever. To
I know
acknowledge that you're in the wrong to me.
Why would I acknowledge anything to you?
Because you do care.
I acknowledge to Helvin, I acknowledge to Dickers even. Why would
So Parry, I just specifically don't respect you. Okay, cool. Get out. Goodbye. Well, if you have any humility, you know.
Get out. Goodbye. I'm going to the big leagues. I'm being a parasite on Dickers.
Well, how would that make me have humility to acknowledge it to you specifically?
Because you're like crying and lying to me and seething, and it would be nice to acknowledge I was wrong earlier when you were justifying this.
I wasn't just.
Bro, he's actually behaving like my Indian housemate when his heroin addictions are causing problems. Life's a stage, and you're the star, Spencer. You said, oh, but it was one viewer.
Parry
so
calling known doxer his star?
And obviously it's public, and even if it was private, it wouldn't be okay. And you're not on good terms with Ricky.
Complaining doesn't mean justifying.
Okay, I guess we're done here. I guess we're at an impasse.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Dickers.
Lots of love, guys. I hope you guys repair the bridge, okay?
I hope you guys are lots of love, guys. Dickers, what are we doing here, man? You're over 100 concurrent. You don't need to, like, there's no reason you need to sit here and pretend, like, to like this guy. You know, I think Dickers has, like, imposter syndrome. He thinks he's in the phase where you just need to, like, start being buddies with everybody. You know, still, it's like, no, you don't. You don't actually. You're allowed to burn a couple bridges now. I don't know what the deal is with that. But yeah, I mean, it's just like pathetic stuff. He's obviously lying about everything once again. We are now day 2 of Parry coverage as he continues to run from the debate with me. And until he does, I guess the best we could do is A-log, right? But the... I just think that, like, it is, he's just interesting. He's actually kind of interesting to cover. I like covering people like this. Like, I liked covering Chibi. I liked covering Tectone. I like these people who are just concocting a completely fake fucking persona. Need to call Aiden. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, make it quick.
Wait a second. Okay. So, by the time Perry streamed, he had access to the follow-up call that I had with Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Had access to the follow-up messages I had with Ricky. Had access to the message I had with Hellman.
Mm-hmm.
So during during this stream, they was saying like, "Oh, Kathy never acknowledged that it looked bad. Kathy never acknowledged." I did acknowledge it. Like yes, out of context, it does look bad. I literally acknowledged this, and he had access to all these messages.
Wow.
And also, he said like, "Oh, he never like Rick. How would Ricky feel? How would Ricky?" Message Ricky right after this call and told him like, okay, so obviously Ricky, I'm joking. I don't want you to think that I'm serious. I don't have any access to your docs or anything. Like this was all joke. Just want to make sure that you know that. And he responded to me and said like, yeah, I know, like no problem. He had access to this and didn't show it. And I also called.
Well, obviously he's not. Ricky. He's just gonna claim that Ricky's lying. Obviously, there's no point.
Yeah, no, because the funny thing, and Ricky pointed this out, is that at one point he said like, "Oh, we need to know what Ricky thinks. Is he in good terms or not? That will determine."
Yes, that's what I said. I've been saying, if you watch the stream, I'm saying like he values Ricky's answer until Ricky doesn't give him the answer he wants, and then it's like, oh, Ricky's actually incapable of giving an honest answer because
he gave him that answer, and he dismissed it completely, and he did like on his stream, he just showed all of this and didn't show any follow up. He didn't show my call with Ricky.
Yeah,
showed at the very start at 4x speed without any context.
I'm sorry.
He didn't show my messages to Ricky. He didn't show my message to Hellman.
Are you like shocked by this? He's like literally. You watched him leave calls where I've pressed him. You think he's gonna pull up something that like hurts his argument?
No.
He doesn't engage honestly. You have to know this at this point. He never will. You're not gonna change him.
And I called him out during this call with Dickers, like, why wouldn't you debate Aiden? And he was, did he get to do it? I don't know. He said, like, I don't like him. That's why.
He only debates people he likes.
He only, exactly.
He only debates people he likes. Fucking baby, dude. Actual man, baby. He needs to be mommied by Hellbent. Only debates people he likes. He needs to, no, Perry, you did a great job on the dating stream. Like, blame everyone else. So there's little fragile egos in her. It's pathetic. It's pathetic.
And from what I've seen, like in his chat, there were 3 main people who were like hyping him up. Was Spedgun, Stylo, and Spencer. I know what Crystal thought, but yeah, now I'm getting messages from like
Stylo, Spencer, and who? Who's the third?
Spedgun.
Oh, Spedgun. Yeah.
Now I'm getting messages like, "Oh, Kathy, are you a doxer? I heard Barry called you a doxer." Like, okay, like he's literally spreading misinformation now.
Yeah,
and I called yesterday. I was in Nuke VC for a while. for hours, and then went to ICBC instead. And the moment I left to ICBC, he joined.
All right, I gotta
NotiVC.
cut you off. Crystal, if you think that my points are invalid, feel free to call in and explain to me how. Oh, you don't know what's happening?
Crystal, you already know what happened. Like, you were in Piker stream yesterday, right?
All right.
So we had a call yesterday in NotiVC, and he was like so agitated. You should watch it. I think Miro, someone forwarded it, and I see inbox, inbox. You see it?
Yeah, crazy stuff. All right, I gotta.
Wait a second. Wait, someone forwarded the call that we had yesterday. So like 3 minutes call.
Yeah, the call you sent in inbox earlier. I watched it.
The one in NotiVC.
Yes, I watched this one already.
Oh, okay.
All right, bye. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm fucking exhausted. Can you TLDR? We're done. We'll do it again tomorrow. I'm tired as shit, man. Thank you guys for watching. As always, yeah, we've been going for too long, man. I'm starting to look disheveled. Thank you guys for watching. As always, my camera's also fell over and is like kind of tilted. I don't know if you could tell. Wait, you're here? Wait, you're here. Not Aiden leaving the second I join. Are you gonna call in or not? I'm not doing this. Oh, it's the end of stream, so I might call in and debate you now. Are you gonna call in or are you not gonna call in? It's that simple. You have 5 seconds. All right, 5 seconds. No, I'm just saying when I view, you leave. Oh yeah, because I want to deprive you of any entertainment. So you could think about what you've done. You know what? I'm rating Ico because Dickers doesn't deserve my raid after this performance, man.